Once he was done, he turned his attention over to his comrade, Greed, who was in combat with a demon general. But there was no need for worry since the shadow was too fast for the monster. He dodged all of its attacks before he kicked it to the ground. Greed heard Iron call out as he looked over, seeing the crushed demon which Iron had tossed over. Greed caught it and looked at the malformed monster, observing several charging demons heading his way, and got a brilliant idea. If one could see Greed's face, he would be grinning from ear to ear as he used the crushed demon that Iron had passed him as a bowling ball, rolling it at the charging demons and knocking them over. As the final demon collapsed, Greed looked back at Iron with a smug expression as his comrade couldn't help but roll his eyes with an amused smile on his face. Issei looks like they're having fun. Suddenly, Issei noticed a bright blue light illuminating from above as he looked and saw electricity gather in Baron's mouth, which wasn't a good sign at all before he unleashed a devastating electrical attack upon the battlefield that struck both allies and foes alike. Issei managed to think quickly and shield Essel from any of the attacks, which surprised the demon girl that Issei didn't appear to be injured by the Demon King's attack. Issei, that's no regular lighting. Buff status effect has been removed due to effect of immunity. Issei looked at Essel. Issei, you okay? Essel nodded. Essel, yes, I'm okay, but what about you? You got hit. Issei chuckled. Issei, it's gonna take a lot more than that to harm me. The brown-haired boy turned his attention back to Baron, who had a cocky grin on his face. Issei, I gotta take that bastard down before he unleashes another attack. Issei stood up as he started to vanish from Essel's eyes, shocking her as she felt something move past her. Issei sprinted toward the castle as fast as he could, leaping up before he launched himself toward Baron, drawing his dagger. Issei, let's take care of the Wing Fi. However, as Issei went to swing his dagger, it was blocked by Baron's weapon, which surprised the boy. He looked at the Demon King, who tilted his head, his glowing eyes piercing into Issei's very soul before he was launched into the ground. Issei arg. Issei gritted his teeth as his back took most of the damage, which was definitely gonna hurt after all this was over. But that didn't matter. How did Baron even know he was there? Could it sense his presence even though Issei was using his stealth skill? Issei slowly sat up, only to see Baron unleashing a beam of electricity toward him. The boy immediately jumped up and began to run away from the attack, but the Demon King was persistent and followed him. Issei growled in annoyance as he activated the Ring of Loki, creating several clones which ran off in different directions to hopefully distract Baron. Unfortunately for Issei, this didn't seem to affect the Demon King at all as he unleashed another electric beam. However, it was met with a fire beam from Tusk as they two beams clashed together and illuminated the battlefield with a mixture of red and blue. But in the end, much to Baron's surprise, Tusks came out victorious and clipped the wing of the wyvern, which sent the two crashing into the ground. Issei let out a small chuckle. Issei giving Tusk the Orb of Avarice was the best idea ever. Issei slowly made his way toward Baron, who slowly got up and was greeted by Issei, who summoned his dagger. Issei, you finally come down, I was getting tired. He pointed it at Baron. Issei, of looking up at your ugly face. Baron growled at Issei as the Demon King stood up, his eyes glowing crimson red. Issei got into a fighting stance as Baron roared loudly, unleashing another beam from his mouth at Issei. Tusk summoned a barrier around his liege, blocking the attack. Both Greed and Iron charged toward Baron, who merely grinned at the two's foolishness. Iron swung his axe, which was effortlessly destroyed by Baron's sword before he was pierced through the face by the sword. Issei's eyes widened as he watched as Greed tried to avenge his fallen comrade, but the Demon King grabbed one of his arms and ripped it off. Greed didn't let up as he tried again, only to be sliced in half by the monster's sword. Igris soon joined the battle, coming from above and clashing with Baron, who was a little impressed by the shadow's strength. The former Bloodred commander's weapon glowed with a purple aura as he charged at Baron, who grabbed the blade with one hand. He grinned at Igris before unleashing a beam, destroying the shadow's upper half. He turned his attention back to Issei, who charged at him, his eyes glowing purple as he tried to stab Baron. Skill Vital Strike activated. However, Baron somehow blocked the attack, which shocked Issei. He never expected something like that to happen, which wasn't a good sign for Issei. The boy tried to put some distance between them both, but the Demon King grabbed Issei by the neck and lifted him up into the air. Issei ag. Issei struggled to free himself from Baron's grasp. The demon just grinned at the sight of the defenseless boy as he prepared to end his life. However, before he could go, a massive fist came out nowhere and punched Baron in the face. The force from the attack sent the demon flying back. This also released Issei from Baron's grasp as the boy rubbed his neck, which now hurted a little. Baron growled as he got back up, his face significantly damaged as the punch had caused the Demon King to cough up some blood as well as some teeth. He looked to see who had struck him, and his eyes widened at the sight before him. The one who attacked him was none other than D-Drake. The Shadow Dragon growled at the demon. His mere presence halted all conflicted with the Shadow Soldiers and the demons as they gazed upon the massive creature. Even Issei couldn't help but marvel at such a majestic being which was oozing power which rivaled even Baron himself. Issei looked up at D-Drake. Issei, D-Drake, I told you to wait. D-Drake, forgive me, my liege, but I couldn't allow such action. He turned his attention to Baron. D-Drake, hello Baron, it has been some time now. Baron's surprise was soon replaced with anger as he growled at D-Drake. Using his free hand, he grabbed his own lower jaw and started to adjust it a little. Once he was done, he lowered it and scowled. Baron, traitor. D-Drake snorted. D-Drake, even after being trapped here, you're still the same arrogant monarch. Barons, you dare work for this pathetic ant, work for the traitor. D-Drake narrowed his eyes. D-Drake, don't you dare speak about my liege like that. Baron, oh, or what? D-Drake merely smirked as he pointed down. Baron was confused as he looked, and Issei wasn't there anymore. This caused the Demon King's eyes to widen, but before he could search for the brown-haired boy, Issei appeared next to him. Issei die. With one quick motion, Issei used his dagger and sliced Demon King Baron's head clean off his shoulders. It was only in that moment that old memories came flooding back to Baron's mind. Purple. Shadows. Those two things, he thought they would be lost to time itself. He thought that he would never see those two disgusting things ever again. He thought that any concept of him was gone, reducing to nothingness, and yet they appeared right in front of him. But while surprised, he never questioned it because all he wanted to do was kill Issei and nothing else. Yet there was something about the boy that had piqued in interest. It was faint, barely noticeable even, but during the battle Baron could feel a secondary familiar aura from Issei. But this was one that he hadn't felt for quite some time, not since the golden days. It kind felt like, no, it couldn't be. He couldn't be that. That would be impossible. Baron He's the child of. Before Baron could finish uttering his final words, D-Drake's massive fist smashed Baron's decapitated head, reducing it to nothing more than a bloody stain on the ground. D-Drake's not yet, all will be revealed soon, Bara no, my former friend. With that all done, D-Drake faded back into his liege's shadow and waited. Meanwhile, Issei ran over to Issei, who was sitting on the ground with a small smile on his face. While the fight was a little anticlimactic, he was glad that it was over now and he got what he came for. Obtain Baron's Soul. Normal quest, collect Demon Souls, Part 2 has been completed. Issei. Issei looked over at Issei. Issei, hey Issei, run back to your clan. He gave her a thumbs up. Issei, because the Radier clan is number 1. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 23, Coma no more. Third-person POV. You discovered item, Demon Monarch's Ring. You discovered item, Demon King's Longsword. You discovered item, Demon King's Dagger. You have found 2 item, Baron's Horn. You have found material item, Purified Blood of the Demon King. A small smile spread across Issei's face. Issei finally. Seated on the ground, his attire torn from the fierce battle with Baron, Issei gazed up at the sky, now transformed by the defeat of the Demon Monarch. The once ominous sky had transitioned into a familiar expanse of clear blue that seemed to stretch endlessly. As he rested, his soldiers diligently gathered valuable resources and eliminated any remaining demonic entities summoned by Baron. Reflecting on the encounter, Issei felt a sense of relief that he had made adequate preparations before returning to the demon castle. Without such foresight, he doubted his ability to confront Baron effectively. Even with his prior arrangements, Issei found himself unable to vanquish Baron effortlessly. It was only with Deidraig's unexpected intervention that Issei seized the opportunity to strike. While the victory did not feel entirely satisfying, Issei was grateful that the ordeal had finally concluded. Issei, man, that battle was intense. Issei turned to Deidraig, whose countenance hovered beside the young man following his return to Issei's shadow. Issei, thank you once more, Deidraig. I doubt I could have faced that fiend alone. Deidraig shook his head in disagreement. Deidraig, you possess the strength to overcome Baron without my aid, my liege. Issei chuckled softly. Issei, I find that hard to believe, but I appreciate your kind words. Deidraig, of course, my liege, I stand ready to support you always. Although Issei acknowledged Deidraig's loyalty, he sensed that there was more to their relationship than he understood. Overhearing the brief exchange between Deidraig and Baron, where the demon referred to Deidraig as a traitor, sparked numerous questions within Issei. Their shared history and the events that led to Deidraig being labeled a traitor by the demons intrigued Issei, leaving him pondering the mysteries surrounding their connection. What transpired between the two? Issei pondered the depth of those two relationships and the secrets that Deidraig could be holding. This adding another problem to the list of challenges Issei would need to unravel, further complicating his already tumultuous journey. It felt as though each day presented a new obstacle for Issei to confront, akin to the trials faced by a beleaguered anime protagonist. He silently sighed to himself. Issei, I'll worry about that at a later date for now. Issei looked down at his hand. Next to where the Ring of Loki was located was the Demon Monarch's ring. Issei, with the Demon Monarch's ring, the set effects will be active now. A screen appeared before him, showing the stats of the ring. Item: Demon Monarch's ring. Level of difficulty: Type: accessory. Sense +20, intelligence +20. Issei +20. Gotta admit, it's weird that many items I've came across are-wised my intelligence, but I ain't complaining. Another screen appeared before Issei. Z item effect. Z effect 1, all stats +5. Z effect 2, all stats +10. While Issei was glad that his stats were getting improvements, he wondered if these two set effects stack upon one another. Sure, going from having all his stats raised by 5 points to 10 was amazing, but a part of him couldn't help but wonder if they stacked and all his stats would be raised by 15 rather than a mere 10, because then he was gonna have a much easier time against whatever he faced next. Issei, hey system, do these set effects stack? Silence. Issei, system. Silence. Issei felt his eye twitch a little. Issei, system, answer me, you fuck, do these set effects stack? After Issei saying those words, he waited for a response from the system. He waited and waited and waited some more until nothing, absolutely nothing happened, and it pissed Issei off. The system loves to show up at the most random times and shove its screens in his face, but when he has a question for it, the damn thing doesn't respond. Issei, great, when I need it the most, it finally decides to give me the silent treatment. Issei shook his head. Issei, doesn't matter. He soon held his hand out as something appeared within it, which made the boy smile. The object was a round vial with golden trims and purple gems. Inside was a liquid of a similar shade of purple. It was the very item that Issei had been searching for, the item that would awaken his mother from her mysterious coma, Baron's blood. Material item: purified blood of the Demon King. Level of difficulty. Type: material. Issei, finally, I can start the crafting process. A screen appeared next to Issei, showing the 3 material items that he needed for the holy water. Consumable: holy water of life 3-3. Essel, who was finishing up with the Issei Hyoudou soldiers, looked over at the brown-haired boy and saw the 3 materials floating in front of him. Essel, Issei, are you all right? Would you like to make item: holy water of life? Issei remained silent for a few seconds as Essel noticed the boy's eyes glowing a faint purple aura. Issei, yes. With that, the crafting process of the holy water of life had begun. While he waited for it to finish, a screen appeared and provided him with some intriguing information. Apparently, the probability of success and the number of crafted items would depend on his intelligence stat points. This meant that the higher his intelligence stat, the quicker the crafting process would be. It all made perfect sense, but it was somewhat amusing because before he acquired the ability to retrieve information from the screen, Issei had been tempted to allocate all his points into strength, envisioning himself as a version of One Punch Man. However, upon encountering this new revelation, he was relieved that his intelligence stat was considerably high. Issei crossed his arms as he waited patiently. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Issei almost there. 1. The item was successfully crafted. You have obtained item, Holy Water of Life. The moment he saw those words appear, Issei was soon overwhelmed with joy as he couldn't believe it. He had done it, he actually did it. Issei, yes. Essel watched the brown-haired boy with a smile on her face. She knew that obtaining the Holy Water of Life was the reason he had come here in the first place. She saw the look in his eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a regular teenage boy. No, those were the eyes of someone on a mission, someone who only had one goal in mind. Essel started clapping. Essel, well done, Issei. I knew you co. Essel was cut off when Issei grabbed onto her and proceeded to hug the demon girl, catching her by surprise. Essel's face began to heat up as she was taken aback by Issei's sudden action. Her cheeks only grew redder as she soon realized that her head was resting against his muscular chest. Issei, Essel, thank you so much for everything. Essel, it's no problem, Issei. Issei released the demon girl, who still blushed, and as he looked down at his hand, a vial with red liquid materialized. Issei, so this is the Holy Water of Life. Item, Holy Water of Life. Level of difficulty, Type, consumable. Issei, with this I can finally awaken my mother. A display materialized next to Issei, revealing that he was lacking the spring water from the Forest of Echoes. This puzzled the brown-haired boy, who had already crafted 3 vials of holy water but lacked one ingredient to create more. Upon investigation, Issei discovered that only a portion of the purified demon blood and a fragment of the world tree were used in the crafting. Uncertain about the future availability of spring water, he let out a small sigh. Issei, I'll deal with that when the time comes. Suddenly, Issei perked up as he heard footsteps approaching, accompanied by the sound of something being dragged. Issei and Essel turned towards the noise and saw Iron approaching, dragging the body of Baron's wyvern. A grin formed on Issei's face as he crossed his arms. He honestly thought he was gonna have to order someone to go and grab the corpse. Issei, what a pleasant surprise, Iron, you catch on fast. Iron beamed at the praise from his liege, glancing at Greed, who stood by with his arms folded, watching. Greed puffed out his chest, giving his comrade a competitive look as if to say, beat that. Greed, on the other hand, facepalmed and shook his head at his fellow Shadow's competitive nature. He believed that one day this attitude would be the death of him, even though he was already deceased. Issei approached the wyvern corpse, placing a hand on its head as his eyes glowed purple. Issei, arise. The air grew silent and Essel felt a shiver run down her spine as she watched shadows begin to appear all around the area, slowly making their way towards the corpse. They moved and slithered, almost as if alive, as they seeped into the wyvern's body. Silence enveloped the air as Issei took a few steps back and observed the magical transformation unfold. The shadows that entered soon began to rise up, and Essel watched with a shocked expression as a huge dark wing emerged, followed by another and then a long whip-like tail. Before long, standing before her and Issei was none other than Baron's wyvern, now covered in the same shadows as the rest of Issei's soldiers. The creature lifted its head, its eyes shining purple as it unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the air. Essel, Issei. Issei, since I'm unable to turn demons in Shadow's soldiers, I think this wyvern will be more than enough. A screen appeared before him. Please choose a name for your soldier. Issei, what to name you? Issei crossed his arms as he wondered what he should call his new soldier. Naming things wasn't really a skill of his. Plus, if memory served him correctly, then the wyvern already had a name when it was alive, so maybe he can just call it that. Only problem is Issei can't really recall what the name was. Wyvern Kaizelian, Kalakalan, Kale. He swears that the wyvern had an L in its name, he was sure of it. Issei grew a little annoyed. Issei, damn it, what should I call this thing? Suddenly, D-Drake's head formed from the brown-haired boy's shadow. D-Drake, may I leave a suggestion, my liege? Issei turned to the shadow head, thinking for a moment before shrugging. Issei, sure, why not? D-Drake, how about Kaizel? Kaizel. 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 Issei had to admit that didn't sound like a bad name suggestion. It was short, easy to remember, and it kinda resembles its old name, well, as far as Issei knows. D-Drake, what do you think, my liege? Is THR name to your liking? Issei smiled, nodding his head at the dragon. Issei, yes, D-Drake, the name is perfect, wouldn't you, Agar? He looked up at the shadow wyvern. Issei, Kaizel. The wyvern, now named Kaizel, let out a thunderous roar which Issei couldn't help but chuckle at. D-Drake, he seems to like it, my liege. Issei nodded. Issei, indeed, D-Drake, thank you. D-Drake bows his head. D-Drake, I live to serve, my liege. With that, D-Drake returned to Issei's shadow as the boy raised one of his hands and began to gently stroke Kaizel's nose, which made the wyvern let out a low growl of satisfaction. Issei snickered a little as Kaizel's tail began to wag side to side like the monster was an oversized puppy dog. As for Essel, she was merely watching and giggling into her hand, a smile growing on her face. Essel, he seemed to like those. Issei nodded in agreement. Issei, indeed. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Issei's face. Regular quest, collect demon souls 2, has been completed. Reward 1, top tier rune stone. Reward 2, bonus stats plus 30. Reward 3, undisclosed reward. Issei, I guess I should start collecting my rewards then before I forget. Several screens started appearing after the first one closed. You have received top tier rune stone containing the shadow exchange skill. You have received bonus stats plus 30. You have received the title Demon Slayer. You have not met all of the requirements for the title Demon Slayer. To say that Issei wasn't intrigued with the first and the last quest reward would be an absolute lie, because they weren't what he was expecting. Sure, obtaining points for his stats was great and all, but hell, just put them into intelligence and increase his mana so his soldiers can stay out longer. However, the last 2 rewards were just a little more interesting to Issei. For example, the new title he received. Based on the name alone, Issei can tell that it's going to give him a damage boost against demonic-like entities. Whether or not it works against devils like Rias and Sona, he wasn't sure, and he kind of doesn't want to know since that would be a terrible thing to do. Although he wondered why it said that he hadn't met all the requirements for the title, he killed Baron, who is basically the Demon King. That, along with all the other demons he has slain in the castle, should be more than enough to obtain the title, yet it wasn't unlocked for the brown-haired boy. What else did he have to do? What were the other requirements for unlocking the Demon Slayer title? If killing the literature Demon King wasn't enough, then was there something else he needed to slay? Yet another mystery that Issei needed to solve, although he could probably ignore it for the time being since it was merely something that gives him a small damage boost against demonic-like entities. Not everything Issei has faced so far was a demon, so for now, he'll probably just forget about the title. Although the top-tier rune stone held a skill that had something to do with shadows, which was kind of his own gimmick ever since he obtained the power to bring those back from the dead. There is also the fact that the rune stone was a top-tier one, which meant that the skill it held within must be a very powerful one. Although Issei won't know what the skill is until he breaks the rune stone, since that is the only time the system gives him the description of the skill. But he could try and take a guess at what the skill can do based off the name Shadow Exchange, which gives him 2 possibilities of what it could be. The first possibility for the skill is that he can switch a shadow soldier out for a different one, without having to send them away to a permanent demise like he did during the job change quest. If it was that, then maybe it makes a separate save slot for the soldiers he switches out. Like if he had 300 shadows saved and he wanted to add a more powerful one without having to kill off any of his current ones, he could easily send one of his weaker ones to this second save slot and switch them back and forth. The second possibility is that the skill is like a form of teleportation, like he can send a shadow soldier to America and use the skill to switch with it and be in America rather than Japan. Actually, the more that Issei thinks about it, he hoped it was that, because then he can switch with the shadow soldier he placed on his mother. He wouldn't have to go back down the other floors, which could be nice since he needed to get the holy water to his mother right away. And so without much hesitation, Issei began to slowly crush the runestone until cracks began forming along its surface. With careful effort, Issei successfully pulverized the rune stone as the remnants of the glowing purple symbol faded from the shattered pieces. Soon after, Issei felt a surge of energy coursing within him, observing as shadows elegantly danced along his arms and around his feet. A smirk crept across his face, his eyes gleaming purple, reminiscent of the rune stone, as a shimmering screen materialized before the young man. Skill Shadow Exchange LV1. Job-specific skill. No mana required. The caster of the skill may swap places with a selected shadow soldier once used. It may not be used again until a 3-hour cooldown period has passed. The cooldown period will change based on the level of the skill. Issei, so I was right, this is basically a form of teleportation. Essel, Issei. Issei turned to face Essel. Issei, yes, what's up? Essel, your soldiers and I have finished sweeping the area. Shall we return to my tribe? I'm sure my father will be excited. Issei, I'm afraid I can't. This revelation startled Essel, leaving her puzzled about why Issei couldn't accompany her. Essel, what do you mean? Issei retrieved one of the holy waters of life, displaying it to the demon girl with a solemn expression. Issei, I need to get this to the hospital, so I'm afraid you'll have to head back on your own. Essel, but I... Issei interrupted her, leaning in and planting a kiss on her forehead, catching her off guard. Her cheeks flushed at this unexpected gesture, feeling her heart race and a faint wisp of steam rising from her head. Issei, thanks again for everything. I couldn't have done this without you. Stepping back, Issei was gradually enveloped by encroaching shadows, leaving Essel to process the moment with a tinge of sadness. Essel, will I ever see you again? Issei smiled reassuringly and nodded. Issei, we will, I promise. Skill Shadow Exchange has been activated. With that, Issei vanished into the shadows, replaced by one of his shadow soldiers, a knight that appeared bewildered by its sudden arrival. Essel placed one of her hands on her chest, a small blush on her cheeks as her eyes were full of a little sadness. Essel, Issei. As for Issei, when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in his mother's hospital room. He glanced over at the window, seeing that it was currently night time, which was good because the last thing he wanted to happen was to explain to the doctor or nurses how he managed to get in the room without them knowing. A screen soon appeared before Issei, telling him that he could use the Shadow Exchange skill again in about 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. He hoped that when the skill levels up, the cooldown period is reduced because the last thing he wants is it to be at max and having to wait a whole day before he could use it again. Turning around, Issei was presented with his slumbering mother who laid peacefully in her bed. Although she looked terrible due to being in her coma for a month or two. She looked paler, her hair was messed up, and he could clearly see that she needed to get some food in her stomach. Issei brought out the holy water of life, took the top of it off, and approached his mother. The brown-haired boy slowly brought it to her mouth, or rather that is what he thought he was doing. After a few seconds of nothing, he looked at his arm that held the vial and he noticed why it wasn't moving. It was him. Issei was holding back his own arm. Issei, what am I doing? He gritted his teeth but soon stopped as his eyes widened because he noticed another thing. His hand, it was shaking. Why was he shaking? Was he afraid? No, that couldn't be the case. Why would he be afraid? It didn't make sense. Why was he acting like this? Why now of all times? After everything he has gone through, all that he was ready to sacrifice to retrieve the purified demon blood to save his mother. Yet now he was acting like he was a scared child. Issei took a deep breath before he exhaled, sitting down on a chair that sat next to his mother's bed. He stared at his slumbering form, slowly gripping onto the holy water tightly. He understood now, he understood perfectly why he was acting like this. Ever since he first awakened the system, there have been good things that have occurred in his life, such as him getting stronger, being more confident, and the fact that he has a quote-unquote harem now, but that didn't really matter. Because Issei has also lost so much that he has been unknowingly bottling it all up within him. A few times his emotions slip out at random, but he always seems to get them back under control. However, that wasn't the case here because he was absolutely terrified at the thought of losing his own mother. Issei's life has been nothing but a roller coaster of emotions, fate deciding to punch him in the face for its own amusement, and oh lie, it was laughing at his suffering. It is becoming too much for Issei to keep down anymore. He just wants the pain to stop. He just wants everything to go back to how they used to be before he got the system. Issei stared at the ground, trying his hardest to not shed any tears, to not let his emotions out because he needed to be strong. Unfortunately, it was too late because a single tear started to run down the boy's face. Why? Why did he have to suffer? How much more did he have to lose? Who else had to be killed because of Issei's mere existence? His father is missing. His two best friends are dead. They couldn't even be given a proper burial. Now his mother could be the next victim. She could be next one that Issei loses, and he doesn't want that to happen. She was all he had left. She was the only family he had, and he can't lose her too. He just wished that she would let him help her to carry the burden on her shoulders. Every day Issei had to watch her work herself to exhaustion. Every day Issei wished that she would just ask him if he could lend her his shoulder. But now look at her. She was in a coma, and it wasn't cause she overworked herself. It was because of him. Issei was the cause of this. If he didn't accept the system's offer, then maybe his mom wouldn't be in this state. Issei mom. Water droplets fell to the ground as Issei sniffed. The droplets were actually the brown-haired boy's tears as he cried. Issei mom, I'm sorry, this is my fault. He looked up at her, bringing the holy water to her mouth and gently pouring it down her throat. Whether or not this saved her wasn't Issei's decision. He could only hope that the system was kind enough to do this one favor. Issei, please. He brought his head and readed it against his mother's forehead, tears still streaming down his face. Issei, please wake up. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 24, White Dragon Emperor. Third-person POV. Man, I'm bored. Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, was currently sitting on his couch with a bored expression on his face. He was dressed as he normally was, completely shirtless with a pair of Hawaiian shorts on. Lately there hasn't been much to do, considering the gathering of the three faction leaders won't be happening until tomorrow or maybe the day after tomorrow. He didn't know, nor did he care, since all the gathering was going to be about is making peace and figuring out what the best strategy to take down those darn ants. Those creatures have been a thorn in the supernatural side for quite some time. The last thing they wanted was the humans discovering them and leading to a war between humanity and the supernatural. Though if there was one, it was going to be very short, since there were very powerful beings like the Dragon Kings, the Dragon Gods, heck, even the regular gods as well on the supernatural side. But now was not the time to be thinking of such an event. There was a lot on Azazel's mind at the moment, and the number 2 priority was finding a way to cure his seemingly endless boredom. Azazel, what to do? In the fallen angel's hand was a remote as he flicked through numerous channels on the TV, trying desperately to find something interesting to watch, like a TV show or maybe even a movie. However, he had been doing this for a solid hour or two and nothing has really come up. The only movies that were on were Top Gun, Maverick, Power Rangers, the live-action movie, and a bunch of others that he had seen numerous times. Azazel, so many channels, yet none seemed to have anything interesting on. He sighed as he brought his right hand to his face and rubbed it. Azazel, this sucks. He soon glanced at the window, seeing that it was still dark out. As he was staring out the window, his mind drifted off as he wondered how Mickey was doing at the hospital. It had been a while since he last visited her, his duties to the fallen angel faction halting his visits to the sick woman. He wanted to visit her every day until he found a way to wake her up, but unfortunately with everything that has been happening, such as Cockabeel, the Gathering, and those darn ants, he hasn't had the time. Although he ordered a couple of his fallen angels to keep watch over Miko's body, since he heard that Cockabeel tried to kill her when he attacked Q. Normally Azazel is a calm and collected person, but he won't lie when he says that he almost destroyed his own house in a rampage of fury. The only reason it wasn't destroyed is due to his old friend calming him down after he told him that Issei Hyoudou killed Cockabeel. Now all the danger was over. Unfortunately, Azazel wanted Cockabeel alive because he wanted to question him on why he turned his back on the fallen angel faction and wanted to start another great war. Then again, the reason was obvious, because Cockabeel was a bit of a maniac who enjoyed some good chaos, but it seemed that he foolishly forgot that no one won the previous great war. It was a massacre for everyone in the three factions because a lot of their members died that day. But what's done is done. Issei killed his former comrade and there was nothing Azazel could do about it. He can't blame the kid. He probably would have done the same thing to Cockabeel after getting all the answers he could from him. Speaking of which, Azazel hasn't heard word from the brown-haired boy in a while, and all that his spies have told him is that only the daughter of Kaido and the daughter of Thor were at his residence. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Issei had gone off-grid, but when he did was still unknown to Azazel. Where could Issei have gone? What was he doing now? Azazel, knowing that kid, he's probably out searching for a way to wake up Mickey. Azazel let out a small sigh. Azazel, hope he finds whatever he's searching for, because if not, then who knows how long. Ring, ring, ring. Here's the corrected version. Azazel perked up at the noise as he reached into his pocket and took out his phone, tilting his head a little to the left in curiosity. Who could be calling him at this hour of the night? It can't be Goro, since he normally just appears out of nowhere. Michael doesn't even have a phone, and Surzets was most likely busy setting up the gathering. Azazel, who's calling me? He pressed answer and placed the phone to his ear. Azazel, hello. Lord Azazel, I have something important to tell you. Azazel raised an eyebrow. He wasn't good at remembering names, but that tone sounded familiar. If memory served him correctly, that belonged to one of the fallen angels he ordered to keep guard of Mickey. At that moment, Azazel's eyes widened as a dreadful feeling began to fill his body. He immediately sat up with a concerned look on his face. Azazel, what's wrong at the hospital? Is Mickey okay? Fallen angel phone, she is all right, sir. In fact, you're never gonna believe this, she's awake. After hearing those words, if Azazel's eyes could get any wider, they would be bulging out of his skull. Silence filled the air around him as he didn't dare utter a single word because he hoped he wasn't dreaming. He hoped that he didn't drift off to sleep and this was all in his head. He swears to his dead father that he will lose his mind if this was a dream. But if it was true, if there is a chance that this wasn't a dream, then… Azazel, you're joking actually. Please don't be joking. Is she actually awake? Fallen angel phone, this isn't a joke, sir. One of the others just checked up on her and she is awake. Azazel couldn't believe this. He was at a loss for words as a small smile of joy grew on his face. Azazel, how is that possible? Fallen angel phone, it was the boy, her son. This gained Azazel's attention. Issei had returned from being off the grid. Not only that, he had returned with a cure for his mother's coma as well. Azazel, I see. Fallen angel phone, what would you like us to do, sir? The leader of the fallen angels let out a small chuckle. Azazel, nothing. Let them have their moment, they deserve it. Fallen angel phone, as you wish, Lord Azazel. With that, Azazel hung up and placed his phone down next to him as he stared at the ceiling. He was very happy with the news, overjoyed even since he missed his little hangouts with Mickey. Out of all the humans he had met, she was definitely a special one, and that wasn't just due to her connection with Goro. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, well done, kid, well done. Azazel was glad that one nightmare was over and done with, plus there was another upside to this, and that was that he may have just found a way to cure his boredom. Azazel, well. Azazel smirked as he stood up. Azazel, better go and see Mickey. Meanwhile with Issei. Issei. Silence. Issei. Silence. Issei. Silence. Issei, wake up. Issei's eyes shot open by the sudden voice, startling the young boy as he immediately looked up. The moment he did, though, his eyes widened in shock as he was left utterly speechless at the sight before him. It was his mother, Issei Hyoudou, and she was awake and sitting up in the hospital bed. Issei, mom. Mickey crossed her arms. Mickey, about time you answered me. I thought you were ignoring your mo. Mickey was cut off as her son lunged forward and hugged her tightly, startling the brown-haired woman by her son's sudden action. Mickey, Issei, what are you doing? She heard a sniffle. Issei, please. In the corner of her eye, Mickey caught a glimpse of small tears rolling down her son's face. She could tell he was trying his hardest to not break down, but it seemed that he couldn't keep it all in. Mickey, he's crying. This caught Mickey off guard because she had never seen her son act like this before. Of course, there were many times when he was worried about her health, but never in her life had she seen Issei cry before. Lately, he had been calm and collected, acting very mature for someone his age. Of course, his behavior before his change cannot be ignored, especially since she got so many phone calls from his teachers in the past. So seeing him act like this, tears rolling down his face and holding onto her like he was afraid, No, terrified of letting her go brought a dreadful feeling in her heart because Issei was all that she had left, especially after her husband's disappearance. Issei hugged Mickey tightly, burying his face into her shoulder. Issei, I'm so glad you're awake now, Mom. I thought I lost you. Mickey, Issei. Wrapping her arms around her son, Mickey hugged him back, but not as tightly as a small smile grew on her face. Mickey, I'm glad to have such a wonderful son. Issei couldn't help but chuckle. Issei, and I'm glad to have such a wonderful mother. Mickey smiled as she ruffled her son's hair, making the young man chuckle as he playfully slapped her hand away. Though the dreadful feeling of her mother never waking up from her coma still resided within the back of Issei's mind, he was just glad that everything turned out all right in the end. He was happy to have his mother back with him. He doesn't know whether or not this would happen again to his mother, nor was truly certain that the system was the cause of his mother's coma. If it wasn't, then Issei needed to be more cautious about what may occur in the future. Even though he has 2 more holy water of life bottles, he can't waste them carelessly because he wasn't sure if he could get any more of the ingredients to craft the holy water. But if the system truly is responsible for putting his dear mother in that coma, putting her life at risk for some sick joke or for another challenge, then Issei will continue using the system. He will get even stronger than he currently was, and when he finds the one who made the system, he'll ask them a few questions. After he gets the answers he seeks, then he'll take his daggers and shove them so far up their ass that even Masochists will pray for their survival, and Issei will be fresh out of mercy too. Mickey, Issei. Issei blinked as he looked at his mom. Issei, yes, Mom. Mickey, let's go home, you've been through a probably N. Suddenly, the two were interrupted by the sound of Mickey's stomach growling, which caused the brown-haired woman to blush in embarrassment. Issei snickered as Mickey tried to tell her son off, but her stomach growling wasn't helping much. After the third growling, Mickey's face was bright red, and Issei was leaning back in his chair, hand on his face as he was cracking up laughing. Mickey, shut up, it isn't funny. Issei chuckled. Issei, yeah, you're right. He soon grew a cocky smirk. Issei, it's hilarious. Mickey blushed even harder as she pouted at her son. Mickey, Issei. Issei went back to laughing, struggling to breathe from how hilarious this current situation was. Time skip brought to you by Abridged Solo Leveling. Azazel hugged Mickey tightly, who smiled and returned the hug to the leader of the fallen angels. Issei was watching all this from the sidelines, his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed at the man hugging his mother. They had just left the hospital after his mother went through a quick checkup to make sure that everything was in perfect order. She nearly had a heart attack from the medical bill, but Issei paid it off, which shocked her even more. The moment they left the building, they were greeted by a man named Azazel who seemed to know Mickey quite well. Issei figured this was the man who she hanged out with before falling into her coma, although looks like his worry about the said person being a fallen angel was true. This Azazel figure was definitely a fallen, and from what Issei is sensing, a pretty powerful one too. Whether or not he was in the same category like both Surzech and Seraphal was still unknown to Issei, but that doesn't mean he will be dropping his guard around him. Mickey, it's good to see you too, Azazel. She looked up at the fallen. Mickey, how has work been? Azazel chuckled and merely shrugged his shoulders. Azazel, you know me, Mickey, I don't pay attention. Mickey giggled at this as Issei noticed a small blush on his mother's cheeks, causing him to send a small glare at Azazel, who looked at the young man. Azazel, so you're Issei. He let go of Mickey and walked over to Issei, looking down at him. Mickey looked at the two and saw the size difference between them. Azazel was basically a giant compared to her son. Issei looked like he only reached up to Azazel's chest, but looking more closely she could see that Azazel was leaning forward a little bit. Issei stared at Azazel, his eyes glowing with a menacing aura as he held a serious and cold expression. Despite wearing sunglasses, Azazel's eyes were also glowing, but unlike the boy in front of him, the leader of the fallen angels held a confident expression with almost a smug smirk. Azazel, I heard a lot about you, it's nice to finally meet you. He held out his hand. Azazel named Azazel. Issei glanced down at Azazel's hand, then back up at him as he slowly reached out and shook the man's hand. Issei, pleasure to meet you. As the two shook, Issei could feel Azazel applying a little pressure to his grip as the fallen held his smirk. Issei wasn't fazed by this as he decided to apply a tiny bit of pressure of his own. Azazel, damn, you have a strong grip. Issei, thanks. Azazel chuckled as he let go of Issei's hand and turned to Mickey. Azazel, well Mickey, shall we head off to your place? We can throw a little party in honor of your return. Mickey smiled. Mickey, I like the sound of that. She then turned to Issei. Mickey, you don't mind that Issei, right? Issei glanced at Azazel and glared at him before he looked back at his mother, nodding his head. Azazel, great, let's get going. With that done, both Azazel and Mickey turned and began to walk off as Issei watched them leave. His mom seemed happy to see the fallen, but he doesn't trust him since he could be someone who served cockabeel and was looking for revenge. Issei better keep a close eye on him. Issei was about to follow the duo, but he soon felt something watching him which put the brown-haired boy on alert. His eyes darted around the area, searching for whoever was around, but he didn't seem to find anything. Issei, the hell was that? From his left shoulder, a dark aura rose up which gained Issei's attention as he watched as the aura took the form of D-Drake's head. Issei, D-Drake. D-Drake, he's here. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei who? Issei noticed that D-Drake was staring up at the night sky, causing the young man to turn in the same direction as he was greeted by the sight of the moon which shined its rays of shining light upon the world below. However, what got Issei's attention was the figure floating in front of the moon. Issei, D-Drake, who is that? D-Drake, that my liege, is my rival. This surprised Issei, D-Drake's rival. He remembered the shadow dragon mentioning that before he got turned into a sacred gear, he battled against another dragon who he considered his equal. The pair were unable to best each other, which ended up getting them both killed during the Great War. Issei, so that's him. D-Drake nodded his head. D-Drake, yes, that's the white one. D-Drake's the White Dragon Emperor. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 25, Vampire. Third-person POV. Issei, I don't trust him. Issei sat on his bed with a serious expression, both his eyes glowing with a faint purple hue. He had just arrived back at his residence a few minutes ago, accompanied by his mother, who was happy the place hadn't been turned inside out while she was away, and the man, or rather the fallen angel, Azazel. After arriving back, Issei told his mother that he was heading up to his room. She questioned him, wondering if everything was all right with Issei, which he waved off, stating that he had a long day and just wanted to get some shut-eye. Mickey understood and told the brown-haired boy that she'll see him in the morning, saying that he needs to tell her about all she had missed during her coma. He absolutely despised the idea of leaving his mother alone, especially around a man like Azazel. So far, Issei's experience with the fallen angels has all been pretty much the same thing. They want to kill him. Maybe that was the reason why the White Dragon Emperor was close by. There was a chance that he or she sensed Azazel and went to check them out. Then again, they probably could be working for the fallen as well. Maybe not like how Aquino and the others are loyal to Riaz, but more like a bodyguard hired muscle for the right price. Either way, if the White Dragon Emperor is connected to Azazel, then that was bad news for Issei. But with his current level in Shadow Soldiers, Issei was more than confident in his abilities to handle the Vanishing Dragon. Speaking of them, Issei had the most peculiar itch at the back of his mind, followed by the sense of déjà vu. He didn't know if he was merely imagining it, but he was getting the feeling that he had already met the White Dragon Emperor. This was strange because he doesn't recall meeting anyone with the Vanishing Dragon Sacred Gear. There's also the fact that D-Drake would have reminded him if he had met them before. He'll figure it out at a later date, because whether or not he remembers the identity of the White Dragon Emperor didn't matter at the moment. What did though was the fact that his mother, who just awakened from her coma, was currently sitting downstairs with a fallen angel. So far there hasn't been any screaming, nor has Issei picked up on any malicious intention. Although Issei theorized that Azazel could be using a barrier to block those out. But the system hasn't gone off either, and it alerts him of red gates which supernatural beings like Riaz and her brother aren't able to. He hoped she was okay. He hoped that Azazel wasn't doing anything to her, because if he was, then Issei will make hell freeze over and heaven burn. He swears that he'll chow. Issei. The brown-haired boy blinked. Issei, huh? He was taken aback up by the sudden voice, snapping him out of his thoughts as he turned his head to the right and was greeted by none other than Yoruichi, who was sitting on the bed in her human form, turned her head to Issei and saw his expression. Yoruichi, Issei, calm down, you look like you're about to explode. Issei, I'm fine. Yoruichi deadpan at her owner. Yoruichi, Issei, I can tell that you're not fine. Issei turned to Yoruichi, closing his eyes as he gave a small smile. Issei, what gives you the impression that I'm not all right? This caused Yoruichi to cross her arms as she looked down, causing Issei to follow her gaze, and he saw that one of his legs was repeatedly stomping the ground. Yoruichi, well, that's a start, but... She then pointed at Issei's face. Yoruichi, your right eye has been twitching every now and again. Issei blinked. Issei, oh. He immediately stopped stomping the ground as he then closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath before exhaling. He must have been so wrapped up with a fallen angel being close to his mother that he tuned out everything else around him. Who knows how many times Yoruichi tried to get his attention. Issei, sorry Yoruichi, I guess I've had a lot on my mind. Yoruichi, I know you said you didn't trust Azazel 50 times. Issei flinched slightly. Did he really say those words that many times? He thought he only said them a single time, but it looks like he was right. Issei, I see. Yoruichi sighed. Yoruichi, look Issei, I know you don't have the best experience with fallen angels. Hey, ain't that the truth? Yoruichi turned and glared slightly at Yamato, who was sitting up against the wall with her legs crossed as she was polishing her club. The daughter of Kaido soon noticed the glare that Yoruichi was giving her and chuckled nervously. Yamato, hee, Jay, just ignore me and carry on. Yoruichi, that's what I thought. Issei couldn't help but chuckle slightly, shaking his head as Yoruichi turned back to him. Yoruichi, anyways, as I was saying before someone interrupted me. Yamato flinched again as she looked away, whistling quietly. Yoruichi, I was about to say that even though Azazel is a fallen angel, I can guarantee that your mother isn't in any danger. Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Issei, and how do you know that? You know this Azazel? Yoruichi, no, not in person, especially since I am, well, you know. Issei nodded. Yoruichi, but I have heard rumors of him when I was growing up. They say that he was an extraordinary brawler and proved his natural talent for domination repeatedly through an endless series of fights with those stupid enough to oppose him. This piqued Issei's curiosity, finding what Yoruichi had just said both interesting and very strange. Azazel was a brawler. He knew what it meant, but hearing that a fallen angel was a brawler just felt a little unusual. The main reason for this is because out of all of the fallen angels that he has met, Rainier, that weird pedo fallen, his goons, and heck even Cockabeel, they all used light spears. This must mean that Azazel has a ridiculous amount of strength, either from an unknown source or he pulled a one-punch man and trained until he became strong. That is not all. Just then a dark aura formed around Issei as D-Drake's head rose up from Issei's shoulder. D-Drake, I have also crossed paths with Azazel too. Issei, you have? D-Drake nodded. D-Drake, yes, he and I faced off against each other during the Great War. While not as powerful as my partner nor I, Azazel without a doubt had the best potential to become one of the strongest beings in the world. Issei, he's that tough. D-Drake chuckled. D-Drake, indeed, he is also the only being who managed to survive me biting down upon. He had to rip out 2 of my fangs just to free himself from my grasp, and dragon teeth are nigh impossible to remove. If Issei could be any more shocked, his eyes would be bulging out of his skull. He already figured that Azazel had to be a very powerful fallen angel, but to survive a bite from a dragon that wields the power to kill literal gods is a whole other story. Like seriously, Issei thought him gaining the respect of Sun Wukong was the most impressive thing he would ever bear witness to. Issei, geez, this dude is one tough motherfucker. Yoruichi, indeed he is. D-Drake nodded. Issei, do you think I'll have a chance of beating him? D-Drake couldn't help but chuckle at his liege's question, finding something amusing. D-Drake, oh my liege, how little you believe in yourself. Issei, D-Drake, you are more than powerful enough to take on Azazel. He doesn't stand a chance against you. Issei raised an eyebrow at this. Has he really become that powerful? He struggled against Baron back in the Demon Castle, but then again, he still isn't sure if there is a difference between a regular supernatural being and something that comes from the dungeon. Plus, as far as he knows, the system makes them and can create more powerful monsters for Issei to battle again whenever it desires. Issei, have I really gotten that powerful? He turned to Yoruichi, who merely shrugged her shoulders. Yoruichi, don't ask me, I wouldn't know since I don't come with you on your little trips to who knows where. Issei, ah yeah, that's true. Yoruichi shook her head as she placed a hand on Issei's shoulder, growing a small smile. Yoruichi, but don't drag yourself down after all. You have more feats than my dumbass father ever could. Issei smiled back as this filled him with confidence, but he soon brought this confidence to a halt as something didn't seem right. Thor, the god of thunder, having fewer feats than him, a mere human, yeah, something didn't seem right with that sentence. He narrowed his eyes at Yoruichi. Issei, you made that up, didn't you? Yoruichi giggled at Issei's expression before putting on a smug grin. Yoruichi, yes, I did. Issei's eye twitched. Issei, I hate you. This time, Yoruichi laughed as she then grabbed Issei and kissed him on the cheek. Yoruichi, love you too, babe. Time skip brought to you by Yoruichi drawing a mustache on Issei. Issei, so why are we standing here? Riaz, her peerage, and Issei were currently in the old school building, standing in front of a door that appeared to be sealed off. Riaz, last night my brother insisted on releasing the seal and allowing the bishop to leave this area. I'm not sure why, but the bishop refused the offer. Issei deadpanned a little. That basically described what a shut-in was to perfection. Aquino, such a shame really, considering the child used to be the largest earner we had. Issei looked at Aquino and raised an eyebrow. Issei, really? Aquino nodded. Kiba, with special contacts, the bishop used a computer to make them. Zenovia, that means the bishop's power must have been pretty dangerous if it was sealed. Riaz nodded her head as she held her hand out. In a matter of seconds, the seal on the door broke. Kaneko, and the seal has been broken. Riaz, alright, let's see how this goes. Riaz pushed the door open as she and her peerage entered the room, with Issei soon following closely behind them. But the moment he stepped foot into the room, though, this took Issei by surprise, as he didn't expect to hear, well, anything like that. Both Asia and Zenovia were in the same boat as well, both needing a moment to calm their nerves. Riaz, well, hello, I'm glad to see you're looking well. I don't understand what's going on. Riaz walked up to what appeared to be either a bed or a coffin in the middle of the room. Riaz, the seal has been broken, so you're free to come home with us, okay? Aquino pulled the covers off, allowing everyone to see who was underneath. It was a young kid, around Kaneko's age, with blonde hair and purple eyes, dressed in a cute academy girl's uniform. No, I don't want to leave, it's scary out there. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, another cute blonde girl. He looked at Asia. Issei, looks like you're not the only blonde, Asia. Asia, it seems so, Issei. Asia was soon cut off by Kiba's chuckling, which gained Issei's attention as the brown-haired boy looked at his fellow male. Issei, what's so funny, Kiba? Kiba struggled to keep a straight face as he laughed some more, much to Issei's confusion and annoyance. Issei, what's so funny? Riaz, allow me to explain, Issei. Issei looked at Riaz. Riaz, everyone say hello to Gasper Vladi, the other bishop in my household. He is a first-year student. Before I turned him into a devil, this little guy was actually half human, half vampire. Asia, a real one. Issei, this is a vampire, as in those bloodsuckers that you see in old movies. Riaz nodded her head. Issei, I see. Suddenly, the realization hit Issei like a truck as he froze on the spot. Did Riaz just call Gasper a he? Didn't she mean she? Yeah, that had to be the case, because there is absolutely no way in heaven or hell that he called a boy cute. Issei, wait a second. His head spun around and looked at Kiba, who had finished laughing. Issei, when were you gonna tell me that this bishop was a cross-dresser? Kiba started to chuckle as he shrugged his shoulders, making Issei punch him in the shoulder. Kiba, ow. He held his arm. Kiba, okay, I deserve that. Issei shook his head before he turned his attention to Gasper. Issei, who are you dressing for? There's gotta be a reason for all that. Gasper, for me, I guess. I just think these clothes are cuter. Issei blinked once, twice, and 3 times. Out of all the reasons that people do stuff, he definitely wasn't expecting to hear something like that, although he will admit. Issei, well, I can't argue with that logic. Riaz, Gasper, why don't you come outside now, okay? Gasper, I don't wanna, please don't make me. Issei sighed and gently grabbed Gasper's wrist. Issei, come on, little bloodsucker, let's go. Gasper screamed as his eyes glowed yellow before he disappeared from Issei's grasp, much to the brown-haired boy's shock. Issei, what the? He looked back to ask where Gasper went, but to his surprise, everyone seemed to be frozen. Issei, what the hell is going on? He heard a small sniffle as he turned and saw Gasper in the corner of the room, eyes glowing yellow as he looked at Issei with a surprised expression. Gasper, why you're not frozen? Issei, frozen. He looked back at Riaz and the others, slowly piecing everything together. Issei, this is your power, you can freeze time. Gasper flinched but slowly nodded. Gasper, I'm sorry I made you mad, didn't I? Please don't hit me, oh please, I didn't mean it. Issei, wow, now that is a cool power. This surprised Gasper because he fully expected Issei to yell at him for what he did. Gasper, why you're not mad? Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, why would I be mad? This surprised Gasper even more as he calmed down, his eyes going back to their regular color as Riaz and the others moved once again. Zenovia, where did he go? Issei, oh, over here. Riaz and her peerage turned to them. Riaz, you weren't standing there, Issei, what happened? Issei, oh, this little dude stopped time. It affected everyone except for me. This surprised Riaz. Riaz, how? Issei shrugged. Issei, hell if I know, I'm just as confused as you are, but can I ask something? Riaz nodded as Issei pointed at Gasper. Issei, does he possess a sacred gear? Aquino, he does, and it's called the Forbidden Balor View, also known as the evil eye that stops the world. Issei, you mean his time-stopping powers? Aquino nodded. Aquino, that's right. Unfortunately, Gasper couldn't control his power, so Surzets decided he should be sealed away. Riaz, on top of that, his ability seems to grow stronger unconsciously, so there's a distinct possibility it could become a balance breaker. Issei didn't know why, but he felt glad that he wasn't affected by Gasper's sacred gear, because to think that someone so young has the most dangerous power he could ever imagine kind of worried him a little. Issei, thank God I'm not their enemy. Time skip brought to you by Issei, slapping himself for thinking Gasper was a girl. Gasper ahhhhhh. Gasper was screaming and running away from Zenovia, who was chasing after the poor vampire boy with Durandal in her hand. Zenovia, if you don't start moving those little legs, boy, I'm gonna slice them off. Issei deadpanned. Issei, how is this meant to help him? He looked down at Kaneko, who was standing next to him. Issei, has Kiba ever done anything similar to this with other people? Kaneko shook her head. Kaneko, no, he hasn't. Issei, ah, good to know we only have one psychopath. Gasper soon sat down at the base of the tree, panting heavily. Issei's sweat dropped. Issei, don't sit like that, I already thought you were a girl once. Gasper, I don't understand why you have to be so mean to me. Zenovia panted slightly as she crossed her arms. Zenovia, I'm not trying to be mean, but you have to get strong if you want to protect your king. Issei's sweat dropped again. Issei, well, she seems to be enjoying herself. Gasper, I can't do this anymore. What you say doesn't matter if my legs won't work. Kaneko walked up to Gasper. Kaneko, Gaspy, you'll feel better if you eat this. Gasper looked at Kaneko and much to his horror, the white-haired cat devil had garlic in her hands. Gasper, no way, are you trying to kill me? Gasper soon started to run away from Kaneko, who began chasing the poor vampire boy. Kaneko, this is no time to be picky. Come on, you can wash it down with some holy water, Gasper. As Issei watched, he couldn't help but chuckle a little because of how Kaneko was chasing him. Asia, where did she even get those? Zenovia, same place she gets her sweets. Issei laughed a little, but he soon grabbed Kaneko by the collar of her shirt and picked her up like a kitten. Kaneko, Issei, I think that is enough, kitty. Kaneko, meow. Just then Sona's pawn, Saji, walked around the corner and saw Issei and the others. Saji, hey guys, having fun? Issei looked at the blonde. Issei, why are you here? Saji heard Riaz finally released her dangerous bishop, so I wanted to check things out. Saji then looked over and saw Gasper, causing him to smile. Saji, what, another pretty blonde? Issei, and that's a boy. At that moment, Saji held his head down in disappointment. Saji, a dude, oh why have I been forsaken? Issei, what the heck is wrong with this dude? He shook his head as he soon sensed something, summoning one of his daggers as he pointed it at a nearby tree. Issei, come out, I know you're there. Everyone was confused as Issei narrowed his eyes, which started glowing with a faint purple hue. Issei, show yourself, Azazel. Bleh. 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 End of chapter. S2 Chapter 26, Light vs. Shad. Third-person POV. Issei, show yourself, Azazel. After saying those words as loudly as he could, a small chuckle appeared, and Azazel emerged from behind the tree with his arms crossed and an amused smile on his face. Azazel, should have figured that you would detect me. Issei narrowed his eyes. Issei, I knew you were a fallen angel the moment I saw you. Azazel merely chuckled as Zenobia held her sword tightly, ready to fight if the leader of the fallen tried anything. Both Kaneko and Asia got into fighting stances, while Saji summoned his sacred gear, which looked like a black frog with purple eyes. Saji looked at Issei. Issei, did you just say that this dude is Azazel, as in the governor of the fallen angels? Issei glanced at Saji. Issei, does it matter if he's the leader of them? Amused by all this, Azazel couldn't help but grow a small smirk, his eyes shining red as a golden aura started to cover his body. This sent a cold shiver down everyone's spines as they felt their legs shake a little. Asia, T this pressure. Saji, W what the hell, I can't move. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, none of you stand a ghost of a chance against me, well, all except for. He turned his attention back towards Issei, who surprisingly was the only one who wasn't affected by the sheer pressure of Azazel's aura. In fact, he was glaring at the fallen while giving off his own menacing purple aura. Azazel, you're really the only one who could give me a real challenge, but I don't think Mickey would like it if I harmed her son. Issei's glare intensified when his mother's name was mentioned. Issei, I swear if you did N. Azazel held up his hands defensively. Azazel, whoa there, no need to get angry. I haven't done anything to your mother. Issei narrowed his eyes. Azazel, it's true, I haven't. I wouldn't dare bring any harm to her. Issei, you better not be lying. Azazel merely shrugged his shoulders. Azazel, believe me if you want, but I only speak the truth if Mickey is involved. With that, Issei calmed down a little as the purple aura surrounding his body slowly disappeared. He still didn't trust Azazel around his mother, but he couldn't sense any malicious intention from him either. So for the time being, he'll believe Azazel but will continue to keep an eye on him. Azazel looked around. Azazel, is the Holy Devil sword user here? Issei, no, Kiba isn't here. Azazel sighed. Azazel not here, talk about boring. The leader of the fallen soon noticed Gasper, who was hiding behind the tree he was previously resting at. Azazel, hey vampire boy. This startled Gasper, causing him to flinch as he slowly looked at Azazel. Azazel, forbidden Balor view, you know that sacred gear will be dangerous if the user's capacity is low. He then noticed the sacred gear on Saji's hand. Azazel, is that the absorption line? If you're practicing, try using that. Connect it to the vampire. If he invokes it while you're absorbing the sacred gear's excess, it would probably run less wild. Hearing this surprised Saji as he looked at his sacred gear. Saji, it can do that. Azazel raised an eyebrow. Azazel, you didn't know? The absorption line holds the power of one of the legendary 5 dragon kings, the prison dragon Vritra. That thing can connect to any object and can scatter that power. If it's a short time, it's possible to separate the line from the owner's side and connect it to some other person or object. After saying that, Saji was even more surprised because he had absolutely no idea that his sacred gear was that powerful. Meanwhile, Issei, on the other hand, was more curious about 2 things. The first one was the fact that Saji had a dragon sacred gear. It made him curious if D-Drake had ever met this Vritra in the past because he sounds like a big deal if he is one of the dragon kings. The second thing that the brown-haired boy was curious about is Azazel's angle in all this. Why was he trying to help them? Obviously, the summit was meant to bring peace between the 3 factions, but still, why would he share information with people who may end up becoming his enemies if the summit fails? It made no sense to Issei, none of it did. Azazel, although there is another way that could help you. This gained everyone's attention as Azazel smirked. Azazel, if he drinks Issei's blood, it should be an easy way for him to control his power. This surprised everyone as Issei merely narrowed his eyes at Azazel, who took notice, and his smirk grew wider. Azazel, well, I've said all I needed to say. He turned around. Azazel gotta go later. With that, Azazel started to walk off as Issei watched him go, his eyes glowing with a faint purple. Time skip brought to you by Issei, spying on Azazel. A little while had passed since Azazel spoke his suggestions on how to assist Gasper. While he didn't want to admit it because he still didn't trust him, Issei had to say that Azazel's idea of having Saji use his sacred gear on Gasper could possibly help them. Issei decided to test the theory. And so, he and the others were currently standing in the school gym. Issei held a volleyball in his hands as he looked over to the other side, seeing Saji standing on the sidelines with his sacred gear out, a line connected to Gasper who was wearing a cute academy gym uniform. Unfortunately, it was the female one. As weird as it was, Issei had to admit that Gasper actually looked pretty cute. He immediately stopped himself and shook his head, trying to get those weird thoughts out of his mind. Issei, no, none of that. I'm not letting the system use this against me. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him. Notice player is at. Issei didn't even hesitate to punch the screen, sending it flying into a wall. Issei, shut the fuck up, system. He shook his head as he turned and looked at Gasper. Issei, alright Gasper, here it comes. He didn't want to harm him, so Issei decided to throw the ball normally at Gasper. However, Gasper immediately got scared at the approaching ball as his eyes glowed yellow and he vanished from everyone's view. Saji blinked in surprise. Saji, where did he go? Issei, on the other hand, pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a small sigh of frustration. This was going to be more difficult than he thought. Kaneko soon came back, dragging a scared Gasper by the back of his shirt. Kaneko found him hiding in a corner. Issei looked over at Saji. Issei, Saji, you think you can take a little more of his energy? He nodded. Saji, you got it. The line on his sacred gear glowed pink as it started to take some of Gasper's power, making the vampire boy moan a little. Issei's sweat dropped. Issei, what the fuck? Time skip brought to you by the system annoying Issei. At the old school building, both Issei and Riaz stood in front of Gasper's door. Riaz, Gasper, please come out. I want you to know that I never wanted you in here. Issei looked at Riaz. Issei, sorry to bother you while you were in a meeting. Riaz shook her head. Riaz, it's okay. This means a lot to me that you're trying so hard to help him. Issei nodded his head. Now for a little context on what happened. Gasper was getting scared of the volleyballs every time Issei threw them, disappearing to some random corner away from everyone. At some point, Issei considered following the other idea that Azazel had suggested and giving some of his blood to Gasper. However, much to the brown-haired boy's surprise, Gasper apparently hates the taste of blood even though he is a vampire. He said that the smell of blood made him want to puke, which only added to Issei's surprise since he had no idea that he would ever come across a vampire who did not like blood. Either way, this resulted in Kaneko calling Gasper the worst vampire ever, leading him to cry because Kaneko was being so mean to him, and now he has locked himself back in the room, refusing to come out. Gasper, I don't want to leave, it's too scary outside. Issei sighed. Issei, well, looks like we made things worse. Riaz, knowing his past, there's only so much that we can do. Hearing this caught Issei's attention as he looked at the crimson-haired devil girl. Issei, his past, care to explain? Riaz nodded and began to tell Issei everything about Gasper's past. It turns out that Gasper was born between a vampire lord named Vladdy and a human mother, the latter of whom died shortly after giving birth to Gasper. However, Gasper was born as a mass of darkness which accidentally cursed his mother and several servants to death. Between the incredible fear of Gasper's true form from the higher-ups, his uncontrollable sacred gear, and people's general prejudice towards the half-breed, Gasper grew up in isolation and abuse. Riaz explained that she came upon the boy by pure chance as he was on the run from some vampire hunters at the time. Riaz managed to save Gasper's life, but due to the circumstances of his past, he had developed severe agoraphobia. After Riaz finished explaining, Issei remained silent as his hair covered his eyes. However, Riaz was certain that she could see glimpses of purple through the gaps in his hair. Issei was clearly angry, and she couldn't blame him for feeling that way, as she had felt the same when learning about Gasper's past from her brother. Riaz, you're angry, aren't you? Issei slowly nodded. Riaz, yeah, I can't blame you. She wore a sad expression as she let out a small sigh. Riaz, what kind of king am I? I can treat them with all the love I have, but I can never help them with their pain. She clenched her hand into a fist. Riaz, I'm so pathetic. Issei gently placed a hand on Riaz's shoulder, causing her to look up at the brown-haired boy. Issei, you're a great king, Riaz. The others know that and they love you for it. He then looked towards the door. Issei, you head off, I'll talk with Gasper. Riaz, are you sure? He nodded. Issei, yeah, I'll see if I can at least try to break through that shell of his. Riaz, okay Issei, thank you. Issei gave Riaz a warm smile. Issei, don't mention it, I'll always be happy to help. Riaz smiled back and gave Issei a kiss on the cheek before she began to walk away, leaving Issei as the only one remaining in front of the door. He soon approached the door, sat down next to it, and rested his head against the wall. Issei, hey Gasper, do you want to hear a story? Gasper, what kind of story? A small smile spread across Issei's face. Issei, how about a story of a person who was given a second chance at life? With that, Issei began to tell Gasper the story of his transformation from a weak nobody to the person he is today. He recounted how he was once a regular teenage boy, albeit a bit perverted, who was completely unaware of the supernatural world. Despite his flaws, Issei deeply cared for his mother, who faced immense stress daily after his father mysteriously disappeared without a trace. He expressed his desire to help and support his mother in any way possible, unable to bear seeing her return home exhausted and burdened. Issei shared his first-hand encounter with the supernatural, recalling the time he met a beautiful girl named Yuma who turned out to be a fallen angel named Rainer sent to kill him due to his sacred gear. The pain he experienced in those final moments was excruciating, not from Rainer's deception or his own injuries, but from the thought of leaving his mother alone. However, just before he was about to perish, Issei was rescued by the system, which transformed him into a player, repaired his body, and kept him alive until he reached the hospital. Issei recounted the challenges he faced, such as being chased by giant centipedes for hours after failing a daily quest, and his first dungeon experience where he battled steel fang wolves and a massive purple snake, earning his first boss reward, a dagger. As Issei continued his narrative, Gasper listened intently, absorbing every detail of the hardships Issei endured upon entering the supernatural realm and the individuals he encountered, including Riaz, Akino, Yoruichi, Yamato, and even Sun Wukong. Gasper was left speechless and filled with admiration for Issei's journey. He was astonished to learn that Issei had confronted the legendary Monkey King and emerged as his rival. It became evident to Gasper that there was much more to Issei than initially met the eye. Gasper, hey Issei. Issei, yes Gasper. Gasper opened the door a little and looked at Issei, small tears in his eyes. Gasper, why don't you leave? I've only caused more trouble for you. Issei, why? He looked down as he let out a soft chuckle and gazed back at Gasper, his eyes shining with a faint purple hue. Initially startled, Gasper wanted to hide, but the more he stared into Issei's eyes, the calmer he felt. Issei, I haven't left because you remind me of myself. Gasper's eyes widened. Gasper, I do. Issei nodded. Issei, yes, like I said in my story, I may have been a pervert, but that was only a mask to hide how scared I was for my mother's health. He then pointed at Gasper. Issei, you're scared too, scared that someday the same thing that killed your mother will affect Riaz and the others. Gasper fell silent as Issei's words echoed throughout his mind. It was true that he was scared of that happening. Riaz saved him, she gave him a home and a new family. He didn't want to lose that family like he lost his mother, but he simply couldn't control that cursed power of his. Gasper, I. Issei stared at Gasper, watching tears stream down the vampire boy's face, unable to hold them back any longer. Gasper, I am scared, I don't want to lose anyone, but I'm so weak, I can't do anything right, I'm nothing but a burden, I shouldn't have been Bo. Issei, don't you dare say that. Gasper felt Issei grab onto his shoulders, pulling him into a hug as Gasper's head rested upon the brown-haired boy's right shoulder. Issei, you're not a burden, Gasper. You never are and never will be. Issei gritted his teeth a little. Issei, I may not be a devil like Riaz or the others, but I don't need to be one. If you're ever scared, if you're ever in danger, then I will be there to help you. Gasper was taken aback by Issei's words. How could he say something like that when he has been nothing but an annoyance since he was unsealed? Gasper, Issei. Tears continued to stream down Gasper's face, but a small smile started to appear as he hugged back. Gasper, thank you. Issei smiled. Issei, don't mention it, I'm always happy to help. Time skip brought to you by Issei, showing Gasper anime. It was a new day in the town of Kyoto. The sun was high in the sky and the birds were singing. But that wasn't all. Today was also the day that the meeting between the three factions leaders would take place. At that moment, someone was floating in the air above the school. This person was a handsome young man with light silver hair and hazel eyes. He wore a dark green v-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. Additionally, he had on burgundy jeans with a silver chain drooping down over them, black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. However, that wasn't all, because from his back, he had a pair of wings that were very familiar. Tonight's finally the night. All the higher-ups are gathering to discuss the most boring issue to be discussed. Just then, the boy looked down and saw a black-haired girl standing on a pole, surprising him. I thought there was nothing left in this boring world to interest me. Off-eyes looked back at the boy. Off-eyes, that's what you normally say, isn't it, Volley? Volley, because it's the truth. There's nothing left in this boring world to interest me. Off-eyes, I wouldn't be too sure. This caught the silver-haired boy's attention, and he wondered what Off-eyes was talking about. Volley, what do you mean? Off-eyes simply sighed. Off-eyes, let's just say that an old friend of mine told me something. Volley was confused about this. Who was this old friend of hers? Meanwhile, with Issei. Issei was sitting in the club room, waiting patiently as Riaz and the others were preparing to head off to the summit. The issue with Gasper had been resolved a little. The vampire was now a bit calmer around everyone. Although perfect results weren't expected, because he still tended to get scared and unintentionally use his powers to disappear into some random corner. However, that wasn't all, because there was something off about Gasper that Riaz took notice of immediately. The moment Gasper was anywhere near Issei's presence, it was like his entire personality took a complete 180. He was extremely calm and happy, basically ignoring everything around him and focusing only on Issei. While confusing, Riaz decided to chalk it up to whatever Issei did after she left him to take care of Gasper. Speaking of which, Gasper was currently sitting directly on Issei's lap as he played on a Nintendo Switch that was given to him. Gasper, yay, I won again. Issei chuckled in amusement. Issei, you're pretty good at Super Smash Bros. Gasper, you sure this is your first time? Gasper nodded his head. Issei, damn, I'm jealous, I'm not good at the game at all. Gasper, it's okay, senpai, you're still amazing. Issei smiled, although hearing Gasper say the words senpai felt a little weird to Issei, because that's what Kaneko calls him, and she was his girlfriend. Issei wanted to ask Gasper to not call him that, but he didn't want to say anything to upset the vampire boy when he just got him to be more relaxed around others. Riaz soon looked at everyone. Riaz, alright, everyone ready? Everyone nodded their heads. Riaz looked at Gasper. Riaz, Gasper, behave yourself while we're gone. Gasper, oh, okay. Riaz, now I don't mean to scold, but if you activate your power, it could stall the meeting, and we don't want that. I hope you understand. Gasper nodded. Gasper, yes, ma'am. Riaz, but Kaneko is gonna be staying here and taking care of you, isn't that right? Kaneko nodded her head. She looked at the vampire boy and pulled out a box of snacks. Kaneko, I also stocked up on snacks for us. Gasper, wow, I don't even know where to begin. Issei chuckled as he ruffled Gasper's hair. Issei, don't eat too much, okay? Gasper laughed as he playfully smacked Issei's hand away. Gasper, I won't, senpai. Issei smiled as he stood up from the couch, turning to Kaneko. Issei, keep him safe. Kaneko nodded her head. With that, Riaz and the others, minus Kaneko and Gasper, made their way out of the occult research club and toward the school building. When they made it inside, they walked up to the top floor where the meeting would be taking place. They soon arrived at the meeting room, and Riaz knocked on the door. Riaz, may we come in? Yes, please enter. She opened the door and walked inside with her peerage following her. When they entered, Issei saw Sona, Tsubaki, Surzech, Serafal, Azazel, Vali, Irina, and a man he guessed was the leader of the Angel faction. Surzech, everyone is here. He gestured to Riaz and her peerage. Surzech, this is my sister Riaz and her peerage. They're the ones who fought against Cockabeel during his surprise attack a few days ago. Angel leader, that is a rather impressive feat. I thank each one of you for all your hard work. Issei stood against the wall with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the leader of the angels. While this was his first time seeing the man himself, he did have a feeling that he would be someone kind and gentle. But then again, the only other angel he knew of was the one called Michael from the DC Comics, and that one is more like a warrior. Either way, Issei hopes that this summit would go smoothly because the last thing he or anyone wanted was there to be conflict that could endanger the lives of innocent people. Meanwhile, outside the academy. Just outside of the academy were the armies of the angels, devils, and fallen angels who were standing guard in case to protect their leaders. Back in the meeting, both Riaz and Sona were giving their report on the battle against Cockabeel, showing a recording of the battle on a magic screen. However, Issei had absolutely no idea how they managed to get the footage of the fight. Riaz, the rest of the details regarding the incident between Cockabeel and my household can be found in my official report. Sona, as a witness, Sona Citri, can confirm the report given by Lady Gremory. Zerzech smiled. Zerzech, that will be all, thank you very much. Serafal looked at Sona and Riaz, smiling at them both. Serafal, great job ladies, I'm so proud of you both. Zerzech turned his attention to Azazel. Zerzech, perhaps the Governor General of the Fallen Angels cares to share his opinion on the report. Azazel, Cockabeel went rogue and did it behind my back, therefore my thoughts on it don't really matter that much. The angel leader looked at Azazel. Angel leader, so he acted entirely on his own. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, well, he never had my permission if that's what you're asking, but something tells me the damn fool wouldn't have tried to destroy the whole town if he knew I was staying here. I've grown quite fond of this little place. Zerzech silently sighed as he kept a straight face. Zerzech, try to stay on topic if you please. Azazel, well, I had sent the White Dragon Emperor in to resolve the issue, but he didn't get to do much since Cockabeel was killed by the time he had arrived. Azazel glanced over at Issei, smirking as the brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes back at Azazel. Angel leader, what I find most troubling about the attack itself is his motivation. It seems he was rather dissatisfied with the status. Azazel nodded. Azazel, yeah, the war ending halfway through really stuck him the wrong way. What he really wanted was perpetual combat, but at this late stage in the game I have no interest in starting a war. Serafal, the seeds of discontent. Azazel, that behavior isn't exclusive to my faction. Zerzech sighed. Zerzech, again I ask that we stay focused on the matter at hand. After all, that is why we're here. Azazel, spare me, let's just make peace and be done with it. That's the purpose of this grand summit, isn't it? Of course it is. Everyone was taken aback by this. Meanwhile, Issei just stared at Azazel with narrowed eyes. There was something off about him. It was like he wanted to get this summit over and done with quickly. At first, Issei was going to chalk this down to him being arrogant and thinking that he has better things to do. However, he gets the feeling that there was more to this than anyone realizes. Azazel, our little three-way deadlock is getting rather old and hardly doing this world any favors. I assume we're all in agreement on that. Angel leader, both God and the Devil King are gone. Both of our war generals have been annihilated. Azazel, we have a complication. Once again, it's not even our three powers, but as you know, these forces are equally if not more destructive, and they are. Azazel, the White Dragon Emperor. Azazel and our mystery boy Issei Hyoudou, I want to hear their thoughts. Volley, what I like is to fight someone who's as strong as me. Volley glanced at Issei, who glanced back at him. Azazel, yes, but you can still find a lot of powerful opponents without having a war. Volley, I suppose. Azazel chuckled as he looked over at Issei. Azazel, well, Issei, any thoughts to share? Everyone looked at Issei, who simply stood where he was with his arms crossed. He wasn't expecting to play any part in this other than observe, but it looks like he has no other choice but to say what's on his mind. Issei, I have no interest in war. It's not good for any side and only leads to one's own ruin. But if anyone or anything attempts to bring harm to those I care for some sick pleasure, well. Everyone felt a shiver go down their spines as they saw Issei gain a dark aura around his body. he looked at them all with a serious expression, one of his eyes shining with a menacing purple hue. Issei, I'll kill them all. Everyone silently gulped as they could tell that Issei was being serious. This made Rias glad that Issei wasn't their enemy because with his capabilities, he was basically unstoppable. Azazel was the first to recover as he let out a chuckle. Azazel, couldn't have said it better myself, kid. Rias placed a hand on Issei's shoulder, smiling at him. Suddenly, they felt a pressure, and in a matter of seconds, everyone but Rias, Kiba, Zenobia, Serafal, Irina, Azazel, the angel leader, Issei, Vali, and Surzech were frozen where they were. Issei, what the hell? Kiba, they're frozen. Azazel crossed his arms. Azazel, it appears so. Fortunately, those of us with superior powers weren't affected. He then looked at Issei. Azazel, seems like your power saved you, kid. Vali, thanks to my dragon, he protected me. The heavenly bunch over there were shielded by their swords. Suddenly, everyone heard an explosion from outside and looked out the windows to see a massive group of cloaked figures. Serafal, magicians. Issei, magicians, you kidding me? Serafal soon pouted. Serafal, they're so rude. I'm a real-life magic girl and they're flat-out ignoring me. Angel leader, but what is this power? Azazel, it's the half-vampire boy. He must have been forced into making balance breaker conditions for them. Surzech looked at Azazel. Surzech, he has the power to stop time. I think it's safe to say yes, it is him. Gasper has fallen into enemy hands. Rias gritted her teeth. Rias, magicians dare take members of my household. They will pay with their lives. Azazel, looks like we've been cornered, wouldn't you agree, Michael? Michael nodded. Michael, indeed, their timing, along with their use of Lady Gremory's bishop, couldn't have been more perfect. Surzech, I recommend we take action soon. If they somehow found a way to make Gasper even stronger, none of us will survive. Azazel, so we need to take care of the vampire kid and fast. Vali raised an eyebrow at this. Vali, wouldn't it be easier to take out the half-vampire with the magicians? If you like, I could just do it for you. Azazel looked back at the White Dragon Emperor. Azazel, Vali, try and be a little more considerate, okay? After all, we're trying to make peace here. Vali smirked. Vali, sorry, it's hard for me to do nothing like this. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, fair enough, why don't you go welcome those magicians, upset their rank some, seeing the White Dragon Emperor should help. Vali, of course. With that, Vali jumped out the window and summoning his wings, he flew toward the magicians. Vali, here we go, balance break. Just then, a bright white light engulfed Vali, blinding the magicians as the boy began to get covered in dragon armor. Albion, vanishing dragon balance breaker. Issei saw all of this from the meeting room and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Issei, show off. The magicians started to fire numerous attacks at Vali, but all they did was bounce off him as he floated in the air with his arms crossed. Vali, pitiful. Vali held up one of his hands before sending a barrage of blue lightning, which took out numerous magicians in an instant. Issei, well, they're distracted. Issei turned his attention to Rias. Issei, hey Rias. Rias looked over at Issei. Issei, I'll go and rescue Gasper from the magicians. Rias' eyes widened. Rias, you sure I can come with you? Issei merely shook his head as he grew a small smirk. Issei, I'll be back. Shadows slowly gathered underneath Issei, gaining everyone's attention as they watched the brown-haired boy summon Kaisel, who destroyed the ceiling upon being summoned. Issei, who was standing on top of the wyvern, smirked and pet its head. Issei, Kaisel to the orc. Kaisel roared loudly in acknowledgement as he spread his wings, creating a small gust of wind as they immediately took to the skis at blinding speed. Any magicians that even attempted to stop Issei from getting to the Occult Research Club were effortlessly knocked away by Kaisel. When he arrived at the old school building, Issei jumped off Kaisel and landed at the front door before turning back to the Shadow Wyvern. Issei, thanks for the ride, Kaisel. He scratched the wyvern's nose, making it let out its own version of a purr which made Issei chuckled a little. Issei, okay, that was adorable. With that, Kaisel slowly returned back to Issei's shadow as he turned his attention to the front door. He reached out for the doorknob and opened the door, causing Issei to raise an eyebrow at this. Did the magicians seriously not think about locking the door or putting up a barrier or something? Like were they expecting the leaders of the three factions, and whoever was with not think about putting a stop to their time-freezing shenanigans? Issei sighed. Issei, these guys are idiots. Normally, Issei would be cautious because he hasn't fought against a magician yet. However, after everything he has been through and the fact he was nearly at level 100. He's not worried. Issei, what level am I again? A screen appeared before Issei showing his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job Shadow Monarch. Title Conqueror of Adversity +1. Level 95. Health points HP 14501/14501. Magic MP 12880/12880. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 133 +45. Vitality/Vit 105 +25. Agility/Agile 105 +45. Intelligence/Int 110 +50. Sense 105 +25. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 90% +20. Passive skills. Unknown LV Max. Perseverance LV2. Advanced Dagger Arts LV2. Active skills. Sprint LV Max. Bloodlust LV2. Stealth LV2. Vital Strike LV Max. Dagger Throw LV2. Dominantor's Touch LV2. Issei level 95. When did I level up twice? I don't remember getting a notification for that. Issei decided to not question it for now. He needs to focus on saving Gasper from the magicians. With that, Issei made his way into the old school building, and the moment he stepped foot in there, he had to dodge out of the way of an incoming fireball. Issei, well, that was quick. He looked in the direction the attack came from and saw several magicians who were all females. Behind them were Gasper and Kaneko, who were trapped in magic circles. Kaneko's clothes were torn a little, signaling that she had been fighting the magicians to keep Gasper safe. Issei, Gasper, Kaneko. Gasper senpai. Issei soon turned his attention to the magicians and glared at them, his eyes glowing with a faint purple hue. Issei, if you want to live, you better let my friends go. Leader magician, friends, foolish. She pulled out a dagger and approached Gasper. Leader magician, you'd have been better off brainwashing him and employing him as a tool from the start, you fools. Issei, Gasper isn't a tool. The magician scoffed. Leader magician, so you get all warm and cozy between servants. It's just as the old Devil King faction said. The deep love and overwhelming power held by the Gremory clan are matched only by its stupidity. This gained Issei's attention. The old Devil King faction, he hadn't heard of that faction before. Plus, Ria's never mentioned it to him during any of their talks together, which means that it's something that shouldn't be brought up, something that has to stay in the past. Also, these magicians think that Issei was a part of Ria's peerage, which means that they are either very stupid or they don't know about his fights with people like Cockabeel and Sun Wukong. Issei is more inclined to the first option because if the gods know about his feats, then he's sure that an old faction should be able to dig up some information as well. Issei, while I've enjoyed our little chit-chat, I'm taking my friends and going. He summoned one of Baron's daggers and twirled it around before pointing it at the magicians. Issei, so get out of the way. The leader magician brought her own dagger closer to Gasper's neck. Leader magician, take one more step and say goodbye to the boy. Issei looked at Gasper, who had tears running down his face, but when he saw the brown-haired boy's smile, this filled him with a little hope. Issei, don't worry, Gasper, I got this. He used his dagger and cut the palm of his hand, causing blood to squirt out as he threw it towards Gasper with some landing on the vampire boy's face. Gasper S. senpai. Issei smirked. Issei, come on, Gasper, let's show these magicians why you are strong. Remember what I said during my battle with Igris. Gasper's eyes widened for a moment, recalling the very words that Issei spoke during his fight with the Bloodred commander. Gasper, I'm not dead yet. Gasper slowly grew a look of determination and he smirked. Gasper, I'm not dead yet. Leader magician, what nonsense are you spouting this tea? Gasper glared at the leader. Gasper, I'm not dead yet. In that moment, before anyone could react to what Gasper had just said, the vampire boy licked the blood that was on his face and transformed into numerous bats. Leader magician, he transformed. Suddenly, Gasper activated Forbidden Valor View and froze all of the magicians in place. Gasper finished them, senpai. Issei smirked. Issei, I knew you had it in you, Gasper. Without wasting a second, Issei launched himself forward and slashed all of the magicians' necks with his dagger. Gasper soon returned to his normal form, unfreezing the magicians who all collapsed to the floor dead. Issei, good riddance. Suddenly, Gasper took Issei by surprise and tackled him into a hug. Gasper senpai. Issei, whoa. Gasper hugged Issei tightly, snuggling his face into the brown-haired boy's chest. Gasper, I'm so sorry I caused so much trouble. Issei simply rubbed the back of Gasper's head, smiling. Issei, it's alright, Gasper, I'm just glad you and Kaneko aren't hurt. He turned his attention to Kaneko. Issei, you okay? Kaneko nodded. Kaneko, just some torn clothes. Issei, I see, I'm glad you're alright. He gave Kaneko a head pat, making her purr a little. Issei, now let's get out of here before any more magicians turn up. Both Kaneko and Gasper nodded their heads, and with that the trio began to make their way out the door, starting their journey back to the academy. As they walked, Gasper stayed close to Issei, who kept a vigilant eye out for any potential threats. It seemed that most of the magicians had already been dealt with by Volley and the rest of the group. Nevertheless, as a precaution, Issei placed a shadow soldier on both Gasper and Kaneko. This measure would allow him to teleport to them quickly if needed, providing them with an additional layer of defense. Gasper senpai, are you sure we will be okay? Issei looked at Gasper and smiled. Issei, don't worry, Gasper, as long as I'm here we don't have to worry about a thing. Gasper, promise. Issei nodded. Issei, I promise. The trio soon arrived back at the academy, witnessing Rias and the others outside fighting against the remaining magicians. Ria soon noticed the trio. Rias, Issei, Gasper, Kaneko. Gasper, Rias. The crimson-haired devil girl smiled and was about to run over to them when all of a sudden Azazel came crashing to the ground, forming a Looney Tunes-style crater. The leader of the fallen groaned a little as he crawled out, shaking his head. Azazel, man, you got me good, I must be losing my edge. He then looked to the sky. Azazel, bad Volley. Everyone looked up and saw Volley floating in the sky. Volley, sorry Azazel, things look more interesting on this side. Issei, you betrayed us, Volley. Wow, Azazel's offer must have been terrible. Azazel did an anime fall. Azazel, first, ouch, that was mean, kid, and secondly, there's something I'd like to ask you, Volley. Volley, him. Azazel sprouted his wings and flew up to Volley. Azazel, I've been informed that a faction has been gathering dangerous members of the three factions. What were they called? Oh yes, the Chaos Brigade. Zurzech, chaos sounds accurate. Serafal, whoever is in charge must be strong. Why would anyone gather such dangerous people together? Azazel smirked. Azazel, so I bet I can guess who's leading you. It has to be Offeyes, the Ouroboros dragon. When Azazel mentioned that name, everyone stared at him with expressions of pure shock, while Issei, on the other hand, showed a mixture of confusion and interest, mainly because this was his first time hearing about this Offeyes person. Ria's Offeyes, it can't be. Volley, yes, it is true, I have sided with Offeyes, but believe me, not one of us has the slightest interest in world domination. We're just a group who formed to use our powers, and that's all. Azazel smirked. Azazel, well, that makes more sense. Working with Kataria seemed not your style, but still, both of you had devil titles stolen from you. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. Serafal, he's a devil king descendant too. Volley nodded his head. Volley, my name is Volley Lucifer. Zurzech, what? Volley, I'm a direct descendant of one of the dead devil kings. My mother was a human, so I'm a half-blood. My father was the grandson of the former great devil king, Lucifer. Zurzech, of course half-human, there's no way we could have known. Azazel crossed his arms. Azazel, while you have the blood of a real devil king, since you are also a human, you just happen to be able to be possessed by the vanishing dragon. So basically, your very existence is a joke. Volley chuckled as he showed everyone his devil wings, his 10 wings. Volley, I'd go with Miracle personally, but to each their own. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of Volley's wings. Issei was taken aback only because Cockabeel had fewer wings than Vali did, and they said that he survived a war with both God and the Devil King. Asia, look at his wings. Aquino, he has 10 of them. Michael gulped. Michael, dear God. Azazel narrowed his eyes. Azazel, I have a feeling that this one might be the greatest white dragon emperor the world has ever seen, past, present, and future. Vali soon looked down at Issei. Vali, Issei Hyoudou. Issei, what do you want? Vali, I am not sure why, but Albion wishes to speak. Vali's wings soon began to glow blue. Albion, Issei Hyoudou, you do not possess a sacred gear, and yet, I sense my rival's presence from you. How is this possible? Issei couldn't help but smirk. Issei, why don't you ask him yourself? Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over Vali, which made him turn around and his eyes widen at the sight before him. D-Drake, hello Albion, it has been a while. Albion, D-Drake, you're alive and out of boosted gear. D-Drake nodded. D-Drake, indeed I am Albion, but know this, I no longer wish to battle you. This surprised everyone except for Issei, who already knew that D-Drake lost interest in his rivalry, and Azazel, who was merely watching all this with both hands in his pockets. Albion, what do you mean you no longer wish to fight? We are meant to fight, this has always been the case. D-Drake, in the past that was the case, but now. D-Drake turned his attention to Issei. D-Drake, I am merely a shadow in my liege's army of undead. I serve as his general and I submit to the will of the monarch. Albion, monarch, are you saying that this boy is? D-Drake turned his attention back to Vali and stared at the wings. D-Drake, don't you feel, Albion? You should know because we served him side by side. Albion, it can't be. How is this possible? I didn't think that I would ever bear witness to such a phenomenon. D-Drake chuckled. D-Drake, believe or not, it's the truth, so tell them, old friend. D-Drake's eyes started glowing with a menacing purple aura. D-Drake, who would win in this fight, light or shadow? Silence. Silence filled the air as D-Drake continued to stare at Vali's sacred gear, waiting for a response from Albion. The others also waited for the response of the vanishing dragon, because if he chose to attack, then the entire academy was going to be destroyed in the ensuing battle. After a while of waiting, a loud sigh could be heard from Vali's sacred gear. Albion, Vali, it's time to leave. Vali, why? Albion, because staying would only anger D-Drake, plus I too submit to the will of the monarch. Vali was both surprised and confused, but before he left he glanced down at Issei, who stared at him with glowing purple eyes. Vali, just who are you, Issei Hyoudou? And so, Vali turned and began to fly away from Kyo Academy before disappearing into the distance. Issei soon let out a small sigh as he turned and looked at D-Drake. Issei, thanks D-Drake, I wasn't in the mood to fight him. D-Drake, it's my pleasure, my liege. He then bowed to Issei, allowing him to pet the shadow dragon's nose. D-Drake, but if you did face him, you would have won easily. Issei chuckled. Issei, yeah, but it's been a long day. Unknown to Issei, hiding in the shadow of some nearby trees was none other than his father, Goro, who had been observing the entire summit since the beginning. While he didn't care about what the 3 faction leaders were doing, since Azazel told him that they obviously were going to have peace between the races. Goro was watching because he wanted to see if his son had what it took, to see if he was ready for the upcoming war that would shake the very foundation of all creation itself. At the moment, his son still had much to grow, but Goro knew that he would be ready when the time came, and when it did. Goro sighed. Goro, I hope you can forgive me, my son. He looked down at his hand. Goro, I was such a fool, it's no surprise that he rebelled the other monarchs. Goro soon clenched his hand into a fist as he grew a serious expression, his eyes shining with a faint red hue. Goro, but I won't let them touch my family, even if they see me as a traitor. End of chapter. Over chapter Bloody Dynasty Part 1. Third-person POV. A new day had risen over the town of Kyo as the sun was high in the vast open blue sky and shined its tender rays of light down upon the town below. At the Hyoudou household, Issei was sleeping soundly on his bed with both Yoruichi and Yamato, who were in their animal forms curled up either on his chest or snuggled up right next to him. The brown-haired boy continued to sleep soundly, though he was unfortunately awoken by the sound of an all-too-familiar noise that he regrets not getting rid of when he had the chance. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm was soon cut off by a solid black metal club which unfortunately smashed not only the alarm clock but the bedside table into pieces. The owner of the weapon, Yamato, who shifted back into her human form, glared at the remnants of the noisy machine with a small glare. Yamato, I hate that thing. Yoruichi, who was awoken by the noise, also lifted her cat head and turned to Yamato. Yoruichi, you're not the only one, Yamato, although. She glanced at the destroyed furniture and sighed. Yoruichi, did you have to destroy the bedside table? Issei isn't gonna be happy about that. Yamato merely waved off the daughter of Thor's concern, knowing Issei, he probably would have done the same thing in her position. Although, with his power, he would have summoned D-Drag and incinerated it to ash in an instant. Yamato, you worry too much, Issei won't be mad at me. Issei, who was awoken from the mixture of the alarm clock and his two familiars' chatter, decided that it was time for him to get up before something else happened. He slowly opened his eyes, gaining the two attention. Yoruichi, good morning, sleepyhead, did you sleep well? Issei sighed. Issei, yeah, I did for the most part. Yoruichi and Yamato hopped off the bed as Issei began to sit up, rubbing the back of his neck as he ignored the destroyed bedside table. He didn't know what the time was, but that didn't really matter to him right now because he needed to check on something. Issei, it better not have been a dream. And so, Issei turned and got out of bed before he started to do some morning stretches to try and get the stiffness out of his joints. The system probably had already reset his daily quest, which he'll complete after he goes over to his mom's bedroom. Despite talking to her last night, Issei needed to make sure that it was actually true. He had to see if it was true and not all in his head. He had to see if his mother had truly awoken from her coma. Call him cautious, but he needs to do this because he had gone through so much to try and wake her up from her coma. The last thing he needed was for it all to be fabricated. After getting some satisfying cracks, Issei let out a small sigh of satisfaction before he made his way over to his bedroom door. He reached out and grabbed the doorknob, opening it up and headed out. He made his way downstairs where the sweet scent of bacon being cooked struck his nose. This filled him with a little bit of hope. Once he had arrived, he walked over to the kitchen and couldn't help but smile at the sight before him. It was real, it wasn't all in his imagination. His mother was standing in front of him, in the kitchen wearing some casual clothes which consisted of a white t-shirt, a black undershirt, and some typical blue jeans. A tear rolled down the side of Issei's face, which was immediately shadowed by a grateful smile growing on him as he stared at his mother, who was humming happily to herself as she cooked some bacon for breakfast. Issei looked down at one of his hands, which was shaking a little in happiness. Finally, after everything he has been through, all that he has had to endure finally paid off because now he had his mother back. His family. His only family member. Issei, I did it. He clenched his hand into a fist as he closed his eyes, smiling. Issei, I actually did it. Miki, who was still cooking, eventually noticed her son and turned to him. Miki, look who's finally awake. I thought I was gonna have to come up there and get you. Issei chuckled. Issei, no need, mother, I'm here now and I see you've made breakfast. Miki smiled. Miki, well, I've Al. Hey Miki, can I have some more bacon? Issei fell silent as his gaze shifted over to his right slowly, his eyes twitching and slowly glowing with a faint purple hue. Sitting at the living room table was none other than Azazel, who looked like he was ready for Hawaii. Miki looked at Azazel and crossed her arms with an amused smile. Miki, I swear, Azazel, how can you eat so much and not gain weight? Azazel couldn't help but laugh as he slapped the table. Azazel, oh, that's a good one. I've never had anyone say that to me before. He wiped a small tear from underneath his eye, chuckling. Azazel, well, Miki, if you want to know why. He adjusted his sunglasses, smirking at Miki as Issei noticed that one of the fallen angel's eyes shone a golden color. Azazel, I'm just too handsome to get fat. Miki rolled her eyes in amusement. Meanwhile, Issei was too busy glaring at Azazel, who finally took notice of the brown-haired boy. Azazel, look who's finally awake. Come sit, Issei, enjoy your mother's delicious food. He gestured to the chair on the other side of the table, the same smirk slapped across his face. Issei merely grunted as he turned his attention towards his mother. Issei, I'm gonna go and do some morning exercise, save me some food. Miki raised an eyebrow. Miki, exercise, you just got up. Issei, don't worry mom, I'll be fine. He glanced over at Azazel, who was watching while eating a bacon sandwich. Issei, you just be careful. Miki, oh, alright then, sweetie. With that, Issei made his way past Azazel, intentionally bumping shoulders with the fallen angel as he walked to the front door. He grabbed the doorknob and opened it, walking outside before closing the door behind him. Miki, Issei seems a little tense this morning. Azazel can't really blame him. You were in a coma for a while, so there's probably still worry on his mind. Miki sighed as she began to rub one of her arms. Miki, I know he was left all alone. He probably had. Azazel, don't you say that now, Miki. Miki, huh? She looked at the leader of the fallen angels, who stopped eating his sandwich and looked at the brown-haired woman with a serious expression. Azazel, don't go saying that you're a terrible mother. You are anything but that. He pointed at her. Azazel, you raised a strong-minded young man. You should be proud of yourself because you taught him everything he needed to know. Miki B, but I still Azazel, so. Azazel crossed his arms. Azazel, Miki, I don't have kids, but I can tell when a child is angry with their parents, so I'm serious when I say that your son. He leaned forward a little. Azazel does not hate you. Miki remained silent as Azazel waited for her to respond. It took a while before she let out a small sigh. Miki, I guess you're right, Azazel. I guess I'm worrying over nothing. Azazel hummed in agreement as he went back to eating his sandwich. Soon, a small teasing grin formed on Miki's face. Miki, you'd make a good dad, you know that. Azazel laughed. Azazel, nice try, Miki, won't work on me. Miki pouted as her attempt to tease Azazel failed. She then walked over to the table and placed some more bacon on the plate. Miki, don't eat it all. Issei needs to eat when he gets back. Azazel nodded as Miki soon wandered back into the kitchen, leaving the fallen angel with his meal. As he continued, though, Azazel soon secretly glanced at the front door as a smirk grew on his face. Azazel, I get the feeling that kid and I will get along just fine, though I hope he and my old friend don't mind me getting close to Miki. Time skip brought to you by me learning the truth in Elden Ring DLC. Issei, I really done like him. Currently, Issei was jogging down the streets of Kyoto with a serious expression on his face. It had been around a good 15-30 minutes since he left his home, and during that time he had already completed all his other daily tasks. All he needed to do was finish the 10 km run and his daily quest would be completed. Although, while he was jogging, Issei couldn't help but think about how close she was to Azazel. She told him that Azazel was simply a friend that she spends time with, but she could be lying about them only being friends since it had been a few years since Issei's father disappeared. Thinking about it now, it was honestly a surprise that she never remarried during those years. Sure, not everyone can simply get back on the saddle, as they say, but there were still small dates she could have gone on every now and again. But maybe she didn't consider any of it because she was too busy taking care of Issei, plus all the work she drowned herself in. Either way, he sees how happy his mother is around Azazel, and he isn't sure how to feel about it. Yoruichi said that Azazel wasn't a threat to his mother, but it's hard to not feel concerned when the said person is tough enough to survive getting bitten by D-Drake and even knocked out 2 of the dragon's teeth. He'll just have to keep an eye on him. Luckily, he placed a shadow on both him and his mother before he left the house. A regular shadow soldier was definitely not going to cut it, which is why Issei decided to instead place a red orc shadow soldier on them. 2 should be capable of keeping his mother safe enough until he uses shadow exchange and trades places. The skill's cooldown should be over by now since it has been a couple of hours since he first used it. Although, Issei better make sure just in case. Issei stopped jogging as a screen soon appeared before him, though it didn't show his stats. Daily quest, train to become a formidable combatant. Push-ups 100/100. Sit-ups 100/100. Squats 100/100. Run 40/10 km. Issei blinked in surprise. He figured that he would have completed his daily quest by now. However, he wasn't expecting what he was currently looking at. Issei, well, that is definitely something. Choose a reward from the list below. Reward 1, status recovery. Reward 2, ability points +3. Reward 3, random loot box +1. Issei checked his surroundings and didn't see any people around, which was a good thing. Issei, well, since there's no one. He looked back at the screen. Issei, I'll take the random loot box. Issei held out his hand as the loot box appeared, though this one was different than the ones he has received before. Issei, what the? Normally the box appears with blue electricity surrounding it, but the one he had just received now appeared with red electricity. He raised an eyebrow. Issei, red electricity. A peak of curiosity filled Issei as he wondered what he would receive from the loot box. So far all he has gotten was dungeon keys, which he didn't mind. Although a part of him did wish for something a little more exciting. He opened the loot box expecting to be greeted by another dungeon key. However, upon seeing the contents inside, Issei was left a little surprised. In his hands wasn't another dungeon, instead it appeared to be some sort of medallion. It was blood red in color with markings that reminded Issei of the ones that royalty would normally have, and there was also a symbol of a trident slapped in the middle of it. Name, Pureblood Knight's Medal. Level of difficulty. Type, Medal. Proof that one is a glorious knight of the new dynasty of Mogwen that the Lord of Blood will inaugurate. Used to be granted audience with the Lord of Blood. Issei, well then, this is definitely interesting. Issei was feeling a little mixed right now because from the description, the medallion was similar to how a dungeon key worked, except it wasn't telling him to head over to any location. It was saying that he could use it right away. Although he was a little disappointed because he was hoping to get something like a weapon or a piece of armor from the loot box. Seems like that isn't the case apparently. Like seriously, how hard is it to get like a weapon? Issei doesn't need to use it, he was just curious on if the random loot box gave anything besides bloody dungeon keys. He'll keep trying and see if he will get something different, though Issei fully expects to see his inventory full of a lot of dungeon keys. On the bright side, the more dungeon keys he has means that he can level up faster and possibly collect a little bit of extra money. But if he doesn't want to, then he can simply sell the keys. Wait, can he sell them? Is that even possible? How much would they sell for? Issei now had several questions that he was gonna try and answer later, but for now he should probably focus on the medallion that was in his hand. The description of the items showed him two things. First was the name of a location, Mogwen Palace, and the second was a title of what Issei guessed was the boss. Issei, Lord of Blood. A part of Issei was curious and wanted to check out this Mogwen Palace, while the other half of him was deciding against it. He wasn't scared or anything. Something like this was mere child's play for Issei. If he wanted to, he could go in and kill the boss before it even got close to lunchtime. Taking on A-rank dungeons is basically the equivalent of one-shotting tutorial-level enemies, extremely easy. But he was deciding against it because he didn't feel like doing any hunting today. His mother just got out of the hospital and Issei hasn't gotten the chance to spend time with her. Like, now that he thought about it, he couldn't remember the last time he and his mother spent time together and did anything. Normally, Issei would be off in the dungeons, trying to level up and grow stronger. Meanwhile, his mother would usually be suffering under all the work she had to do, which meant that they never really got a chance to do some mother-son bonding. Issei's eyes widened a little. Issei, oh no. The more he thought about it, the more Issei started to feel angry at himself for neglecting his own mother. He went through all that trouble, fighting a literal demon king to try and awaken her from her coma, only to walk off the next day when she was cooking breakfast for him. The brown-haired boy slowly clenched his hands into fists, squeezing the medallion tightly as it faintly glowed red. Issei, I'm such an idiot. He gritted his teeth. Issei, I just walked out like that. He should focus on catching up with his mother rather than going off to kill a boss. Plus, it's not like it was going anywhere. He could kill this so-called Lord of Blood whenever he wished. He didn't have to kill it right away. He could relax. He could take it easy. Issei closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath before he exhaled and opened his eyes. Issei, then it's decided then. He glanced down at the medallion. Issei, I'm not going dungeon raiding today. Issei was about to put the medallion in his inventory and save it for another day, but before he could do that, his eyes unknowingly started to glow with an eerie purple aura. The moment that happened, the medallion started to shake, which gained Issei's attention. Issei Hyoudou. It shined bright red as the image of the trident appeared transparent right before the young man's eyes, taking him off guard as he started to get Vietnam flashbacks of the 2 red gates he had to go through. And there was only one thing to say at that moment, the only appropriate thing. Issei, oh shoot. Issei was cut off as another bright red light instantly appeared, engulfing Issei's entire body and causing the brown-haired boy to disappear from the street he was on. It all happened too fast, so fast that Issei didn't even have a chance to react even with his senses. His vision was blurry from the flash and his ears were ringing like crazy. It was so painful and annoying to the point that Issei didn't realize that he was stumbling around like a buffoon. Issei, freaking hell, I can't see. Issei continued to stumble around for a solid minute or two before he soon came to a stop. However, the reason he stopped stumbling wasn't because his senses finally came back to him. No, the reason he stopped was because he slammed face first into a solid object, causing Issei to tumble backward a little before he fell onto his back. Issei, ow. He grunted in pain as he brought one of his hands up to his face, rubbing the spot that took the brunt of the damage. Issei, well, now I know there's a wall there, so that's good news. He soon let out a small sigh of annoyance. Issei, I really hate the system, I really do. As Issei lay on the cold, stony ground, the annoying ringing sound eventually disappeared and his blurry vision dispersed, which brought a smile to the brown-haired boy's face. Issei, about time. Issei quickly sat up. Issei, geez, any more of that and I was gonna go. Issei didn't get to finish his sentence as he finally took notice of his surroundings, and it was always to say that he was left totally speechless as to where he had just been transported. He thought that he was gonna be in yet another cave like all the previous dungeons were, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Issei found himself on top of a mountain, at the entrance of what appeared to be a massive temple-like structure that reminded him of the ones that he would usually see in books at the library. Although, in the corner of his eyes, he could see that some parts of the temple appeared to be engulfed in blood-red flames. Not only was his current location astonishing, Issei definitely wasn't in a cave because as he looked up he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful night sky which was filled with numerous stars, all illuminating the world below with their gorgeous glow. Issei, whoa. He wasn't expecting any of this, though he wasn't really complaining. Issei pulled himself up off the ground and started to dust himself off. Once he was finished with that, he soon decided that he should do a little exploring since he gets the feeling that he won't be able to leave unless he finds the boss. This marks the 4th time that Issei was forcibly dragged into a dungeon. Why was this happening so much? Like seriously, was there a secret luck stat he hasn't discovered yet? Is that why he has been forcibly dragged into these types of situations? Issei made his way through the entrance of the temple, keeping his guard up as he took in his surroundings carefully. He had no idea what kind of enemy he would face, so he better be ready for whatever decides to show up. Although as he looked around, Issei noticed that all around the inside of the temple appeared to be numerous gravestones, all ranging in different sizes. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, gravestones in a temple, not really uncommon, but why are they different sizes? A couple of possibilities ran through Issei's mind, theories on what the boss monster could be. The medallion said that it was the Lord of Blood, but that was merely a title and that doesn't really help with descriptions. For all Issei knows, the boss could be anything. It could be a warrior-type monster like Igris that's capable of using blood-red fire, or it could be a massive serpent-like creature with numerous arms all across its body. The gravestones could possibly be a clue. Maybe it's a necromancer like that one demon he faced off against back in the demon castle. But if it was, then it wouldn't have a title such as Lord of Blood, so it couldn't be that either. Issei gritted his teeth a little. Issei, great, these gravestones have been so much help. Issei continued walking as his gaze wandered away from the gravestones and moved in front of him. The moment he did, though, the brown-haired boy instantly came to a halt. He blinked once, twice, and finally a 3rd time. Issei, well, that isn't creepy at all. A couple of feet ahead of Issei, up some stairs, was a shrine of some kind, and sitting on the shrine was a very large egg. The color of the egg didn't matter. What mattered was the fact that Issei could see a bloody arm sticking out of the damn thing. Issei, an arm sticking out of an egg. Issei stared at the large egg for a few seconds before pinching the bridge of his nose, letting out a small sigh. Issei, I swear if that is the boss. Issei turned and began to walk away, not believing that the arm in the egg was the boss he needed to kill. If it was the boss though, Issei wasn't gonna enjoy killing it because the state that it was currently in was simply pitiful. Suddenly, Issei was struck by a large amount of bloodlust which caused him to freeze in where he stood. Issei W what the? Issei's eyes darted around the temple, attempting to search for the source of the bloodlust only to turn up with nothing. Sweat started to roll down Issei's face as the brown-haired boy's body began shaking a little. What was happening? Why was he acting like this? He was level 93, he shouldn't be acting like this. The only time he has ever acted like this was when Sun Wukong appeared before him for the first time. Issei, why am I acting like this? The system hasn't appeared yet. As if it was reading his mind, a screen appeared before him. Issei, speak of the devil. Warning, Lord of Blood is coming. Issei's eyes widen. Issei, it's coming, so it isn't the for example. Issei was once again cut off when he heard a very disturbing sound coming from behind him. He slowly turned his head and noticed that the arm which was once up in the air had fallen down, blood dripping from the fingers. Silently gulping to himself, Issei quickly summoned his daggers and got into a fighting stance as more blood dripped from the arm. Before long, the drips turned into a steady stream of blood which formed a large puddle of blood. Once that was done, silence had taken over the area as Issei couldn't hear anything. He couldn't hear the fire, the air, heck even his breath as he merely stared at the arm and the large puddle of blood that rested below it. Suddenly, a large figure started to slowly rise up from the puddle of blood as Issei was hit by another surge of bloodlust which made his eyes widen. The bloodlust was coming from that figure, whoever they were no ordinary boss monster. They were something else entirely. Something more dangerous. The figure looked down at the hand. Dearest Miquella. Issei felt a cold shiver run down his spine as he silently gulped. The way the figure spoke was unnatural and sounded completely devoid of any kind of life. He watched as the figure gently brought the hand up a little, resting their forehead against it. You must abide alone a while. And so, they gently brought the hand up a little bit more before they stepped away from it. With their backs still turned to Issei, they waved their right hand over the puddle of blood beneath them, and Issei watched as from the blood slowly arose a large black trident. They grabbed the weapon and lifted it up a little before letting out a small, eerie chuckle. You welcome, honored guest. Issei watched as the figure turned around to face him, allowing him to finally get a good view of who he was facing. The boss was a tall creature with many curved horns covering much of his face, one of which was protruding into his left eye. He was dressed in a long red cloak and black robes adorned with many gold ornaments. To the birthplace of our dynasty. The name of the boss appeared. Issei checked and immediately went pale as his eyes widened as absolute terror could be seen on his face. Lord of Blood Moog. Issei his name, it's in black. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 1 The One Who Waits. Third person POV. Issei slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a very familiar place, a place he had not visited in quite some time since he went to the familiar forest. He discovered that he was back in the same black void from before, which meant there was a chance he would be able to see those two beings again. Perhaps this time he would be able to get a good look at their details, since last time he had been unable to do so. Issei, I wonder what happened to this place. And so, Issei waited patiently for the two beings to arrive, ready to witness their clash once more. However, after a couple of minutes of pure silence, confusion began to settle in as he raised an eyebrow. Why haven't they arrived? He expected them to appear before him like they had before, yet, for some reason, there was nothing. In fact, Issei couldn't hear anything in the void, which only deepened his confusion. He at least expected to hear something from them, but instead, an unsettling silence enveloped him. Issei, the hell? He soon frowned and crossed his arms. Issei, where are those two? This is the same place as last time, but why haven't they appeared yet? He narrowed his eyes, contemplating all the possible reasons for this dream or vision not unfolding as it had previously. However, he failed to notice something extraordinary happening all around him. The void, the black abyss that surrounded Issei's floating body, began to shift and change. The darkness stretched and morphed into stone brick walls, a cold, hard ground, a ceiling that seemed impossibly high, and even torches that hung from the walls, illuminating Issei's new environment. As Issei continued to ponder the possibilities, he finally became aware of his surroundings when he felt the smooth, cold stone brick beneath his feet. Issei huh. He looked down and was taken aback. He was fairly certain there had been a void beneath him just moments ago. Issei, a floor, why is there a... He slowly looked up and began to survey his surroundings, his confusion deepening as he took in everything that had replaced the void. The sudden transformation left the young man utterly speechless, his mind racing to comprehend the strange and unexpected reality unfolding around him. What was going on? Why is this happening? This had to be the work of the system. It had to be its doing. There was no way that his dream, vision, or whatever this place was doing it by itself. It wasn't like it was alive or anything. That was impossible. It had to be because of the system. Maybe it was trying to show him something. Issei, alright system, what's going on? Silence. Issei, system. Silence again. Issei, system, this isn't funny, what's going on? Silence yet again. Issei, hello, status, anything. Issei was greeted by nothing but silence for a fourth time in a row, leaving him even more confused than he already was. This was just like before. He couldn't get the attention of the system and he didn't understand why. Was it ignoring him? Or can it not enter whatever this place was? Whether or not the system was messing with him again wasn't currently important. There had to be a logical explanation for why the void decided to just up and change its shape to what it currently was, and Issei had the feeling that he already knew what it might be. It could be that the void was trying to guide him somewhere, attempting to show the young man something rather important. What that said important thing was is unfortunately unknown until he actually finds it. Although Issei wouldn't have to wait too long to find out, because as the brown-haired boy continued to check his surroundings, he took notice of something that caught his attention. He turned towards it, and the moment his gaze locked onto the thing in front of him, his expression shifted from a confused and curious one to a serious expression. He narrowed his eyes. Issei, well, I guess I know what it wants to show me. The thing in question, standing only a couple of feet from Issei, was a cage of some kind, though this was clearly not an ordinary cage that a human could possibly make. No, this cage was something else entirely. Clearly, something supernatural was at work here, from the metal it was made of to the markings that Issei could see. Plus, there was the size of the cage to take into consideration as well. From what Issei could make out, the cage stretched from the floor all the way up to the ceiling, which was very high up. If he were to take a guess at how tall it was, he would have to say that the size of the cage itself was at the same level as D-Drag, maybe slightly bigger. Issei, this cage. Issei looked at the markings that were on the cage, and he had to say that they were a little odd. Clearly not made by a human, but he got the feeling that they weren't made by any supernatural being either. In fact, Issei, it feels. As he continued to look at the cage, Issei began to unknowingly start making his way towards it, although the brown-haired boy was too focused on the structure itself to realize what he was doing. The reason for this was strange because, for some reason, gazing upon the cage brought a feeling to Issei, and it was one that left him confused. Because the cage felt. Issei, familiar. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi, and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, Numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words, "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Yes, somehow this cage felt familiar to Issei, yet he could not seem to recall ever being near something of such magnitude before. How did this cage feel familiar to him? Was it connected to the system, or maybe connected to his father? As Issei was thinking of all the possible theories about what the cage truly represented, running his hand along its surface, he was unfortunately soon awoken from his thoughts when his ears picked up the sound of something growling. Issei, who was that? Issei looked up at the cage, hearing the growling grow louder as it drew closer. The brown-haired boy slowly began to back away from the structure as he could feel something drawing closer to the cage door. Issei, something is in there. The growls grew even louder as Issei noticed a massive clawed hand appear from the darkness and grab onto one of the cage bars, causing it to briefly shine with an illuminating blue glow. Something was trapped in there, something big. From the size of the claw and the loud growls that Issei was hearing, it was a clear indication that whatever it was definitely wasn't the friendly type. Issei silently gulped to himself as he took another step back, the growls slowly becoming softer as Issei soon watched as a massive glowing red eye forced itself through the darkness and stared directly at Issei. The moment the eye locked onto him, Issei's entire body just froze in place. It felt like the eyeball was staring into the young man's soul, like it could see everything about him, from his past to his potential future. Issei stared back at the eyeball as both eyes started to glow with a faint aura, Issei's being purple while the latter was a menacing crimson red. Neither dared to move from their spots, they simply stared at one another for what felt like a very long time. Before long, smoke began to escape from the cage, which made Issei believe that it exhaled from its nostrils before the young man watched as the eyeball closed and the massive claw began to slowly slither its way back into the darkness. This left Issei very confused, unsure of why the creature would suddenly turn away from him. However, he didn't get a chance to think of any possibilities for why because he soon picked up the sound of something cracking. Issei, what was th? Issei was cut off as the ground beneath his feet gave out, and the brown-haired boy started to fall down a black abyss. But this wasn't like the one from before because he was not alone. From the darkness came numerous hands and claws that reached out from the void, attempting to grab onto Issei as he fell towards them. Issei's eyes shot open as he immediately shot up from his bed, panting slightly from what he had just experienced a few moments ago. His mind was racing like crazy, trying its best to comprehend what Issei had just seen. Whatever it was, it clearly left an impression on the young man because when he looked down at one of his hands, he could see it shaking a little. Issei, what the hell was that? He took a minute to calm his nerves down a little, taking deep breaths before exhaling and resting his head against the wall, his gaze wandering to the ceiling. Issei, definitely not a dream, felt more like a nightmare. The image of the giant eyeball flashed within Issei's mind. Issei, that eye. He crossed his arms. Issei, why did it feel familiar to me? Ever since I obtained the system, a lot of strange things have started to feel familiar. He held up one finger. Issei, first it was the word monarch. He put up another finger. Issei, next was that dream with those two beings clashing together. Issei then put up a third finger. Issei, and now some big cage and a menacing-looking eyeball. Feeling a small headache coming on, Issei pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a small sigh. Issei, yer days, what is going on with my life? Time skip brought to you by Solo Leveling Video Game. Currently, Issei was making his way towards Kyoto Academy with Riaz and the others. Gasper was among them, which made Issei glad that the vampire boy was slowly becoming more accustomed to everything around him. Of course, Issei knew that Gasper would still be pretty shy around new people. That wouldn't be going away anytime soon, and he was alright with that because Issei was simply glad that Gasper was attempting to be better. That was all that Issei wished for him to do. Although this doesn't really explain the fact that Gasper still calls Issei senpai whenever they talk. He's gotten used to it by now, but it was still a little unusual because that is normally something a girl would say to a boy that they like or when talking about someone in an upper class. For some reason, Issei gets the feeling it isn't the second option. Hopefully, he is wrong and only imagining it. As the group continued their march towards Kyoto, Issei was deep in thought about the dream or nightmare that he experienced. The image of both the cage and the eyeball appeared in his head, making his eyes narrow. What was their connection? Why were they familiar? Why was it happening now of all times? What did it all mean? Issei silently sighed to himself. Issei, no matter what I do, I always end up with more fucking questions. Riaz, Issei. Issei perked up and looked at Riaz. Issei, yes. Riaz, are you okay? You seem to be a little out of it. This gained the others' attention as they looked at the brown-haired boy. Issei, oh, I'm alright, just thinking is all. He gave Riaz a small smile. Issei, don't worry about me. With that, Issei walked ahead of the group as he placed his hands in his pockets. The others looked at Issei a little worried as Sona turned her attention to Riaz. Sona, something is definitely wrong with him. Riaz nodded. Riaz, yeah, we may not know him personally very well, but it's clear that something is on his mind. Sona, indeed, but what though? The crimson-haired devil girl sadly sighed. Riaz, I wish I knew. Sona, so we have to find out before it gets worse. Riaz shook her head. Riaz, if Issei wants help, then he'll ask us. We just gotta hope that the system isn't responsible. Sona glanced at Issei, who was quite a distance away from the group, as she looked at him with a concerned expression on her face. Sona, Issei. Unknown to Issei and the others, they were being watched by someone who stood on top of a building, looking down at Issei, who had just arrived at the front gate of Kyoto Academy. The individual in question was none other than Offais, the Ouroboros dragon. She was silently observing Issei Hyoudou, having been informed about what happened during the three factions meeting by Volley. He told her that Albion refused to battle against him, which was a little surprising to Offais, considering both D-Drake and Albion normally were at each other's throats whenever they met up with each other. Offais wished to get a better understanding of Issei. Observing him from a distance was the best option because she knew that if she got close to him, D-Drake would immediately warn the brown-haired boy about her presence. Offais, he certainly is something. A small smile grew on Offais' face as she turned her head slightly to the right, her gaze locking onto something or rather someone. Offais, wouldn't you agree, Baka? Standing a couple of feet away from Offais was none other than Goro, who was wearing different clothing, a brown jacket over a simple black undershirt, baggy black pants, and a pair of black boots. Goro, Offais. He stared at the infinite dragon god with a serious expression, one of his eyes glowing with a faint red hue. "Goro, why are you stalking my son?" Offai's wasn't fazed by Goro's look. She simply gave the man a small smile. "Offai's no reason." She looked back, seeing Issei's friends catch up to him as they entered the school. "Offai's, he's just interesting is all." Goro narrowed his eyes. "Goro, I swear if you even think of bringing him into your schemes." "Offai's, you'll do what?" She tilted her head at Goro. "Offai's, you and I both know that he will eventually meet me, whether you like it or not." Goro gave Offai's a small glare but knew that she had a point. There would come a day when Issei would come face to face with Offai's. Goro was hoping that it wouldn't be for a while. He let out a small sigh. "Goro, just leave Offai's. The last thing I want is a fight, and you know that." His eyes glowed slightly red, signaling that he was serious. Offai's was once again not fazed by this threat. She simply shook her head at the man. "Offai's, very well then, Baka, I shall take my leave." She then grew a serious expression. "Offai's, but don't order me around." And with that, Offai's disappeared from the building and left Goro by himself. The man let out a silent sigh, shaking his head in annoyance before he turned back to Kyo Academy. Before he arrived at the building, he was observing his wife to make sure that she wasn't suffering any aftereffects from her coma. However, while in the middle of his observation, he sensed something powerful and familiar making its way towards Kyo Academy and came to see what it was. Offai's wasn't the thing he sensed. No, it was much more powerful than that, and unfortunately for Goro, he knew what the source was. It was Issei. Goro, so they had their first meeting already. Goro clenched his hand into a fist, tightly squeezing it to the point that it was visibly shaking. "Goro, damn it." He gritted his teeth. "Goro, I thought I had more time until they met." Goro narrowed his eyes. "Goro, it won't be long before they too sense it. Once they do, they're gonna start making a beeline for Issei to try and get it." With that, Goro turned around and started to walk away as a crimson-red portal appeared before him, a serious expression on the man's face. "Goro, the one who waits." End of chapter. S3 Chapter 2, Summer Break. Third-person POV. Issei, you're going back to the underworld. Issei was sitting on one of the couches in the occult research club with Riaz and her peerage. Sona unfortunately wasn't with them since she had to go and attend to her task as the student council president. They arrived at the club room no less than 5 minutes ago, meaning that they still had a little bit of time before they all had to head off to their first class, which gave enough time for Riaz to tell everyone that she was heading off to the underworld soon. Issei was a little surprised by this. It hadn't been long since the peace treaty between the three factions had been signed, and already the crimson-haired devil girl was heading off somewhere else. Although Issei wasn't expecting this, he couldn't help but be curious about something. What did the underworld look like? He never really got a chance to see much of it except for the Fennec household. Even during then, the brown-haired boy was too focused on freeing Riaz from her forced marriage to take a moment to do a little sightseeing. Well, that and he was trying to figure out how the Fennec household hadn't burned itself to the ground with all the bloody fire that was on it. Like seriously, that place was a fire hazard. Riaz nodded her head. Riaz, indeed I am, but I won't be alone. Issei, huh? Riaz, everyone's coming with me. All servants must come with their master. All servants? Guess that means that Issei will be missing out on this adventure since he wasn't a part of Riaz's peerage. This sudden realization hit him a little, but maybe he could ask Riaz to bring him back a souvenir from their trip. Issei, well, I wish you guys luck. Just remember to bring me back a souvenir. Riaz couldn't help but giggle a little, much to Issei's confusion. Issei, Riaz, why are you giggling? Riaz, because why would I need to bring back a souvenir? Issei, because I'm not gonna be able to come with you lot. She smiled at him. Riaz, Issei, you're coming with us too. Issei blinked once, twice, and finally 3 times as he allowed what Riaz had just said to process in his mind. After a solid minute or two, his eyes soon widened. Issei, what? Riaz couldn't help but giggle some more at Issei's expression. For someone so serious most of the time, he definitely looked cute when he was confused. Issei, I'm coming with you. Riaz nodded. Riaz, of course, Issei. What makes you think that you cannot? Issei, but you said that all servants must go with their masters. I'm not a part of your peerage. Ria shook her head with an amused smile on her face. Ria's silly Issei, you're our friend, there's no way we would leave you behind. She then turned to the rest of her peerage. Ria's right, everyone. Aquino giggled. Aquino, of course not. She looked at Issei and gave him a tender smile. Aquino, you have done so much for us, Issei. You helped save Ria's from her marriage, you helped defeat Cockabeel, and you saved Gasper from those magicians. Gasper, who was sitting on Issei's lap much to Kaniko's annoyance, looked up at Issei and smiled at him. Gasper, she's right, senpai, we would never leave you alone, you're the best person we could have ever met. The vampire boy hugged Issei, taking the young man by surprise as he looked down at Gasper. Issei, you guys. A small smile crawled onto Issei's face. Issei, thanks. He proceeded to hug Gasper back, who snuggled into Issei's chest, which for some reason didn't sit right with the girls in the room. They felt their eyes twitch a little as they began to secretly glare at the young vampire boy, who could feel their glares but simply didn't care. Girls that little. Kiba, who was watching all of this, couldn't help but sweat drop a little, slowly backing away from the girls as he didn't feel like dying today, especially from some jealous girls. Kiba, thank Lucifer I barely have any screen time in this book. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Ria's and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi, and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Yermungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words, "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. As Issei continued to hug Gasper, his mind slowly began to wander off as images of his dream appeared within his mind once again. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about it, even with Ria's announcing that they were going down to the underworld. Gasper looked up at Issei, who was in deep thought. Gasper senpai. Issei ahem. He looked down at the vampire boy. Issei, yes, Gasper. Gasper, are you okay? You seem a little out of it. This gained the other's attention, but Issei simply gave Gasper a reassuring smile and gently patted him on the head. Issei, I'm alright, just thinking is all. Gasper, oh okay then. Riaz looked at Issei with a worried expression. There was definitely something wrong with the brown-haired boy. She wanted to know what it was, but she felt like she could already guess what the answer would be if she asked him. She would have to keep an eye on him while they were in the underworld. Issei looked over at Riaz. Issei, so when are we leaving? Riaz, we're heading off tomorrow, which is good since it's the start of summer. Issei couldn't help but blink in surprise at what he just heard. It was already summer. He thought that it wouldn't arrive for another month, but it seemed that he was wrong. Had it truly been that long since Issei obtained the system? It didn't feel that long to the young man, but then again, that's probably because he spent more time in the dungeons. He's been in so many, it almost felt like they were his second home, like he just belonged in them rather than the world he grew up in. Issei, wow, it's already summer. Riaz nodded. Riaz, indeed it is, time sure flies by quickly. Issei couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Issei, that it does. He soon glanced over at the table, more specifically Riaz's chair, as his eyes started to glow with a faint purple hue. Issei, so are you gonna show yourself, or are you gonna hide like a little bitch, Azazel? This got everyone's attention as a chuckle was heard, causing them to look at the table as the chair turned around, revealing Azazel with his arms resting behind his head and his feet on the desk. Azazel, man, that's the second time you sensed me. I even put effort into hiding, you're good. Riaz stood up. Riaz, when did you get in here? Azazel smirked. Azazel, listen, Gremory, if Issei was the only one who detected me, even after I made an attempt to hide my presence, then you still need a lot of training. Riaz glared a little at the fallen angel, who was unfazed by her attempt to intimidate him. Riaz, why are you here, Azazel? Azazel, oh, no reason, just here to tell you lot something. This caused Issei to raise an eyebrow as he crossed his arms. Issei, and what's that? Azazel smiled. Azazel, I'm coming with you lot to the underworld. This definitely took Riaz and her peerage by surprise, especially since the leader of the fallen angels was coming to devil territory. Peace treaty or not, it was still crazy to hear such a thing. Issei, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes at the man, knowing that there must be another reason why he too was accompanying them. Riaz, why? Azazel, simple, now that there is peace between the three factions, we can use our resources for a bigger threat, but we're gonna need help. He soon smiled. Azazel, which is why there's gonna be a party in the underworld, one of which will hopefully give us help from the other supernatural beings like the Yokai, the Norse, and maybe the Greeks. Issei wanted to question Azazel further on the topic, but once he said that beings like the Greeks would appear, his mind drifted off to two individuals. The first was Artemis. It had been a while since he last saw her, and he wondered what she had been up to since they departed from one another. The other was, unfortunately, Hades, who he hadn't heard a peep from ever since he killed those fake Cerberus that Cockabeel summoned. Issei was a little concerned that the Greek god of the underworld would still hold some negative emotions towards him, considering that he was the one who killed the real Cerberus a while back. He had been mentally preparing himself for when he did finally meet Hades, considering that he wasn't at the god party that he attended a while back with Sun Wukong. Hopefully, he won't just up and kill him on the spot. Then again, he wouldn't blame Hades if he did try that. If there was a plus side to any of this news, Issei would have to say that there was a chance for the Monkey King to be at the party. Like Artemis, it had been quite a while since the last time Issei had met up with Sun Wukong, and he was a little curious about what his quote-unquote rival had been up to. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, maybe I should ask Yoruichi and Yamato if they want to come along. It's been a while since they got out of the house. Riaz looked at Issei and her peerage. Riaz, remember to pack when you all return home and bring a book or something. It's gonna be a long try. Azazel, oh, one more thing before I forget. He looked at Issei. Azazel, yo, Hyoudou. Issei glanced over at Azazel. Issei, what? Azazel grew a small grin as he looked at the brown-haired boy. Azazel, I'm gonna take your mother out to dinner tonight. That cool? Silence. Absolute silence filled the Occult Research Club room as Riaz and her peerage's eyes widened at what Azazel had just said. He did not just say that he was taking Issei's mother out to dinner, directly to his face. Azazel was known for being upfront about topics, but this was on a whole other level of upfront. The temperature in the room suddenly began to decrease a little as Gasper immediately jumped off Issei's lap and ran to his box. Kaneko soon left the couch as well and went over to Kiba for protection. However, the blonde knight was silently praying to either God or Lucifer that he survived being caught in the crossfire of Issei's wrath. Ria slowly looked at Issei, whose face was shadowed by his own brown hair. She could see his body visibly shaking as one of his fingers twitched a little. Ria's, Issei, you okay? Issei, I'm fine. Ria silently gulped. Ria's, why you sure? Issei, yes, Ria's. Issei looked up and stared directly at Azazel, gritting his teeth hard as one of his eyes burned with a menacing purple aura that sent shivers down everyone's spine, including Azazel himself. Issei, I'm perfectly fine. Time skip brought to you by Issei trying to Azazel. Surzech, did you really have to aggravate him like that? Currently, Azazel was in the underworld, sitting in the office with Surzech and his queen, Graphia. The fallen angel had just informed the Devil King about telling Riaz and the others that there was a conference party happening in the underworld. He also informed him that he told Issei about taking his mother out to dinner, which led to the young man trying to kill Azazel, who barely managed to escape with his life. The others weren't much help due to the amount of bloodlust Issei was emitting. Azazel shrugged. Azazel, how was I supposed to know that the kid would be that pissed off? Graphia, because you were talking about his mother. Azazel cupped his chin and began to think for a moment, only to soon smirk. Azazel, now that can't be it. Graphia's eye twitched as Surzech felt a faint chill run down his spine, signaling that it was time to change the subject before his wife decided to put the governor of the fallen angels on ice. Surzech, moving on, I take it that they don't know about the ambush. Azazel shook his head. Azazel, besides your little sister, not one of them knows, although. He sighed. Azazel, it's gonna be difficult to gauge their power as long as Issei is with them. Surzech nodded in agreement. Surzech, indeed, with his power, they would be able to defeat him without much issue. Azazel, that's also not taking D-Drake into consideration. If he pulled him out, then it would be a one-sided slaughter. Surzech nodded. Graphia, so what do you expect we do? How could we get Hyoudou off the train before the ambush? Azazel just smirked. Azazel, oh, don't you worry your pretty little head. I know someone that can help. Graphia's eye twitched from Azazel's words, but she chose to ignore them. Graphia, and who would that be? Azazel, oh, just someone who's been needing a new chair as of late. Surzech's eyes widened as all the color faded from his face. Surzech, no, you can't be serious. Azazel grew a smug look. Azazel, oh, I am. Surzech, you're insane. Graphia looked at Surzech with a confused expression. Graphia, Surzech, who is he talking about? Surzech, let's just say that it's someone who creeps people out more than Seraphal's personality. Azazel chuckled as he stood up from his chair. Azazel, well, I'm gonna give her a call. You get everything else ready. Surzech sighed but nodded his head while Graphia was still confused about who they were talking about. And so, the leader of the fallen angels made his way out of Surzech's office as he summoned a magic circle and placed it close to his ear. Azazel, hope she isn't doing anything weird. After a minute of waiting, he soon got a response. Magic circle, hello. Azazel, hey, Big R. Azazel heard a sigh of annoyance. Magic circle, what do you want, Fallen? You better have a good reason to interrupt my fun time. Azazel, well, we need your help with something. Azazel heard a scoff. Magic circle, and why should I of all beings help you? Azazel, oh, you're right, I shouldn't have wasted your time. A smirk grew on his face. Azazel, it's not like I wanted your help with something involving Issei Hyoudou. Silence. 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 Magic circle, you have my attention. Azazel, oh, the kid is gonna hate me for life. Bleh. 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 End of chapter. S3 Chapter 3 Train to Hell Part 1. Third person POV. Issei, hey Kiba. Kiba, yes Issei. Issei looked at the blonde knight. Issei, if I ever say I took a train to hell, please kill me. Kiba, say no more. Currently, Issei was hanging out with Kiba as the two were chilling on a wall-mounted table. After Riaz announced that they were going to be spending their summer in the underworld, Issei informed his mother that he would be spending the summer with some friends, which she was all right with. Miki was glad that her son had managed to make some actual friends, proper ones, and not the two perverted idiots that he used to hang out with back in the day. Miki never really liked them, seeing them as nothing more than bad influences on her son. This, unfortunately, brought some bad memories to Issei, who still blamed himself for their deaths. Either way, Miki told Issei to have fun with his friends and stay safe while he was at it. He told his mother that he would, just as long as she didn't do anything stupid like spend time with a certain person who kept coming over to their house. Miki knew that Issei was talking about Azazel. He never really trusted him when they first met. She understood that Issei was protective of her, especially since she had overworked herself to the point of collapsing into a coma. But Azazel was a good friend and she enjoyed spending time with him. He made her smile and laugh. Issei just needed to understand that. He'd come around and learned to trust Azazel. She wasn't sure when such a thing would happen. However, she believed that they both would get along with each other eventually. Hopefully. Anyways, not long had passed since Issei, Riaz, and her peerage had left the human world and begun their travel to the underworld, but they weren't taking any magic circles to get there. No, apparently they were instead taking a train to hell, a literal train. Issei couldn't recall the name of the train, probably something along the lines of the Gremory Express or something. Either way, the name of the vehicle didn't matter at the moment because Issei had to admit, despite not meeting Ria's family, minus her older brother, he was starting to like them more and more. This train was pretty cool in his opinion. The room that he was currently in was very spacious. In fact, there was so much room that Issei figured it could be compared to the layout of a small house. Of course, most of the space was being taken up by things such as tables, chairs, and potted plants, but the fact still stood. The train was cool and Issei was definitely going to use it the next time he decided to go to hell, no pun intended. Maybe he would decide to explore it a little bit to see if all the rooms were the same or if they were all individually different from one another. Issei glanced over at Kiba and saw that he was reading some sort of book. Issei, hey Kiba. Kiba, him. Issei pointed at the book in his hands. Issei, what are you reading there? Kiba, this isn't even a book, it's blank because I no longer mean anything to the plot of the book. Kiba simply shrugged. Kiba, not sure, but it seems interesting. Issei, really? Kiba nodded his head. Kiba, now please leave me to being a background character. Issei, you think it's something I would read? Kiba shook his head and gave a small smile. Kiba, no, it would probably be too boring for you. Issei, I see. With that, Issei turned his attention towards the others to see what they were up to, much to Kiba's relief. Kiba, finally back to being a background character. Issei saw Asia and Zenovia playing with some red cards. Well, it looked like they were attempting to play a game, but seeing the confused look on the blue-haired girl's face was enough for Issei to know that she had absolutely no idea what she was doing. He should really teach Zenovia the rules of certain games someday because she was a little lacking. Moving on, he noticed both Riaz and Aquino sitting close by to the former church members, and from what Issei could make out, they seemed to be simply chatting with each other while enjoying the tea and biscuits that had been left out for them when they got on board the train. Gasper had his eyes glued to his video, most likely beating another unfortunate soul at Super Smash Bros. Again. With the vampire boy's love of video games and anime, maybe Issei should attempt to bring Gasper to a Comic-Con at some point in the future. If he got over his shy personality, then Gasper would be all over that place like a group of hungry piranhas to a dead animal. Then again, Issei almost gets the feeling that if he did tell Gasper about Comic-Con, then he would be dragged out of bed by force at the crack of dawn to take the vampire boy there. That is something that Issei doesn't need. Even he needs his beauty sleep once in a while. Then again, knowing the system, it probably won't allow him. Anyways, Kaneko, on the other hand, wasn't doing anything, and that caught Issei's attention. He knew that she was the more quiet type person, but normally he would at least see her eat some sweets like chocolate. However, Issei didn't see a single wrapper close to her or on the table in front of her. All Kaneko was doing was staring out the nearby window, gazing into the vast purple void that the Gremory Express what Issei would now be referring to as the train traveled through at high speed. Issei may not know everything about her, but he knew that something was definitely wrong with Kaneko. He didn't know, and he got the feeling that she wouldn't tell him either, even if he did bother to ask her. Stubbornness, a quality that always appears within an individual when something is wrong and they don't want others to know. It's almost funny now that he thinks about it because, in a way, whatever her situation was kind of reminded Issei of his own. Even now, Issei's mind hasn't been able to let go of what he saw that night. It's been plaguing his head for hours upon hours now. He thought that it would happen again and maybe he could gather more information. Unfortunately for the brown-haired boy, it didn't. The system is no help either. He still isn't even sure if what he saw was due to the bloody system or not. Either way, the point still stood that Kaneko's situation reminded Issei a lot of his own. However, he can't afford to tell anyone about it without risking their lives. A little cliché with the whole "I do it to keep those I care for safe" stereotype, but with anything that involves the system, well, Issei has no choice but to be stubborn. The system was completely unpredictable. Who knows what could just pop into existence when he least expects it? He has already experienced 2 red gates. The last thing that Issei needs is to be sucked into a third one. Maybe when he finally reaches level 100, he'll get the answers to all of his questions. Maybe he will learn why he was chosen to be made into a player or why his father disappeared all those years ago. Maybe why the word monarch feels so familiar to him. Or what the point of that strange dream he had with those 2 beings clashing was. Or even what the heck was inside that bloody cage. He'll get his answers, he knows he will, because, like Issei has stated before, he uses the system and the system uses him. Gasper looked at Kaneko. Gasper, hey Kaneko, how come I haven't seen you eat any sweets yet? Kaneko looked from the window towards the vampire boy. Kaneko, I'm not hungry. Gasper tilted his head. Gasper, you okay? You seem a little out of it. This gained Kiba's attention as he looked up from his totally not blank book. With that, the blonde had fulfilled all the time he would spend in the spotlight. Kaneko, don't worry, Gaspy. Kaneko gave Gasper a reassuring smile, the same one that Issei had. Kaneko, I'm all right. Gasper wasn't sure if he should believe Kaneko or not. It wasn't like her to not be eating any sweets. Gasper, you sure? Kaneko simply nodded. Kaneko, yes, I'll eat soon. Gasper, oh, okay. With that out of the way, Kaneko went back to doing what she was doing before, staring out the window into the vast purple void and proceeded to not say another word. Gasper reluctantly let out a small sigh and went back to his video game. Issei saw all this and shifted his glance towards Kiba. Issei, what's with her? Kiba, afraid I can't tell ya. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, not your place to say. Kiba nodded his head. Kiba, yeah, it's Kaneko's business, and if she wanted to involve us, then she will come to us when she's ready. He then let out a small sigh as he looked at Kaneko with a sad expression. Kiba, but knowing her, she'll probably be stubborn, kinda like I was a while back. Hearing that from Kiba was all that Issei needed to hear. He now had all the information he needed to know, and the fog had finally been lifted. It was now clear to Issei what was going on with his favorite chocolate bar-eating rook. She was thinking about her past, the life she had before she met Riaz and the others. Besides both Kiba and Gasper's past, Issei knew little to nothing about the others. However, he got the feeling that they too had suffered intense hardships before they were brought into the Gremory family. Maybe her past experiences were what gave Kaneko the reclusive personality she now had. Maybe she used to be more open-minded and caring, always seeing the good in the world around her. Whatever she experienced in the past, Issei couldn't even imagine going through the same thing and walking out with the same mind he had now. It must have been awful if she now preferred to be reclusive and push others away to the point that they feared her. She may have been the Kyoto Academy's cute mascot, but that didn't mean that absolutely everyone loved her. Back in the day before Issei gained the system, he had learned that many of the other students actually feared Kaneko due to her unnatural strength and her willingness to beat any pervert that dared glance at her to a bloody pulp, which is a reason why no one bothered to make friends with her. They feared her, either keeping their distance from her or simply leaving the moment they caught a glimpse of her coming by. Heck, some would even secretly talk negatively about her, but they didn't dare say it to her face because they didn't want to be put in the hospital or in a casket next to their ancestors. Kaniko's life had been nothing more than an unpleasant experience, both back then and even now. Her reclusive ways brought only loneliness to her heart, like she was trapped in a never-ending loop. Issei knew how that felt. He too had once been trapped in a loop, but now he no longer was. He was free from it, and he was living a different life. Maybe he could help her. Maybe he could break Kaniko out. He could break her loop. Issei Kaniko. Issei clenched his hand into a fist. Issei, I'll break you out of your loop, I promise you. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words, "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Suddenly, an announcement came on the train's intercom. Announcer, we will soon arrive at the Citri Domain terminal. Hearing this gained Issei's attention as he raised an eyebrow. Issei, Citri Domain, is it talking about Sona? Issei Hyoudou. Issei perked up at the sound of the familiar tone as he looked over in the direction of the voice and was greeted by a surprising sight to behold. Saji, Sona, and Tsubaki walked into the room. Issei, Saji, Sona, and Tsubaki. Issei was a little surprised by the trio's sudden appearance. He figured that he would come across them at some point in the underworld, especially since Sona was the heiress to the Citri family and Azazel stated that there was a party happening. That part wasn't what surprised Issei. What surprised him was the fact that they too were taking the Gremory Express to the underworld. Originally, he thought that Sona would have wanted to use a magic circle to teleport to the Citri Domain as quickly as possible. However, it seems that Issei was greatly mistaken in his guess. They didn't decide to use a teleportation circle and opted to use the same method of transport as they were using, Whether the two peerages using the same method was pure coincidence or planned out was unfortunately unknown to Issei. But he knew Sona, and after the incident at the Kyoto pool, she probably planned this out to get one up on Rias and Aquino. If that is the case, then there was most likely going to be a scuffle between the three girls, which meant more problems for Issei. Yeah, he was starting to feel like a harem protagonist from an anime. Issei stood up from his chair and started to make his way over to the trio, much to Kiba's relief because he could once again go back to being a background character because that's all he would be. Saji waved at Issei. Saji, what up man, how have you been? Issei couldn't help but chuckle a little, giving Saji a fist bump. Issei been well, how about you? Saji shrugged. Saji, same old, same old. Issei nodded his head before he turned and looked at Sona. Issei, I'm surprised to see you, Sona. Didn't see you as a trained girl. Sona blushed slightly at Issei's words, causing all the girls from Ria's peerage to glare at the Citri girl. Gasper did the same, resulting in him losing his Super Smash Bros. Match. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to care much about it at the moment. Kiba was glad that he was at the back, away from whatever was happening in front of him. Sona could feel the jealous stares that she was receiving, but she ignored them as she adjusted her glasses. Sona, I'm not, however, I wish to see my boyfriend before I departed for home. Sona gave a cold glance towards Rias, the girls of her peerage, and Gasper, who glared back at Sona, all gaining a jealous aura around their bodies. Tsubaki looked at her king with a deadpan expression, shaking her head. Saji, on the other hand, was chuckling slightly, sweat dropping as he wasn't sure if he should get involved in whatever was going on with Sona and the girls of Ria's peerage, plus Gasper. Issei also sweat dropped but chose to ignore it. Issei, oh, so you're getting off here? Sona nodded. Sona, I am. My peerage and I will be staying at the Citri household while Saji undergoes training. This gained Issei's attention as he looked over at the blonde-haired boy. Immediately, Sona went back to giving Rias, Gasper, Asia, Kaneko, Zenovia, and Aquino a cold glare. Sona, he's mine, stinks, hands off. Rias' peerage minus Kiba began to twitch in annoyance. Girls, Gasper, this bitch. Kiba's sweat dropped. Issei, so you're gonna be off training? Saji nodded. Saji, yeah, Sona is gonna put me on some sort of training regime, meaning I'm gonna be working my butt off. Issei chuckled. Issei, damn, I feel bad for you. Saji deadpanned. Saji, yeah, very funny, Mr. My Power is a video game. Issei, hey, it ain't all sunshine and rainbows for me. I almost died to giant desert centipedes when I got this thing. Saji rolled his eyes. Saji, keep telling yourself that. Sona, Saji. Saji looked at Sona. Sona, it's time to go. Saji, oh, alright then. He turned to Issei. Saji, guess I'll catch you later. Issei nodded his head as Sona walked up to the brown-haired boy and kissed him on the cheek. Sona, stay safe, okay? Issei chuckled. Issei, you know I can't promise that. Sona, I know, but at least try. Issei couldn't help but smile a little. Issei, all right. With that, Sona turned and left the room with both Saji and Tsubaki following closely behind. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 4 Train to Hell Part 2. Third-person POV. Yamato, hey Yoruichi. Yoruichi, yes Yamato. Yamato, who was lying on the bed, glanced over at Yoruichi, who was sitting in Issei's chair with her arms crossed and her feet on the desk. Yamato, should we meet up with Issei in the underworld? Yoruichi let out a small sigh to herself. She had a feeling that Yamato would ask such a question at some point. Issei had departed for the underworld with Gremory and her peerage a solid half-hour ago, meaning they should either be at or have passed the Citri domain by now. He did ask if they wished to come along, but Yoruichi refused and said that she would stay behind and keep an eye on the house while Issei enjoyed his fun in the underworld. Yamato stayed as well, though the daughter of Thor could now guess why she did, to convince her to actually go to the party. She didn't want to go, not because she didn't like the underworld. It was actually a pretty quiet place down there, and that is especially noted when it came to their forests and mountains. However, that wasn't the reason why she didn't wish to go with him. Part of her actually wanted to, but there were a few reasons why she chose not to. Firstly, neither she nor Yamato had revealed themselves to Rias and her peerage, so the moment that they did, it would cause the crimson-haired devil girl to ask Issei what his affiliation with them both was. Now, Yoruichi does not by any means hate the Gremory. They were very nice among the devil population and do treat their members as part of their family. She just knows that Rias won't like that there are two mature women who have been sleeping in the same room as Issei and have bigger chests than she does. Secondly, from what Issei was told by Azazel, there was going to be a party of some sort in the underworld and tons of people have been invited. Yoruichi gets the feeling that among those invited guests will be her so-called father, and she really doesn't want to see him again for another 1,000 years. He may have walked away last time, but that was only because she stood up to him. She was only trying to keep Issei safe. He may have faced Sun Wukong, but he isn't the type to actively kill a person, while her quote-unquote father, on the other hand, would do so without hesitation. Last and certainly not least, if Yoruichi did go to the party, then there was most likely going to be some young and arrogant devil from a noble house who was going to try to hit on her. The son of the Fenix household was a prime example of what she was talking about, yet there is a chance for an even younger and more arrogant one appearing there. Though this hasn't happened to her before, Yoruichi knows that she hasn't been to a lot of parties in the past. If she recalls correctly, the only one she has attended was the God party that occurred a while back, and that didn't turn out so well. Either way, Yoruichi honestly didn't want to go down and attend the party in the underworld, even though Issei was the one who invited her to come along. Yamato Yoruichi. Silence. Yamato Yoruichi. Silence. Yamato Yoruichi. Silence again. Yamato, oh for the love of Yoruichi. Yoruichi perked up. Yoruichi, huh? She looked at Yamato. Yoruichi, what? The daughter of Kaido crossed her arms. Yamato, you didn't respond to my question. I thought you were ignoring me. Yoruichi, oh, was I? She soon sighed. Yoruichi, sorry, I was just thinking to myself. This got Yamato's attention as she gave her black feline friend a look of concern mixed in with curiosity. She had a feeling she knew what Yoruichi was thinking about. Honestly, it was the only thing that was on her mind since they left the God party from a while back. Yamato, let me guess, about what he said. Yoruichi slowly nodded her head. Yamato, Yoruichi, don't listen to. Yoruichi, I know, I should listen to what he says, but... Yoruichi closed her eyes as the words that her so-called father uttered began to echo throughout her mind. Flashback. Thor, she died because she was weak and pathetic. Flashback end. Her mother... weak. Pathetic. It was ridiculous. He, of all people, should know how powerful she was when she was still alive. After all, Yoruichi's mother was the only person who could calm Thor down from his random bloodlusted rages whenever he fought enemies. So to hear him call her weak and pathetic like that, if he wasn't a god, then she would tear him apart limb by limb and feed him to the Midgard serpent for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yoruichi, that bastard. She clenched her hand into a fist. Yoruichi, I hate him. Meanwhile in Asgard, Thor was sitting on a chair in a room, his trustworthy hammer in front of him as he silently stared at a blank wall with a look of absolute nothingness. There was no emotion in the God of Thunder's eyes, no happiness, no sadness, and no anger either. Ever since the incident at the God party, Thor hadn't left the room he was currently in. All he had been doing was just sitting there, staring at the wall in front of him and nothing more. Many have tried to get Thor to come out of the room, some taunting him with a feast, others stating that there was either an emergency or that there was a battle taking place outside. But unfortunately, all of these attempts have met the same result: failure. Some have gone to Odin for assistance, but the All-Father was either busy with other things or he simply replied with, leaving Thor alone because it's something that he needs to work out on his own. After that, no one has bothered Thor ever since and has left the mighty God of Thunder to his own thoughts. What were those thoughts? Simple, really. He was thinking of a certain someone. Thor, if you were here, you'd definitely be beating the shit out of me. He slowly began to close his eyes. Thor, not for calling you weak, but for abandoning her. Thor slowly clenched the handle of his hammer tightly. Thor, for leaving her when she needed me most. After a minute or two, his grip soon began to loosen as he used his other hand to grab something that was on his person. Thor, you must be very disappointed in me, aren't you? Thor grabbed the item and brought it out, opening his eyes as he gazed upon it with an expression that almost resembled a look of sadness. The item in question was a photo, but this was no ordinary photograph like the art scattered across Asgard. No, this photo was special because it showed a day that shall never be forgotten, a day that will forever play on loop within the depths of Thor's mind. It was his happiest day, the day that his gorgeous wife held their child in her kind and gentle arms. Thor Kali. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words, "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, anyone else getting a little bit bored? Issei was currently sitting on one of the couches with another Nintendo Switch in his hands, playing some Super Smash Bros. With Gasper, and the two boys were battling against one another. Both Asia and Aquino were sitting with the boys, the former nun looking over Issei's shoulder and observing the match between him and Gasper. Meanwhile, Aquino was merely enjoying some more tea and biscuits. Sona and her peerage had gotten off the Gremory Express, and after they departed, the train had just continued moving for what felt like forever, even though in reality it had just been a good hour or two. And if he was being honest, Issei was getting bored. Now he understood that it was going to take time before they arrived at the Gremory domain, but if he had known that it would take this long, then he would have considered using Kaisel rather than taking the train. Issei tried to pass the time and keep himself preoccupied, such as reading some books that were on the train, eating some food, and talking with the others like Kiba, who was acting like he didn't want to exist for some reason. Heck, it got to the point that Issei decided to do his daily quest, which didn't take very long to do because the brown-haired boy had done it so many times that it had engraved itself into his muscle memory. While he was doing it, he did notice the girls and Gasper attempting to secretly watch him, though he had the feeling that they didn't really know how to be stealthy. Issei didn't want to be mean or anything, but they actually sucked at not trying to be obvious about what they were doing. Speaking of the vampire boy, playing Super Smash Bros. Against Gasper was Issei's latest attempt to try and occupy himself, and so far it was definitely working its magic. Gasper was good at video games, like very good at them, especially the competitive ones. It honestly made Issei wonder what would happen if he introduced the shy lad to games such as Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Lies of P, and Sekiro. Would he be good at the Souls and Souls-like games, or would he struggle with them? He might. He could have a chance at beating them. Gasper definitely had skill when it came to video games. After all, he did beat the brown-haired boy in Smash Bros. Issei had played them himself back in the day, and he would admit that he struggled. He struggled with a lot of the bosses because he couldn't time the dodges or parries. One of the most annoying bosses he fought definitely had to be Melania, but Issei was sure that a lot of people either had PTSD from her or could still hear her signature dialogue. Gasper pressed the buttons on his Switch very quickly, causing him to get the upper hand on Issei's character, which resulted in him losing the match. Gasper, another win. He sighed and looked at Issei. Gasper, senpai, at least try to win. Issei chuckled a little. Issei, sorry Gasper, but I just can't help it. He looked at Akino. Issei, how long has it been since we dropped off Sona and her peerage? Akino took a sip from her cup of tea, her violet eyes glancing over at Issei. Akino, roughly an hour or two. Issei's eyes widened. Issei, an hour or two. Akino nodded her head as she grew a sweet smile. Akino, that just shows you how big the underworld really is. Issei, geez, if I had known that, then I would have flown there myself. He shook his head as he went back to playing Smash Bros. With Gasper, forced to endure a little while longer. However, he was sure that they would get there even. Announcer, we will soon arrive at the Gremory Domain Terminal. Issei blinked once, twice, and finally a third time, resulting in him losing once again against Gasper. Issei, ha. Akino giggled. Akino, well, looks like you don't need to wait long, Issei. Issei, are you bloody kidding me? Hearing Issei's outburst caused Akino to let out another giggle. Akino, now, there's no need to be upset. She soon pointed at the window behind the brown-haired boy. Akino, take a look. Issei, huh? Issei turned around and looked out the window, noticing that the outside had finally changed from the purple void they were traveling into something that resembled a regular sky. This filled Issei with much relief because he was starting to reach his limit with the amount of purple, which was funny since his shadow soldiers were both black and purple. However, that relief soon changed the moment Issei took his eyes away from the sky. He shifted his gaze down below to see if he could try to pick out the Gremory household, but that was immediately put on hold as Issei's eyes soon began to widen in a mixture of shock and awe. Issei, holy shit. Issei was greeted by the sight of the Gremory territory, and he was proud to say that it was definitely not what he was expecting to see. No words, absolutely no words, could describe what the young man was feeling right now because the moment he laid eyes upon it. Everything went blank. Issei's mind had gone completely blank. He knew that Ria's family was very special among the devil population due to them being a part of the 72 pillars or whatever. But what he saw right now was on a whole other level of things. No way. There was no way. There was absolutely no way. He hoped that he was seeing things because there was no way that what he was seeing right now belonged to the Gremory household. Issei, there's no way. Zenovia and Asia, who were looking out the windows as well, were also just as shocked as Issei was. Zenovia, wait, are you saying that all that land? Akino smiled. Akino, yep, it all belongs to the House of Gremory. Issei looked at her. Issei, it's fucking huge. Issei paused. He had the feeling that some people were going to say, that's what she said, for some reason. Kiba walked over, finally deciding to stop being a simple background character. Well, maybe for one last line or two. Kiba, if you were to compare it to Japan, they own roughly the size of its main island. Issei's jaw dropped. Issei, what the foo? Unfortunately for Issei, he didn't get the chance to finish his sentence as the Gremory Express came to a sudden halt, which caused him and Ria's peerage to be propelled forward a little and forced to grab onto things to stabilize themselves. Issei, on the other hand, didn't get a chance to grab onto anything and ended up crashing back first into a nearby wall. This caused him to let out a groan of pain as he slowly slid off the wall onto the train floor. Issei, ow. Akino looked at Issei. Akino, you okay? Issei let out another small groan. Issei, besides my sudden back injury. He raised one of his hands and gave an okay sign. Issei, never been better. Zenovia groaned and shook her head. Zenovia, why did we stop all of a sudden? Announcer, the emergency brake has been activated. Issei, who was still on the floor, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in confusion. Issei, the emergency brake, why should someone stop the train? Just then, a door opened, and both Azazel and Riaz walked into the room. Azazel, a few of the VIPs will be gathering here soon. Maybe the stop was a security precaution. The leader of the fallen soon noticed Issei laying on the floor. Azazel, He tilted his head. Azazel, you okay? Issei couldn't help but deadpan at him. Issei, yeah, I just decided to lay on the fucking ground because it looked comfortable. Azazel held his hands up. Azazel, okay, I get it, the floor's comfy. Issei sighed. Issei, you're an idiot. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, just call me Gojo. Issei deadpan again. Issei, no, Gojo is good looking, you're just fucking dumb. Azazel let out a fake gasp sound as he placed a hand on his chest. Azazel, how cruel. Riaz shook her head as she helped Issei up from the floor, letting him dust himself off. Riaz, you okay? Issei, I'm fine. He looked at Riaz. Issei, so who are these VIPs? Riaz, just some representatives from other factions like the Norse, Greek, and Egyptian. Issei's eyes widened. Egyptian. The moment he heard that word, sweat started to run down Issei's face. He hoped to whatever god or devil was listening to him. He prayed that she wasn't coming to the party. Issei, did you just say Egyptian? Riaz, I did, why? Issei gulped. Issei, does that mean? You got that right, cutie, I'm here, Tilda. Issei immediately froze on the spot, all the color fading away from his face, which shocked Riaz because she had never seen Issei act like this before. Normally, he was very calm and collected, but right now, he looked like he was scared for his life. Issei slowly turned his head in the direction of the voice, silently praying. Issei, oh God, please no. Unfortunately, the moment that Issei turned to the individual, his fear only increased because before him was none other than the sun god, Ra. Ra smiled. Ra, hey cutie Tilda, I'm so glad to see you again. She leaned forward a little, getting right up in Issei's face. Ra, so have you considered my offer, Tilda? Silence. Riaz, Issei. Silence. Riaz, Issei. Silence. Riaz, Issei. Silence. Riaz, Issei. Silence. Azazel, damn, the atmosphere is very thick. Wonder if I should break this you. Issei, oh hell no. Everyone, minus Ra and Azazel, was taken aback by Issei's sudden outburst. The brown-haired boy didn't give anyone a chance to say a word as he ran towards a nearby window and literally jumped through it, breaking the glass. Issei, fuck this shit, I'm out. The moment he was outside, Issei quickly summoned Kaizel and immediately took off flying towards the Gremory domain as fast as he could. Back on the train, Riaz and her peerage simply blinked as they were too stunned to say a single word because they honestly weren't sure what they could say after witnessing whatever that was. Azazel, well. Azazel scratched the back of his head. Azazel, that just happened. Ra nodded her head. Ra agreed, I was not expecting that. A small smirk grew on her face. Ra, anyways, Tilda. The sun god turned towards Riaz and her peerage, who finally snapped out of their shocked state. Ra, who wants to be the chair for my big fat? Silence. A hand slowly raised up. Riaz, Akino, no. Akino, yes. Ra smirked. Ra, come here, pretty girl Tilda. Bleh. 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 End of chapter. S3 Chapter 5 Surprise Dragon. Third person POV. Kiba, so, are we going to talk about the elephant in the room? Azazel looked at Kiba. Azazel, elephant, what elephant? The blonde-haired knight deadpanned at the leader of the fallen angels. He could tell that he was messing with him, but that only made Kiba want to stab him even more. Which is funny when the boy was trying his best to be a background character. Kiba, that Issei just jumped through the window, or? He pointed at something. Kiba, whatever that is. Everyone turned their gaze towards what Kiba was pointing at and immediately regretted doing so. What the Knight of Gremory pointed at was none other than the sun god of the Egyptian pantheon, Amun-Ra, who was currently sitting on a chair. Unfortunately for everyone in the room, this was no ordinary piece of furniture that she just grabbed from somewhere. No, the chair that she was currently reciting on was, in fact, the main reason why Issei decided to abandon the Gremory Express. Currently reciting below the sun goddess in her own words, big fat ass, was none other than Akino, the queen piece in Ria's peerage who volunteered to be the goddess's chair because why the fuck not? Kiba, I feel like we should be discussing one of those two things because. He shivered a little as he tried his best to not look over at Ra and Akino. Kiba, it's kinda creeping me out. Ra couldn't help but let out a small giggle. Ra, I don't see what the problem here is, Tilda. She glanced back at Akino. Ra, you're having fun, aren't you, cutie Tilda? Akino mmmmmm. Ra giggled once again, causing the others in the room to sweat drop at what was happening. They should be surprised, but then again they aren't really because this was Akino being herself, which was already a can of worms that no one wants to go into. Azazel looked at Kiba. Azazel, if you wish to talk about it, then be my guest. He crossed his arms. Azazel, but fair warning, you won't like the answer that you receive. Kiba stared at the leader of the fallen, his gaze slowly shifting over to Ra and Akino for a quick second before going back to Azazel. He then stood up. Kiba, no thanks, I like my sanity. Azazel, yeah, that's what I thought. With that, Kiba proceeded to walk to the back of the room and huddle in the corner, silently praying to Lucifer that whatever was happening would be over soon. Meanwhile, Riaz couldn't help but pinch the bridge of her nose and let out a small sigh of annoyance and embarrassment. Riaz ignoring all that. She turned towards Ra. Riaz, I take it that you're here to represent the Egyptian pantheon for the conference. Ra nodded her head as she shifted in her quote-unquote chair and crossed her legs. Ra, I am indeed, but I won't be the only one that shall be joining from the Egyptian pantheon. Azazel crossed his arms. Azazel, who else is gonna show up? Ra cupped her chin and began to think for a moment. Ra, let's see. She looked down at her hand and put up one finger. Ra, there will be Iris. She put up another finger. Ra, Osiris. Another went up. Ra, Horus. Another one. Ra, Anubis, mainly because he wished to talk to the other deities of the dead about something. This got Azazel's attention as he raised an eyebrow. Azazel, really, you know what they gonna talk about? Ra shrugged her shoulders. Ra, no clue, all that Anubis said was that it was. She raised her hands and began to do air quotes. Ra, very important or something along those lines. She crossed her arms. Ra, I don't really care, I'm just here for the party. The sun goddess soon grew a small smirk. Ra, and to mess with a certain someone, Tilda. Azazel, is this certain someone the same one that jumped out the window? Ra simply smiled as she rested her head on her clenched hand. Ra, maybe Tilda. Azazel shook his head as Ra received cold glares from everyone in Ria's peerage except for Kiba, who was busy rethinking his life choices, and Akino, who was being a chair. Ra, by the way. She looked at the leader of the fallen. Ra, didn't you say that you had a surprise for this little group? This gained Ria's peerage attention as they all, minus Akino, looked at Azazel. Gasper, surprise, what surprise? Zenobia, yes, I too want to know. Azazel blinked. Azazel, oh yeah, I did. He turned to Ra. Azazel, thanks for reminding me, I totally forgot about it after Issei jumped out the window. He then turned his attention towards Riaz. Azazel, you think you can come help me bring it to them, Riaz? Riaz sighed. Riaz, very well then. With that, both Azazel and Riaz left the room, which brought much confusion to the peerage, who began looking at each other. Zenobia, what do you all think the surprise is? Kiba shrugged. Kiba, not sure although. He narrowed his eyes. Kiba, knowing Azazel, it's probably gonna end with one of us getting hurt. Ra couldn't help but giggle. Ra, you're half right, cutie Tilda. Kiba shivered. Kiba, please don't talk to me. Ra, but you'll find out more ins. She held up 3 fingers, which caused everyone's eyes to widen. They didn't know they had that long before they would see Azazel's quote-unquote surprise for them. Ra 3. She put one down. Ra 2. Everyone went on guard as they saw a small grin start to form on the sun goddess's face. Ra and. She put the last finger down. Ra 1 tilde. Before anyone from the peerage could do anything, reality seemed to have shifted back to the endless purple void that the Gremory Express was once traveling through, and the said train itself mysteriously disappeared from under the young devil's feet. Ra watched with a small smile of amusement as every member of the Gremory peerage began falling down the void, each one screaming out in panic. Meanwhile, Ra just floated where she was as she watched the young devils disappear from her point of view. Ra, well, that was fun. She soon pouted. Ra, but did I have to give up my chair? New divide. By Lincoln Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Yermangander, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words, "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Various soft groans filled the air as the members of Ria's peerage slowly began to open their eyes and were greeted by a completely different environment than they originally were in. They sat up from the hard, cold stone floor they lay upon and saw that after they fell into the void, their location had shifted, and the young devils found themselves in some sort of valley. Gasper, ow, my back. Asia, is everyone okay? Kiba let out a small groan. Kiba got a sore back other than that. He gave Asia a thumbs up. Kiba, never been better. Zenobia looked around. Zenobia, where are we? How did we get here? Kiba, I don't know. He looked over at Aquino. Kiba, Aquino, what do you think? Aquino, I'm not sure, but if I had to take a guess, then this has to be the work of Azazel. Everyone's eyes widened as they recalled that Ra mentioned something about him giving them a surprise, but this couldn't be it dropping them in the middle of nowhere. There was no way that Riaz would allow such a thing. She would threaten the leader of the Fallen in a heartbeat. Kiba sighed. Kiba, you know, I'm starting to see why Issei doesn't like Azazel. Gasper, yeah, same here. Kaneko nodded in agreement. Asia, but why would he do this? Zenobia, I'm not sure, but whatever the reason is, I don't think it's safe to stay here. The others took notice of the fact that Zenobia didn't finish her sentence. They turned towards the blue-haired girl, who immediately shifted her gaze over to something. Asia, Zenobia, is something the ma. Asia was cut off by Zenobia holding up her hand. Zenobia, quiet. Asia blinked. Zenobia told her to be quiet. She never did that back in the church. Aquino, what is it, Zenobia? The former exorcist narrowed her eyes. Zenobia, something is coming. Before anyone could react to what she just said, the ground beneath their feet began to shake and rumble. It shook as if something massive was traversing upon it, and unfortunately for the young devils, whatever it was making its way toward them. This put them on guard as their eyes scanned the area in search of the source of the shaking, although they didn't have to wait long before they got their answer. A piece of a nearby cliff broke off as their devil ears picked up on the sound of an animal growling, and then that is when it happened. From behind, the source of the noise appeared, and the moment they laid their eyes upon it, a mixture of shock and fear filled their bodies. The creature was none other than a dragon, a 15-meter-tall, gigantic western dragon. A majority of the dragon's body was covered in dark purple scales, with the exception of its lower body, specifically the belly, the inner portions of its long tail and legs, which were beige in color. Asia, is that a... Kaneko narrowed her eyes. Kaneko, a dragon. The dragon's eyes began to glow with a menacing purple color, reminding the young devils of the glow that appears from Issei's eyes. However, they didn't get a chance to admire the beauty of the color as the colossal dragon began to unleash a stream of flames toward them. Fortunately, the members of the peerage were able to evade the flames, though it was a close call as many nearly got burned. Kiba gritted his teeth and summoned his holy demonic sword. Kiba, so I'm gonna assume that this guy isn't friendly. Zenobia glared at Kiba. Zenobia, do you think so? She held out her hand and summoned Durandal. As the dragon continued to unleash its flames from its mouth, Kaneko narrowed her eyes at the creature and began to charge towards it as fast as she could. She used the nearby rocks to gain some level of elevation. When she got to the final one, she proceeded to jump towards the dragon, rearing her fist back in an attempt to land a strike on it. However, Aquino soon noticed something that caused her eyes to widen. Aquino, Kaneko, watch out. Unfortunately for the white-haired devil girl, she didn't have much time to process what her friend shouted out as the dragon used its long whip-like tail and struck Kaneko. The force of the impact struck her like a semi-truck, knocking the wind out of her lungs as she was launched back into a nearby wall, creating a web-like crack and causing blood to gush out from her forehead. Kaneko's eyes slowly began to shut as she fell to the ground and landed in front of Gasper, whose eyes widened. Gasper, Kaneko. The vampire boy ran over to make sure his friend was all right, turning her over to see that she was bleeding from the forehead. Gasper, oh no. He turned towards Asia. Gasper, Asia, we need you. Asia, I'm on my way. She glared at the dragon, which growled at the young devils. Asia, you monster. Asia kneeled down a little before she leaped into the air, causing the ground beneath her feet to break apart as she reared her fist back just like Kaneko did. However, unlike the rook, Asia's fist was coated in a luminous green aura. Asia, take this. She threw the punch and struck the dragon's face, causing bright light to fill the area. The members of Ria's peerage minus Kaneko were forced to cover their eyes for a moment, but when it was over, Zenobia watched as Asia landed directly next to her. She smiled at the blonde. Zenobia, oh yeah, Asia. Kiba, I wouldn't be celebrating too soon. This made Zenobia look over at Kiba. Zenobia, how, what do you mean? The knight narrowed his eyes. Kiba, look at the dragon. Zenobia turned back towards the dragon and her eyes widened. The creature was still standing tall and it didn't even have a bruise on its face. Of course, she knew that it wouldn't go down instantly, but she at least expected the beast to either be staggered or dazed from the impact. This wasn't Zenovia's first time facing a dragon, and neither was it Asia's. Back when they worked for the church, a couple of their enemies managed to get their hands on dragons the size of a small house and used them as guard dogs. They were tough opponents, but whenever Asia landed a solid blow on them, it would always stagger the beast so that Zenovia or Irina could finish them off. Did this mean that this dragon was stronger than those ones? Zenovia, how is it not staggered? Asia took a step back. Asia, I hit it with enough force to shatter a boulder. The dragon stomped the ground, shattering it upon impact, and proceeded to unleash a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the valley, shaking the ground beneath the young devil's feet. It soon turned its attention to Gasper and Kaneko, who slowly regained consciousness and saw the looming dragon. Asia, you have to get out of there. The dragon growled at Kaneko and Gasper, but before it could do anything, it was interrupted by Akino, who blasted its face with her electricity. The creature growled in annoyance as it turned its attention to Akino, who sprouted her devil wings and took flight, her school uniform glowing as it was soon swapped out for her battle Miko attire. Akino, since Riaz isn't here, it's my duty to take the lead. She looked at Zenovia and Kiba. Akino, Kiba, Zenovia, try and get the dragon's attention. The two knights nodded their heads as they charged towards the dragon. Akino then looked over at Asia. Akino, Asia, you heal Kaneko. Asia nodded. Asia got it. The former nun ran over to Gasper and Kaneko, kneeling down next to the rook and held her hands out. Asia, stay still, okay? Kaneko grunted a little as Asia began to use her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, and started to heal the white-haired devil girl. The dragon roared as it attempted to unleash another stream of flames from its mouth, but it was cut off by Akino, who blasted its face with her electricity once again. The Queen of Ria's peerage couldn't help but smirk a little. Akino, I enjoy dishing out punishment. The dragon growled at Akino. Zenovia, hey, scale Y over here. Both Zenovia and Kiba leaped up onto some nearby rocks and used them for elevation, the blonde coming from the left and the blue-haired girl coming from the right as they launched themselves towards the dragon in an attempt to attack it with their swords. However, the dragon seemed to have anticipated their plan of action because it let out a snarl, and the horns on its head grew longer, blocking the strikes from not only Kiba's holy demonic sword but from Zenovia's Durandal as well. Zenovia's eyes widened. Zenovia, it blocked Durandal. The dragon roared loudly as its mouth started to glow once again, only for Akino to strike the dragon with an even more powerful dose of her electricity. Unfortunately, no matter how many times she struck the dragon with her powers, nothing seemed to be working on the giant creature. There wasn't a bruise, dent, or even a scratch on any part of its body. This was bad. This was very, very bad for the young devils. Akino knew that they wouldn't last much longer against the dragon, plus she had the feeling that it had been messing with them. It had numerous opportunities to end their lives, but it hadn't taken a single one of them. Something wasn't right, but then again, dragons are known to be arrogant creatures. Akino, damn it. She gritted her teeth. Akino could really use Issei's help right about now. The dragon used its arm and swatted away Akino's light, snarling at her viciously as its tail smashed the ground. Akino glared at the creature. Akino, you want me? Then come and get me, you overgrown repti. However, before Akino could finish her sentence, a loud and thunderous roar soon appeared out of nowhere, shaking not only the valley but the surrounding area too. The sheer volume of the newly created roar was so loud, so powerful that all the members of Ria's peerage had to cover their ears due to the intensity of it. But they weren't the only ones affected. The dragon they had been facing was also impacted by the roar. Notably, it wasn't to the same degree as them, but they could see that the unknown roar had, in fact, staggered the purple dragon as it began to look around for the source of the roar. Although it didn't have to wait long to find out what had made it, because from out of nowhere, the purple dragon was tackled into the nearby cliff by an unknown force. The young devils turned towards it, and their eyes widened in a mixture of shock, awe, and happiness as the thing that tackled the dragon was none other than Akino. It's D-Drag. Zenobia, no way. After tackling the purple dragon, D-Drag proceeded to bite down upon the creature's neck, which caused it to let out a loud roar of pain. However, D-Drag paid no mind to the dragon's suffering as he dragged it across the stony ground before slamming it back into the cliff. The dragon let out a roar at D-Drag, who unleashed his own challenging roar at the creature. The young devils knew that this was a fight that they should stay out of, especially when two dragons decided to duke it out. The purple dragon unleashed a stream of flames at D-Drag's face, striking the shadow, who didn't even bother to dodge the attack. Why would he need to dodge such a weak attack? The flames did nothing to the former dragon of domination. D-Drag growled. D-Drag, you call that fire? He snorted as smoke rose from his nostrils. D-Drag, pathetic. The dragon merely growled in response to D-Drag's words. It tried to attack him with its horns, only for D-Drag to block the attack by grabbing onto the dragon's horns. The shadow dragon held onto the horns tightly, growling at his opponent with a faint purple hue in his eyes. D-Drag soon used his immense strength and tossed the dragon towards the other side of the valley, causing the ground to shake from the impact. However, D-Drag wasn't done just yet, because he soon turned towards the creature and opened his mouth as the members of the Gremory peerage noticed a mixture of purple flames and energy begin to gather within the dragon's mouth. Kiba, guys. He looked at them. Kiba, we should get out of here. They nodded their heads as they were about to leave the area, but unfortunately for them, they didn't have enough time to do so as D-Drag soon unleashed a powerful dark purple beam towards the dragon. The beam destroyed everything in its path as it traveled towards the purple dragon, who used its dragon wings to evade the attack before getting hit. D-Drag, I'm not done with you yet. D-Drag soon unleashed a powerful roar-like attack that tore apart the landscape before striking the purple dragon in the chest, sending it flying back. Though it eventually recovered and landed back on the ground where it started, panting heavily as its body was slightly battered and bruised. It looked up and growled at D-Drag, whose only response was unleashing another purple beam towards the dragon. Unfortunately for the dragon, it couldn't get out of the way in time and was struck in the chest by the beam, forced back a couple of feet before crashing into the ground. The dragon lay on the ground, beaten and bruised, as D-Drag slowly approached it, each step causing the ground to either shake or crack. He soon loomed over the dragon and looked down at it in silence. The dragon looked back at the former Welsh dragon and let out a light snarl. D-Drag, on the other hand, unleashed a thunderous roar of triumph that shook the entire valley he was now in before looking down at the dragon. That's enough, D-Drag. This got the attention of Ria's peerage as they turned towards the voice and were greeted by the sight of Issei, who stood on Kaisel's back. Asia Issei. Gasper Senpai. Kiba smiled at the sight of the brown-haired boy. Kaneko Issei Senpai. Issei looked down at the young devils and gave them a small smile. Issei, hey guys, sorry it took so long. He jumped down from the wyvern, who disappeared back into its liege's shadow. Issei, but I got a view from above and... He looked over at D-Drag. Issei, I think they got enough info, don't you agree, D-Drag? D-Drag looked back at Issei and nodded his head. D-Drag, yes my liege, I think they have enough information. This got everyone's attention as they looked at Issei with raised eyebrows of confusion. Akino, information, what information? Issei looked at Akino. Issei, wait, you didn't know. Akino slowly shook her head. Issei, I see, well, why don't you ask the ones who illustrated all this? Issei's gaze slowly shifted over to a nearby cliff and looked up. Issei, that's your quite to start talking, Azazel. Bleh. 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 End of chapter. S3 Chapter 6 Devil Dragon Tannin. Third person POV. Issei, that's your cue to start talking, Azazel. The moment that Issei finished speaking, confusion filled the air for a moment as the group wasn't sure what he was talking about. However, all that changed the moment a familiar chuckle was heard, which got the attention of Ria's peerage, causing them to turn their attention towards the source and see both Azazel and Riaz standing on a nearby cliff. The sight of the duo caused the group, minus Issei, to widen their eyes in a mixture of shock and surprise. Asia, it's Riaz. Gasper, Azazel is with her too. Aquino looked at Issei. Aquino, you knew that they were up there, Issei. Issei nodded his head. Issei, I sensed both of them the moment I arrived here to back you guys up. Kiba looked over at him. Kiba, so they were watching us face that dragon, why? Issei, let's ask them. With that, Issei turned his attention back to Riaz, who stood next to the governor of the fallen with her arms crossed, though her expression was one of relief that none of her peerage members were fatally harmed during the battle. In fact, she made a mental note to thank Issei for showing up when he did. Meanwhile, Azazel, on the other hand, had his hands in his pockets, unbothered by being called out by the brown-haired boy as he merely looked down at Issei with an amused smirk on his face. He knew that getting rid of Issei would only last for a short period since he would calm down after getting as far away from Ra as he could, although Azazel expected to have a little more time before he showed up. Guess he made a little miscalculation, though he wouldn't deny that it was pretty amusing to see the former dragon of domination throw down with another of his kind. He could probably make a movie out of that at some point later down the line. It definitely would make him a good amount of money, although he wasn't sure if he should make it live action or animated. Mixing the two was not a good decision since he didn't want to make a Michael Bay movie. Wait. He feels like he's forgetting something. Issei, so you gonna start talking, you old crow? Azazel blinked. Azazel, oh yeah, he wants answers. A small smile soon began to crawl onto the leader of the fallen angel's face. Azazel, I must say, Issei, you definitely know how to make an entrance. I was not expecting you to throw out D-Drag. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, seems appropriate since you decided that it was a good idea to apparently sick that. He pointed at the purple dragon which was laid out on its back, letting out a small groan as steam could be seen rising from its scaly body. Issei, on my friends, and merely stand by and watch. He then looked at Riaz. Issei, I'm guessing that you didn't approve of this, Riaz. Riaz nodded her head. Riaz, yes, I for one didn't like this idea. She then let out a small sigh before she turned her attention to Azazel and gave him a cold glare. Riaz, but unfortunately, there was little I could say in the matter. Azazel simply waved it off. Azazel, yeah, send me the bill. Issei watched as Azazel took a couple of steps forward and proceeded to jump off from where he was standing, landing perfectly on the ground without a single scratch on his body. Riaz, on the other hand, Issei watched as she sprouted her devil wings and simply glided down from the cliff towards her peerage members. Gasper, Riaz. The crimson-haired devil girl gave Gasper a small smile as she hugged him. Riaz, hello Gasper, I'm glad you're okay. She looked at the rest of her peerage. Riaz, I'm glad that you all are okay, and I'm sorry that you had to go through something like that. Zenobia, it's okay Riaz, none of us were harmed. Kaneko deadpan at the blue-haired girl. Kaneko, excuse me. Zenobia blinked. Zenobia, oh right. She scratched the back of her head. Zenobia, sorry Kaneko, I guess I forgot that you did get launched into the wall by the dragon. Issei, speaking of. He looked at Azazel with a serious expression. Issei, who is that dragon? Azazel smiled. Azazel, why don't you ask him yourself? With that, Azazel turned his attention towards the purple dragon, who was still laying out on the ground. Azazel, hey big guy, quit laying on the job. Another groan was heard as Issei and the group watched as the dragon slowly began to sit up, placing one of its clawed hands on its head. Dragon, you say that, crow, yet you're the one who does nothing but sit around all day. Azazel let out a fake hurtful gasp. Azazel, now that's just rude, how can you say such a thing? Issei silently chuckled to himself. Issei, okay, this dragon is on my good side now. The dragon soon shook its head before it turned and looked up at D-Drag, who loomed over the purple creature. Dragon, I had heard the rumors, but I didn't think that they were true. A small smile grew across the dragon's face. Dragon, it's good to see you again, D-Drake. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words, "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Dragon, it's good to see you again, D-Drake. Hearing this caught Issei's attention. The purple dragon knew D-Drake. It wasn't much of a surprise to him since he figured that D-Drake had to be famous among the dragon race, especially since he and his rival were extremely powerful when they were in their prime. However, Issei gets the feeling that D-Drake and the purple dragon know each other personally. They probably were friends back in the day or something like that. D-Drake let out a chuckle. D-Drake, and it's good to see you again too, Tannen. He held out one of his claws and the purple dragon, now dubbed Tannen, proceeded to reach up and grab onto it, allowing D-Drake to lift him up to his feet. Once that was done, Issei took the chance to see the two dragons side by side, and he had to say that he was impressed. D-Drake was obviously taller than Tannen by a lot, though from what Issei could make out from where he stood, Tannen's height put him roughly up to the base of D-Drake's neck. Issei, D-Drake, you know this dragon? D-Drake turned towards the brown-haired boy and nodded his head. D-Drake, indeed I do, my liege. He is an old friend from when I used to be alive. Tannen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in confusion from D-Drake's words, but he held off from asking him for now. Issei, an old friend, I take it that he's powerful. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, that he is. He turned his attention to Riaz's peerage before gesturing to Tannen. Azazel, say hello to Blaze Meteor Dragon, or rather Devil Dragon Tannen. Issei's eyes widened. Issei, a devil dragon, are you saying that this dude became a devil? Azazel, yep, once a part of the powerful Dragon Kings, Tannen here chose to become a devil. He then coughed into his hand and muttered something that only Issei seemed to have picked up on. Azazel, for reasons that I don't feel like going into right now. The leader of the fallen soon smiled. Azazel, but anyways, the big guy has come down to help out with your training, children. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei training. Zenovia, is it special training with a full-on montage? Tannen couldn't help but tilt his head slightly at Zenovia's words. Tannen, I don't know what that is. He crossed his arms. Tannen, but Surzets asked me to come help, and from what I have seen, each one of you needs a lot of improvement. Azazel nodded in agreement before he looked at Issei. Azazel, you don't get any training. Issei, why not? Azazel deadpanned. Azazel, first, you're just too op for any sort of training, and second, you nearly killed Tannen by throwing D-Drake at him. Issei rolled his eyes. Issei, he would have been fine. I told D-Drake to go easy on him. Azazel blinked once, twice, and finally 3 times. Azazel, you serious? Issei, this is my serious face, can't you tell? Azazel wasn't sure if Issei was being serious with his words or if he was simply saying all that just to mess with him. Either way, the leader of the fallen angels got the feeling that he should probably just move on from the topic, otherwise something else would happen. Azazel, anyways, as you all can probably tell by now, this was a test. Kiba, a test. Azazel nodded. Azazel, yes, a test to gauge your individual power and how far you lot have come, although there was one small problem. Akino, and what's that? Azazel pointed at Issei. Azazel, we had to find a way to keep our resident op MC out of the way. Issei deadpanned. Issei, will you stop calling me that? Azazel smirked. Azazel, no, but to keep him away for a little while, we decided to call in some backup. Issei, who did you call? Issei soon paused for a moment as he processed what Azazel had just said. They needed to keep Issei away from Ria's peerage while they gauged their power with the help of Tannen. However, there was no way that Issei would have left the train unless he was either lured away from it, or forced away by someone he was afraid of. There was only one individual that came to the brown-haired boy's mind, one that made him literally jump out of the train. Issei, you. He pointed at Azazel. Issei, you called in Ra to get rid of me. Azazel smiled. Azazel, ding ding ding, we have a winner, wanna see your prize. Silence. 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 Issei, is it your death? Azazel blinked. Azazel, kid. Issei, Azazel. Issei glared at the leader of the fallen, his eyes slowly gaining a faint purple hue as he summoned his barren daggers. Issei, I'm gonna fucking murder you. Azazel's eyes widened as all the color faded from his face. Azazel, oh shit. And so with that, Issei began to chase after Azazel in an attempt to stab the governor with his dagger, causing Riaz and her peerage to sweat drop at the sight of their friend, literally chasing the leader of one of the factions. Kiba, well then that just happened. Kaneko nodded her head. Asia, I've never seen Issei so angry before. Gasper, me either. Akino looked at Riaz. Akino, didn't Tannen say that your brother ordered this? Riaz nodded. Riaz, he did. Akino, does that mean that Issei will most likely do this to him? Riaz simply sighed. Riaz, who knows? Akino, who knows? Zenovia looked at the crimson-haired devil girl. Zenovia, shouldn't we calm Issei down before he actually murders Azazel? Riaz cupped her chin with one of her hands and began to think for a moment on whether or not they should help Azazel out. Riaz hummed. Just then, Azazel came running past the young devils with a look of pure terror on his face, Issei following closely behind with his daggers. HHELLPPP. Issei, get your ass back here, boy. Riaz simply smiled. Riaz, nah, he'll be fine. Meanwhile, D-Drake remained where he was as he simply observed Issei chasing after Azazel and couldn't help but let out a light chuckle at the sight before him. He had to admit, it was pretty hilarious to see the governor of the fallen, someone who fought against both the god of the Bible and the previous Lucifer, running for his life like a scared schoolgirl. Maybe next time he will actually think before he tries to pull a trick like that on his liege again. Then again, D-Drake knew Azazel and could confidently say that he will most likely not learn anything from this experience, it makes one wonder how in the world he obtained the role of leader among the more qualified fallen. Either way, it was fun to watch him run. "Drake, I must say this is entertaining to watch." Tannen chuckled. Tannen agreed, old friend, this is fun to watch. Drake turned towards Tannen. "Drake, apologies for hitting you so hard, my friend." Tannen simply waved it off. "Tannen, it's not a problem, Drake." A small smile began to grow on the former Dragon King's face. "Tannen, I knew that you were holding back against me the last time we fought each other. You sent me flying through several mountains." Drake couldn't help but let out a small laugh. "Drake, I remember those times." He smiled. "Drake, Tiamat wasn't happy with you after you landed on her." Tannen let out a small groan as he rubbed the back of his head, remembering that painful day when he and Drake were sparring against one another, only for the former dragon of domination to send Tannen flying all the way to Tiamat and land on top of her. She was not happy with him that day. He could still feel the phantom pains from when she decided to punish him. "Tannen, please don't remind me, Drake. I'd rather not feel the phantom pains again." Drake just chuckled at Tannen as he slapped his old friend's back. "Drake, oh, it's so good to see you again, my friend. I'm glad that my liege decided to join the Gremory girls' trip to the underworld." "Tannen, yes, your liege." He glanced at the brown-haired boy, who was still chasing after Azazel. "Tannen, can I ask you about that, Drake?" The moment that Tannen finished uttering those words, Drake's expression immediately shifted from being calm and collected to one that was full of nothing but seriousness, looking at his old friend with a cold gaze. Tannen was taken aback by the sight of the cold look in his old friend's eyes. He had known Drake for a very long time, thousands if not millions of years at this point, and not once had he ever seen the Welsh dragon make such a face before. Out of all the dragons in the world, Drake was different from the rest of them because he was more calm and collected rather than being a full-on arrogant and greedy being that only cared about himself. Now, yes, Drake did have a level of quote-unquote arrogance as well, though his was more along the lines of being proud to be a part of such a powerful race of beings. Drake was like an idol, a pillar that many dragons had attempted to become like, though as the saying usually goes, you can't beat the original. "Drake, why do you want to know, Tannen?" Tannen silently gulped to himself. "Tannen, have you really sworn your undying allegiance to him?" Drake nodded his head. "Drake, I have, and to this day, I have never regretted my decision." "Tannen, but Drake, he's only a human. You of all beings should know that they are not expected of you." Drake, Tannen. The former Dragon King immediately closed his mouth as he saw Drake glare at him, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple aura. "Drake, if you finish that sentence, I won't hesitate to rip the evil pieces from your body and crush them." A cold shiver ran down Tannen's spine as he froze on the spot. There was only one other time that he heard Drake speak to him with such a voice, and that was over thousands of years ago, when Albion challenged him for the last time, which resulted in them both dying at the hands of the three factions during the Great War. Tannen never thought that he would see the day that he would ever heard Drake use that tone again, to add fuel to THR already smoking blaze. The former Dragon King knew that Drake wasn't joking when he said that hell ripped the evil pieces from his chest. He can do it. And he will if he had to. "Tannen, I am sorry, Drake, I didn't mean any disrespect towards you." Drake let out a low growl. "Drake, I want to make one thing clear, Tannen." Tannen silently gulped. "Tannen, and what's that?" "Drake, I won't allow anyone to disrespect my liege, even if I have to go against my own brothers and sisters." The purple aura in his eyes grew darker as he growled a bit louder. "Drake, I will kill them all." Tannen couldn't help but let out a small sigh internally. Drake was serious. He was being 100% serious with each word that came out of his mouth. He was willing to go against his own race for the brown-haired boy, his own brothers and sisters for a mere human. There was no convincing him. There was no changing his mind about the matter. His mind was fully made up. Tannen hoped that Drake doesn't regret this decision because Tannen, once the Thunder finds out, they won't be happy. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 7 The Thunder Speaks. Third-person POV. Thunder. Lightning. These fundamental forces could be seen and heard throughout the depths of the underworld, a loud and thunderous roar that echoed in the air, only to be followed closely behind by a flash of light that traveled across the sky and through the dark gray clouds above. However, concern over the storm was not important at the moment because there was something else going on, something that was far larger than what anyone could possibly comprehend with their mental capacity. Far, far from any sort of devil civilization like either the Citri or the Gremory domain, an enormous mountain range stood tall over the underworld and seemed to stretch for miles and miles as far as the eye could see. The mountain actually belonged to Tannen, one of the 5 dragon kings, as a gift from his master, Mephistopheles, after he became a devil and was given the territory so that he could do 2 things. The first was to research how to artificially grow something called dragon apples, which a certain race of dragons needs to eat in order to survive. The second reason he wanted the territory was to train a younger generation of dragons, since Tannen himself wished to retire from all the raiding games that he had attended since becoming a devil. Although the mountain range itself wasn't the issue at hand. No. The issue was not the mountain but the very beings that were currently residing within said mountain. To add more fuel to this already blazing fire, the current Lucifer himself had no idea that these beings were even in the underworld. In the middle of the mountain range, hidden away from any prying eyes, stood a massive and seemingly ancient structure that could be thousands to maybe millions of years old. The structure itself was made up of stone and resembled pillars that seemed to almost form a circle, kind of similar to an ancient landmark in the human world called Stonehenge. There were 9 pillars that made up the ancient structure, with the largest one residing in the center of it all. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 pillars were much smaller than the previous one, and were the ones that were almost forming the circle that surrounded it. What was this structure? Where did it come from? How long has it been sitting within the mountain range of the underworld? What did it all mean? There seemed to be many questions tied to the mystery of the ancient structure, although that would have to be put on hold for a while because residing on top of 7 of the 8 pillars were the beings whose presence was unknown even to the current Lucifer. Said beings in question were surprisingly none other than dragons, though these were by far no ordinary dragons that chose to live in the underworld like Tannen did. No, these were very unique dragons, with each one being different from the last, and currently there were 7 of them, each standing on a respective pillar. The smallest of the dragons, roughly around the size of a 1 or possibly a 2-story building, was more wyvern-like in appearance, with pure white scales covering its body and gray highlights throughout its wings, chest, and tail. The creature had numerous spikes running down its back, with 4 on its lower jaw, although the most defining feature of the wyvern was its eagle-like feet, having 5 sharp talons. The next dragon also resembled a wyvern in appearance, though this one's wings were much smaller and the structure of its body was seemingly more muscular. The creature had a mixture of brown and orange scales running across its body with a much lighter underbelly. Numerous rock-like spikes jetted out from the creature's chest, with some being much bigger than others. The head of the dragon was unique. Its lower jaw was dark gray in color, either meant to represent a rock or something metallic, and the creature also had a large pair of bull-like horns on its head. The third dragon was once again another wyvern, though unlike the previous 2, this one seemed to be a female dragon. The scales of the creature were a light shade of blue, with some darker blue running across the arms and wings of the beast. The belly was once again a lighter color, though it appeared to have some light blue V-shaped lines running across its chest and had crystalline spikes all across its back and on the tips of its wings. Speaking of the wings, this dragon seemed to have dark blue fur running across its front limbs. As for the head, the only significant feature it had was the appearance of a pair of frill-like appendages. The next dragon was once again female, though this one was your typical dragon, which had 4 legs and a pair of wings on its back. The scales were a beautiful golden color with trims of light blue scattered in various positions, with the most residing on the chest area. Like the previous one, the golden dragon also had a frill-like appendage on its head, speaking of which the face of the creature was eagle-like in nature. The next dragon was like the previous one, though it was male and had a much darker tone. The scales on the beast were gray in color with black highlights throughout its body, followed by numerous sharp black spines on parts such as its elbows, its neck, and the tips of its wings. It even had some on its head, which formed a crown-like mantle. The next dragon was the second largest among the 7. Unlike the rest, this one appeared to have the appearance of a typical Japanese dragon, having a long body that was covered in gray scales with a white underbelly. All along the dragon's body were light blue crystal-like spikes that started from the creature's head and ran all the way down towards the tail. The final dragon, and the largest among the 7, was the most unique-looking one, mainly because, unlike the rest of them, the final dragon stood bipedal, similar to how Tannen stands. The scales of the creature were dark purple with a much lighter shade for its underbelly, although there also appeared to be dark gray rock-like spikes on its body from its elbows to its knees. The dragon also possessed a club-like tail which was in the shape of a vase, and it seemed to have some sort of violet energy flowing through the cracks between its scales. These dragons, these 7 unique creatures of ancient origin, stood tall on their respective pillars. Each one seemed to radiate some kind of mysterious aura of unknown origins, slightly warping the air around them. Who were they? What were these dragons? They were clearly no ordinary bunch of dragons. Each one was so unique from the other, yet they all seemed to share one thing in common, and that had something to do with the structure upon which they stood. All 7 of them seemed to have their eyes closed, their heads tilted down very slightly. Maybe they were sleeping, maybe they were meditating, or maybe they were trying to listen to something that was occurring around them. Something that mere mortals can't possibly comprehend. However, while the dragons continued what they were doing, the one that resembled a Japanese dragon soon began to stir slightly. Although this slight stirring soon shifted as it began to lift its head up, high enough to look upon its fellow dragons, its eyes slowly opening, revealing them to the world as they shone with a stunning blue hue. Japanese Dragon, The Song of Fire has awakened. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Upon hearing those words leave their fellow dragon's mouth, the others soon began to stir from their immobile state as they opened their eyes. Just like the Japanese, when they opened their eyes to the world, they started shining with their respective colors such as red, blue, green, purple, and even gold. It was a mesmerizing sight to behold, even if they were such powerful creatures. The largest dragon among them slowly turned its head towards the Japanese one. Purple dragon awakened. The Japanese dragon nodded. Japanese dragon, yes, Baisrak, I have sensed it, he has returned to us. The blue dragon heard this and let out a small snarl, slamming one of her claws onto the pillar she was on, causing some destruction. Blue dragon, that is impossible in Drak, there hasn't been a sign in over a millennia. The Japanese dragon, whose name was Indrak, turned his head towards the blue dragon. Indrak, Lurak, you of all should know that I do not lie, especially when it concerns one of our own. The blue dragon, whose name was Lurak, fell silent at her fellow dragon's words because Indrak was, in fact, correct. His species, the Ionic dragons, was forced to say nothing but absolute truth, and that has been the case since the first dragon hatched. Yet she still refused to believe his words, especially since she would have known if he had actually returned. Lurak, even so, Indrak, if these were the truth, then why hasn't he appeared in the dream? Why can we still not hear his voice? Indrak, that is unclear. Either he refuses to speak to the thunder, or he is trapped within the flesh illusion. Lurak let out a small sigh. Lurak, of course. She looked down a little, not allowing her fellow dragons to see a small and gentle smile growing onto her face. Lurak, he always did have a fascination with the life around him. The life-deaths. This gained the other dragons' attention as they turned towards the voice, which belonged to the black dragon with the crown-like mantle of spikes. Black dragon, mere concepts that only fools get attached to. He then spread open his wings, revealing something that would shock anyone who wasn't a dragon. The black dragon's wings had 3 crimson-red eyes that shot open, letting out a powerful shockwave throughout the landscape around him. Black dragon, what has been born at times must be destroyed. What is destroyed will be born and die and be born again. He then began to let out a loud cackling-like laughter, one that was filled with absolutely nothing but maliciousness and would send a shiver of fear down all who heard it. Well, all except for his fellow dragons. They were used to seeing this sort of reaction from the black dragon, which makes sense since he was technically, as the mortals would say, one half of the same coin. Anyway, his species was known as the Chaos Dragons, and as the name suggested, they brought nothing but chaos with them. They weren't worried about him trying to do something drastic, like randomly deciding to just kill them all on the spot. All 7 of them were equal in power, with only 4 being more skilled than the rest. Another reason why the remaining 6 dragons weren't concerned with their comrade's sudden outburst was mainly because they knew they could count on the other half of that coin to keep the black dragon in check. Now, Vodrak, there's no need for such action. The black dragon, whose name was Vodrak, turned his head to his right and stared at the dragon next to him, which was none other than the other female dragon, the one with golden scales and blue highlights who had an eagle-like head. Gold dragon, bloodshed is what we must strive to have the least of. She then smiled. Gold dragon, we can find the answers we seek without the need for violence. Vodrak couldn't help but let out a low snarl of annoyance. He really wanted to go out and kill some unexpected soul, tear them limb from limb, and listen to their cries of mercy and salvation. Vodrak, must you ruin my fun, Orak? The golden dragon, whose name was Orak, shook her head a little. Orak, all I'm saying is that there is no need for violence, my dear. We are a part of a horde much greater than any dragon can imagine. Vodrak merely snorted as the 3 crimson-red eyes on his wings soon shut themselves. Vodrak, whatever. Orak once again shook her head at her counterpart's attitude, making a mental reminder to find a way to quench the Chaos Dragon's bloodlusted tendencies. Orak, now then. She turned towards Indrak. Orak, how should we proceed with this information, Indrak? Indrak, the answer to your question is clear, Orak, should it not? Baisrak growled. Baisrak, investigation. Indrak nodded his head. Indrak, yes, we must go and investigate the matter and bring our brother back to the thunder. The other dragons let off various growls of agreement for the plan, although Lurax were the quietest among the group as Het gaze shifted away from her fellow dragons and off towards the distance, like she was trying to see something that wasn't there. Lurak, have you truly returned from the madness, to us, to the thunder, and to me? Meanwhile with Issei. Issei, Gasper, you sure that you're all right? Currently, Issei was looking over at Gasper, who was only wearing a towel around his naked body. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy was sitting in a hot spring with Kiba, who was chilling by himself and, unfortunately, with Azazel as well. The only one that wasn't in the spring was Gasper, who was very embarrassed about the idea of exposing himself to his senpai, even though they both were males and there shouldn't be anything to be embarrassed about. Speaking of the vampire boy, he was holding onto his pink towel very tightly, looking away from Issei as he had a crimson blush on his face. Issei, Gasper. Gasper, I am fine, senpai, and no need to worry about me. Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Issei, Gasper, you may not have taken damage during the fight with Tannen, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't wash yourself. Gasper, it's okay, I can just wait until you're done. Issei, no, that won't do. Issei stood up from where he was sitting, wearing only a towel that was wrapped around his waist as he made his way over to Gasper, whose eyes widened at the sight of Issei's muscular upper body, seeing his lean yet well-built arms and his stunning six-pack. The mere sight of Issei's body caused Gasper to have a small nosebleed as he was trying his hardest to remain standing, not wanting to pass out due to the stunning sight before him. Before long, Issei soon stood before Gasper and looked down at the vampire boy, whose gaze was too focused on the brown-haired boy's body. Issei, there's no need to be scared, Gasper. He gave him a gentle smile. Issei, no one is gonna judge you here. Issei glanced back at Kiba and Azazel. Issei, right. Kiba simply gave a reassuring smile and nodded his head in confirmation. He wasn't the type to judge a person, and plus, even with Issei's help, he knew that it was still gonna take a while for Gasper to gain more confidence. And as for Azazel, the governor of the Fallen simply waved off any concern. Azazel, I don't really care. A small smirk soon began to crawl onto his face. Azazel, though if you add a bottle or 3 of sake, then this hot spring would be absolute paradise. Issei merely deadpanned at Azazel. Issei, this dude is really trying to be like Gojo from JJK. He then shook his head before turning back to Gasper. Issei, see, Gasper, you don't need to be scared about taking a bath with us. Gasper blushed slightly. Gasper, it's not that I'm scared. Issei, oh, it's not, then what is it? Gasper looked away with an embarrassed expression. Issei had noticed it and the blush from a few seconds ago, but he was actively choosing to ignore it because he already had to deal with a lot of weirdness and didn't want to add any more. Just ignore it. That's all Issei had to do, just ignore what is basically very obvious. Gasper, it's cause, Ara tilde Issei, are you harassing Gasper? Issei turned his head in the direction of the voice, his gaze moving up as he was greeted by the sight of Akino, who was looking down at the young man from what he guessed was the female hot springs. He could tell that she was naked, but the fact that she was did not matter to Issei because there was something else that was on his mind. A question rolled in which deeply confused him. How the hell did Riaz and the rest of the girls get up there? Like, Issei was pretty sure that he didn't see any staircase that would lead all the way up to where they were. He was very observant of his surroundings, a thing that he picked up from all his dungeon runs and from the time in the penalty zone, something that he had to learn pretty quickly back when he first started using the system. Secondly, the girls couldn't have flown up there because Issei would have heard them using their wings. Sure, there is the possibility that they simply flew up there when Issei, Kiba, Gasper, and Azazel were changing. Though that wouldn't really matter since Issei would still hear them, plus the brown-haired boy would have also noticed their shadows too. Third and finally, Issei doesn't believe that the girls used a magic circle to teleport themselves all the way up there, because once again, Issei did not sense a single thing when he was changing with the other guys. So how the hell did the girls manage to get all the way up there? He had absolutely no idea. Issei looked up at Akino and gave her a deadpan expression. Issei, Akino, does it look like I'm harassing him? Aquino just giggled. Aquino, I don't know, you tell me, Tilda. Issei proceeded to pinch the bridge of his nose and let out a sigh, shaking his head in the process. Issei, well, I'm afraid to inform you, Aquino, but there is none of that hap. Gasper S. Senpai. Issei turned to Gasper. Issei, yes, Gasper. Gasper, why your towel? This gained Issei's attention as he looked down at his towel, not expecting to really see anything. Unfortunately, he couldn't have been more wrong as the towel came undone and fell into the hot spring water, leaving Issei completely naked for everyone to see. Aquino gasped as she covered her mouth. Aquino, oh my Tilda. Gasper's eyes widened, wider than they had ever gone before, as blood erupted from the vampire boy's nose, causing him to fall backward to the ground unconscious. Issei, Gasper. He looked down at the blonde. Issei, are you okay? Gasper's face was bright red, blood dripping from his nose as there were swirls in his eyes. Gasper S. Senpai M. Massive. Issei sweat dropped at Gasper's words. Issei, He glanced back at Kiba and Azazel, wondering what they made of Issei's current situation. Kiba merely blinked. Meanwhile, Azazel, on the other hand, simply raised an eyebrow at Issei. Azazel, well, that just happened. He soon smirked. Azazel, now I've got an interesting story to tell Mickey when I see her knee. Unfortunately for the governor of the fallen angels, he wasn't able to finish his sentence as Issei interrupted him, landing a devastating blow to the man's face that sent him flying from his spot and crashing into a nearby wall, not before doing a little spin as well. Issei glared at Azazel. Issei, keep my mother's name out of your fucking mouth. Kiba let out a small sigh. Kiba, yer days, this is gonna be a long summer. Issei looked at Kiba. Issei, welcome to my life. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 8 Gremory House. Third person POV. Hey babe, sorry to keep you waiting. In an unknown location, somewhere deep within the underworld and in a hidden place far from any prying eyeballs, were two figures. One was floating with an aura around their body and the other was simply laying on the ground. The first person, the one who was floating with an aura that looked like it was a rip-off from Dragon Ball, was a handsome young man with an athletic build. He had short black hair and brown eyes, and he also wore ancient red Chinese armor with golden outlines, and it appeared to be something that one would wear during the Three Kingdoms period. The young man had a confident smile on his face as he stared at the one below him, who simply let out a small giggle. You're late, Biku. The one that the young man, whose name was Biku, was looking down at was in fact a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils, and she had a hair of black cat-like ears on her head. Her attire consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior, and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her large breasts which rivaled any girl's in terms of size. Woman, I've got so bored from lounging around here. Biku let out a small chuckle. Biku, oh, I am deeply sorry, Kuroka. I should have turned up sooner before you woke up from your little cat nap. He soon shrugged. Biku, I simply got a little delayed when confirming things with Volley. The woman, whose name was Kuroka, tilted her head a little as she looked up at Biku, who began to float down to the ground slowly before landing in front of her. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Kuroka was now the one who was looking down upon the young man. The reason for this was quite simple really, unlike her partner, who was standing on the ground. Kuroka, on the other hand, was currently lounging on top of a large boulder that she found while waiting for Biku to arrive in the underworld. Kuroka, you sure that's the case, of were you merely off trying to impress another woman? Biku let out a fake gasp as he playfully placed a hand on his chest. Biku, why I never, how dare you say such a thing? He gave Kuroka a quote-unquote glare, while also smirking a little at the black-haired woman. Biku, who do you take me for, a mere scoundrel? Kuroka rolled her eyes. Kuroka, no, a scoundrel is too kind for an idiot like you. Biku, hey now words hurt, you know. He crossed his arms. Biku, you don't hear me calling you such names now, do you? Kuroka, I was merely joking with you. A small smile began to grow to Kuroka's face as she stared down at Biku. Kuroka, you like hearing jokes, don't you, monkey boy? Bhikkhu went silent as he simply stared back at his comrade for a few seconds, but after that, he turned away from her and let out a small sigh. Bhikkhu, yeah, I guess you're right, babe, also speaking of Vali. He glanced over at Kuroka. Bhikkhu, we should go see him. You know how cantankerous he can get if he has to wait for too long. Kuroka giggled. Kuroka, that's I do, Bhikkhu. After saying that, she began to sit up from her lounging position. Kuroka, Vali is one thing, but I don't care really about Loki. Bhikkhu, now, you shouldn't say such things, Kuroka. Bhikkhu soon smiled at her. Bhikkhu, just think of this as part of the job. Kuroka merely rolled her eyes at her partner's words like she said before. She has little care for someone like Loki because she was more focused on something else, something that was far more important than some trickster deity with daddy issues. Kuroka, there's only one thing I care about, and that's getting my little sister back. You of all people should know this, Bhikkhu. Bhikkhu couldn't help but let out a small sigh as he scratched the back of his head. Bhikkhu, yeah, I guess you have a point there. Kuroka giggled. Kuroka, I know you'll wait for me, Shiren. Bhikkhu, oh, by the way, there's something else I was told and had to give you. This got Kuroka's attention as she tilted her head a little, a look of curiosity growing onto her face. Kuroka, and what may that be? Bhikkhu, well, there is a chance that we'll run into the human from Kyo who was at the Three Factions Summit meeting. He then crossed his arms. Bhikkhu, now this wasn't Vali who told me, but was in fact from that dragon inside of those wings of his. Kuroka, really now? Kuroka was becoming more and more curious by the second. She had heard tale of the human who bested the hirer of the Phoenix household and went toe-to-toe with Cockabeel of all people. Now, the first wasn't all that impressive, considering that Riser Phoenix was so arrogant that saying that his fireballs were nothing more than flames on a matchstick, and he would erupt into a volcano of fury and rage. However, Cockabeel, on the other hand, was a completely different story entirely. He was present during the Great War, which happened long before Kuroka and her little sister were born. He battled against both the god of the Bible and the previous devil king, Lucifer himself. Kuroka was a strong individual, but compared to someone such as Cockabeel, it wasn't even a competition because he would outclass her in every single category. Yet to think that a human, a mere human, was able to not only defeat but actually kill the former warmonger so effortlessly was truly a terrifying feat to behold. She wouldn't want to face off against the human herself, although he did pique her curiosity for other reasons that she won't go into at the moment because she's more curious on what the message that the overgrown lizard that Vali has wants to tell them. Kuroka, tell me, Bhikkhu, what did the overgrown reptile have to say? Bhikkhu, he said under no circumstances are we allowed to bring harm to the human known as Issei Hyoudou. Kuroka raised an eyebrow. Kuroka, really, he doesn't want us to harm him. Bhikkhu, yeah, Vali didn't like it either because you know how battle-hungry he can be. Kuroka nodded her head in agreement. Bhikkhu, after that, Albion said one last thing that kinda crept me out. Kuroka, oh, and what's that? Bhikkhu turned and looked directly into Kuroka's golden cat-like eyes. Bhikkhu, we all should obey the will of the monarch. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyo with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyo, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Issei, holy crap. Issei's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and awe as he can't believe the sight before them. He honestly thought that he was dreaming or something because there was absolutely no way in either heaven or hell that what he was currently looking at was true. Standing before the young man was a humongous mansion that was at least 5 or probably 6 stories tall. It had light gray walls that seemed to be cut off at the bottom by a much darker gray that stretched along the entire bottom of the structure, though it seemed to roughly be at the same height as Issei himself. The building also seemed to have some golden trims in various parts of the structure, such as close to the roof and down by the dark gray part as well. There were so many windows on the front of it that Issei honestly wasn't sure how to properly measure something of such caliber. Now Issei has seen his fair share of large things in the past. D-Drake easily towers over the mansion without much difficulty because of the fact that he's a dragon, though Issei was surprised because he had only ever seen buildings like this on the internet. Not once did he ever expect to come face to face with one. Then again, he probably wasn't expecting the supernatural to be real either, and look where he is now, the underworld. Anyways, he was currently standing out front of the towering building with Riaz and her peerage, minus Azazel, which brought great relief to the brown-haired boy because he was still pissed off at the fallen angel for what he did. Zenobia, wow, this place is enormous. Asia looked over at Riaz. Asia, this is where your family lives. Riaz looked at the blonde and gave her a gentle smile. Riaz, Issei, I said it once, I'll say it again, holy shit. He turned and looked at Riaz. Issei, Riaz, I know you're from a rich family, but seriously. Riaz couldn't help but giggle. Riaz, it's not that bad, Issei. Issei deadpan at her. Issei, if you showed me a photo of this in Kyoto Academy. He pointed at the mansion in front of him. Issei, I would believe that this was a school from how large it is. Just then, the front door of the mansion opened, which got everyone's attention as they looked to see Grafia standing at the door. Issei, Grafia. The silver-haired nun looked at Issei and smiled a little. Grafia, hello Issei, I'm glad to see you here. Issei, well, you know me, can't seem to get enough of the supernatural even on my summer break. He then pointed at Riaz. Issei plus Riaz decided to invite me and I couldn't say no to her. If I did, then she would have broken out the pouting face. Riaz, hey. She punched Issei's shoulder, although he didn't feel anything and pouted at him. Riaz, I don't pout. Issei couldn't help but chuckle. Riaz says that she doesn't pout, and yet she was basically doing it right now. Issei, sure you don't, Riaz. Riaz, Peerage and Grafia couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the heiress of the Gremory house interacting with Issei. Grafia, well, as entertaining as that was. She looked at Riaz and bowed a little. Grafia, welcome home, my lady. We have been awaiting your return. She then turned and gestured to the open front door. Grafia, you may follow me inside. Riaz nodded as she and her peerage began to make their way inside of the mansion. Issei followed closely behind them, and the moment he passed through the front door, he was greeted by a surprisingly sight that he didn't expect to see. To his left were a line of butlers, each one different than the previous one, and all bowing as Issei, Riaz, and her peerage walked down the path. But that wasn't all, because to his right were numerous maids. Just like with the butlers, each one was different than the last, with maybe one or two being taller than the rest from what Issei could make out. Issei wasn't expecting to see such service, but then again, it kinda made sense that there were so many butlers and maids. After all, it's not like Grafia herself could tend to all the matters within such a humongous building. He was by no means doubting her abilities as a maid, but the brown-haired boy can tell that if she did all the work, then she would be exhausted 24/7 and wouldn't be able to do anything else for the rest of the day. Issei, I'm really nervous. Issei, can't blame ya, I wasn't expecting things to be such a big deal. He glanced at Aquino. Issei, are things normally like this when Riaz comes back to the underworld for summer break? Aquino merely smiled at Issei. Aquino, no, not normally, but then again, that's probably cause she never invited such a special individual like you before. Issei couldn't help but really his eyes playfully. He gets it. He's a very special person because of his abilities and these unbelievable feats, such as facing Sun Wukong and battling against Thor. Wait a minute, now that Issei thought about it, how did Azazel know about his confirmation with Thor? Was he spying on Issei? Issei, okay, note to self, get restraining order against Azazel when I get the chance. Riaz, you're finally home. Issei perked up by the sudden voice as he looked towards the source and saw someone running down the hallway towards Riaz. The moment the individual arrived, Issei saw that it was a young man, around Gasper's age from what he could tell. He had short crimson-red hair and blue eyes. As the young man ran up to Riaz and proceeded to hug her with a huge smile on his face, Issei couldn't help but tilt his head a little in confusion. Issei, red hair, Riaz didn't say she had any other siblings. Riaz, I've missed you, Milikaz. She smiled. Riaz, you've gotten big since the last time I saw you. I almost can't recognize you. Issei, Riaz, who is the kid? You never said that you had any other siblings. Riaz turned her head towards Issei. Riaz, you're right, Milikaz is in fact the son of my brother, Surzech. Hearing this took Issei by surprise. Surzech has a kid. That was definitely not something he was expecting to hear. Asia, wait, does that mean that he is your nephew? Riaz nodded her head. Riaz, indeed he is. She then turned towards Milikaz. Riaz, now Milikaz, be a good boy and introduce yourself to everyone. Milikaz, okay. He stepped away from Riaz and looked at everyone, holding his hands together as he smiled. Milikaz, my name is Milikaz Gremory. It's a pleasure to meet you. Asia smiled. Asia, so cute. Zenobia, devilish looks and good manners. Talk about Prince Charming. Issei chuckled at this as he turned his attention towards Kiba. Issei, hear that, Kiba? It looks like someone is trying to steal your title of Prince Charming. Knowing that his friends was merely teasing him, Kiba couldn't help but smile as he shook his head. Kiba, it's not really a title of mine, Issei. You of all people should have that. Issei, tell that to the girls at QO. I may not do what I used to do, but I still feel their glares every now and again. Kiba merely gave Issei a reassuring smile. Kiba, give it time, I'm sure that they will all eventually come around to the new you. Issei, geez, that sounds lovely. If Issei was being truthfully honest, he kinda didn't want to be popular with the girls back in Q Academy. It's already bad enough that Riaz and Sona invade his bedroom every night and start fighting over who gets to sleep with him. The last thing he wanted was the chance of more girls showing up out of nowhere and jumping on his bed. In fact, Issei was lucky that neither Skathech nor Chisato did that, especially since they enjoyed being at each other's throats when Issei needed to have a fake parent for Parent-Teacher Day. Speaking of which, he hasn't seen either of them in a while. It made him wonder where they could be. Did they head off somewhere, or were they gonna turn up at the summit as well? Either way, Issei gets the feeling that he'll run into them again eventually. It was only a matter of time before either Gate or the system decided to throw a curve ball into his parade. Issei turned back to face Milikaz, mainly to see if Grafia had anything to say since she was being awfully quiet. However, what Issei wasn't expecting to see was Milika's standing right in front of him, which took the brown-haired boy by surprise. Either he was getting rusty with sensing those around him, or people are mysteriously turning into blood ninjas because he swears. The next person that accidentally startles him will unfortunately end up being either stabbed by one of his daggers or will be punched straight into a wall. Milika's, it's you, I knew it was you. A smile grew onto the young devil's face. Milika's, I can't believe I'm meeting you face to face. Issei blinked as he glanced over at Riaz, looking for any assistance. Riaz merely giggled. Riaz, would you look at that, Issei? She smiled. Riaz, it seems that you have a fan. Hearing that word took Issei by surprise. Did she just say a fan? Did he hear her correctly, or was Issei finally losing it after so long? Issei, a fan. Milika's, yep. He grabbed onto Issei's right hand. Milika's, I saw the fight between you and Riser. It was so awesome. Issei blinked as sweat began to run down his face. Issei, thanks, Milika's, I'm glad that you enjoyed the fight. He gave the young boy a small smile, his gaze shifting over to Riaz with a look that screamed, help me. Although Riaz had something else planned for Issei, and she knew that she was gonna enjoy it. Riaz, hey Milika's. Milika's looked at Riaz. Milika's, yes, Auntie Riaz. She smiled at her nephew. Riaz, tell me, how big of a fan are you of Issei? Issei's eyes widened as Milika's grew th biggest smile that Riaz had ever seen, like she had never seen her nephew smile so widely before. But then again, it had been some time since she last seen him. Anyways, Milika's began to start talking about why he was such a big fan of Issei, going into extreme detail and saying things such as the way that he fought Riser, the way that he looked during the battle with his glowing eyes, and so much more. Issei listened to all of this as he looked at Riaz with a shocked and betrayed expression on his face. Issei, Riaz, you bitch, how could you? Riaz saw Issei's expression and gave him a smug look in return. Riaz, that's what you get for saying that I pout. Riaz Peerage couldn't help but laugh a little at the sight before them. It was clear to them that Riaz was doing this as payback for what Issei said outside the mansion. Akino of all people should know that this was gonna happen because Riaz wasn't the type of girl to simply forget about something. They just hope that this won't become a reoccurring theme in the future. The last thing that they wanted to happen was someone getting unfortunately caught in the crossfire of Issei and Riaz's little quote-unquote revenge schemes against each other. Though they had to say the face that Issei was making was indeed a hilarious one, especially since as far as they known him, he has been a calm and collected figure. Everyone perked up, which caused Milika's to stop talking to Issei as they turned their heads towards the voice. They saw Grafia standing at the end of the hallway, nearby a double door. Grafia, please follow me. Milika's smiled brightly because he remembered who was inside the room waiting for them. So the moment that Grafia opened the door, allowing the young man to run inside of the room very quickly. Milika's, Riaz and her friends are here. My, such poor behavior. Issei perked up at the voice as curiosity began to set in. The moment he passed through the door with Riaz and the others, he was greeted by the sight of Milika's hugging someone. The person was a young woman with a voluptuous body around his mother's age. From her appearance, Issei guessed that she related to Riaz because the woman in front of him almost resembled her, with the exception that her hair was brown in color and she had violet eyes. Issei, this woman. Issei glanced over at Riaz. Issei, hey Riaz. Riaz, He pointed at the woman. Issei, is that your mother? Because if you had a sister, I'm sure you would have told me. My, you think I'm Riaz's sister? The brown-haired woman giggled as she let go of Milika's, facing Issei, Riaz, and her peerage. I'm afraid I'm far too old to be a sister. Issei blinked. Issei, old, you look the same age as my mom. My, your mother must have an excellent skincare routine, Issei. Hearing that caught Issei's attention as he raised an eyebrow. Issei, you know my name. Of course I do. She smiled. Why would I want to know the name of the handsome young man that saved my daughter numerous times? Issei, oh, it was no problem, ma'am, I'm just he. Issei soon paused midway in his sentence as he just now realized what she had just said. Did she just call him handsome? Please tell him that he was merely hearing things. Issei, did you just call me? Ria's mother, don't just say things so randomly. Ria's mother couldn't help but giggle at her daughter's reaction. Come now, Ria's, no need to be upset, I'm only teasing. She then looked at Issei and bowed a little to the brown-haired boy. Venelana, nice to meet you, I'm Ria's mother, Venelana Gremory. Please treat me well from now on, Hyoudou Issei-kun. Issei blinked. Issei Ria's mother. Venelana giggled. Venelana, now then, you've all had such a long day. I think it's time we sat down and had some dinner. She glanced over at Grafia. Venelana, don't you agree, Grafia? Grafia nodded. Grafia, indeed, Lady Gremory. Venelana, come now, Grafia, none of that. She smiled. Venelana, you're a part of the family, so please call me Venelana. Grafia, as you wish, Venelana. Issei silently sighed to himself. He could already tell that this summer break was gonna be one that he won't forget for a long time. Whether or not it turns out good or not, well, he doesn't know. Then again, with his luck, it's basically guaranteed that something will happen. It always happens. Even when he isn't even involved with it, problems just seem to be attracted to Issei like a bloody magnet. A danger one. Issei, I hope nothing bad happens. I'm pretty sure that is called a jinx, Issei. Issei perked up by the sound of an all-too-familiar voice, one that he hadn't heard for quite some time. He turned towards the source of the voice and saw someone leaning up against the doorway. The moment his eyes landed upon the individual, they widened in a mixture of shock and awe. Issei, no way, Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled as he smiled. Sun Wukong, hey Issei, you miss me. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 9, Dinner and Watery Visit. Third-person POV. Sun Wukong, hey Issei, you miss me. Issei simply stared at the Monkey King in silence as he had a slight surprised expression on his face. He had to admit, he did not expect to see him at the Gremory household. It had been a significant amount of time since they last saw each other. If memory served Issei correctly, the last time that they interacted with one another was… Actually, now that he thought about it, Issei honestly could not recall when they last met up with each other. The best that he could come up with was the time that Wukong decided to teleport himself, Issei, and Rias over to Q Academy. The brown-haired boy was pretty sure that was also the time that Rias decided to take him to the familiar forest, which resulted in him getting Yamato. Besides that one time, Issei unfortunately couldn't seem to recall any other moment that he saw Wukong before he actually, scratch all that, because Issei just remembered the actual final time that he met up with his quote-unquote rival, and that was when he was dragged to the god party by Artemis. It almost slipped the young man's mind. The Monkey King attended the party with the other members of his group from the journey to the west, minus the dragon that was transformed into a horse. Speaking of which, what happened to that thing after the journey was completed? Issei never read the book himself, mainly because of his old nature, so he had absolutely no idea if the dragon simply turned back to normal and left or if it unfortunately died at some point. He could always ask Wukong what happened to him, or Issei could simply read the book itself and find out. Either way, the thing is that neither was important at the moment. Issei was simply surprised that Sun Wukong decided to show up at the Gremory household, which kind of made Issei wonder if Venelana was in on it or not. Issei, Wukong, you son of a bitch. Rias, her peerage, Venelana, Grafia, and Milikas watched with confused expressions as both Issei and Sun Wukong began to approach each other. They all knew that the two were rivals with each other since the Monkey King declared it after the brown-haired boy freed Rias from having to marry Riser. So why did Issei just call Wukong a son of a bitch? He does realize that could lead to the victorious fighting Buddha getting angry. They continued to watch as Issei and Wukong soon met up with each other, and the two firmly grasped one another's hands, both flexing their biceps in the process. Sun Wukong, what's the matter? He smirked. Sun Wukong, the CIA got you pushing too many pencils. It was at that moment that Rias finally realized what was happening between the two. At first, she was confused, but the moment that Wukong said those words, it was now clear to her what the duo was currently doing. Rias, they're doing the bloody scene from the Predator movie. She pinched the bridge of her nose and let out a small sigh of annoyance. Ria's goddamn idiots. Ignoring the pain that she was feeling in her head for saying the forbidden words, Riaz shook her head at the two as a small smile began to grow on her face. Riaz, you know if you're gonna quote a movie. She crossed her arms. Riaz, next time do it with the accent to not make it sound like you're gonna be at each other's throats. Both Issei and Wukong looked over at Riaz, then at each other. Then back at Riaz. Then back at each other. Then back at Riaz. And then back at each other, where they stared at each other in silence for a solid couple of seconds before they began to chuckle on the spot. Issei should have figured that you would have figured it out, Riaz. Sun Wukong, I agree. He crossed his arms as he looked at Riaz. Sun Wukong, for an anime weeb, you sure know your movies. After hearing those words, Riaz's eye twitched a little as she soon glared at Sun Wukong. Riaz, I am not a weeb. Sun Wukong, yes you are. Riaz, no I'm not. Issei couldn't help but shake his head. He could tell that Wukong was only messing with Riaz. The big grin on his face was enough evidence of that. If he wanted to be mean, then he wouldn't be calling Riaz a weeb for liking anime and would most likely call her something that would get this book cancelled. Don't ask what the author has absolutely no idea what Wukong would say, and he doesn't want to know. Venelana, well now, as much as it is to see my daughter getting embarrassed for her poor taste in literature. Riaz, hey. Venelana giggled a little as she turned her attention to Sun Wukong. Venelana, I must say that it is a surprise to see you here, Lord Wukong. She bowed a little to the Monkey King. Venelana, I welcome you on behalf of the Gremory clan to our home. Sun Wukong, please, Lady Venelana, I may be a king, but there is no need for you to bow your head. Issei turned to Wukong. Issei, so what are you doing here, Wukong? Sun Wukong, I heard about the party summit that was gonna be happening in the underworld and decided to attend it like some of the other pantheons. Although, he gave Issei a side glance and smiled a little. Sun Wukong, I heard rumors from a certain bird that my rival would be coming down to the underworld, and well. Issei, you decided to drop by and give me a visit. Wukong nodded his head. Wukong, yep, and I'm glad that I did because it's good to see you again, Issei. Issei grew a small smile. Issei, it's good to see you too, Wukong. Sun Wukong, now then. He turned his attention back to Venelana. Sun Wukong, you said something about dinner. Venelana giggled. Venelana, we would be more than glad to have you attend dinner with us, Lord Wukong. She looked over at Grafia. Venelana, Grafia, tell the maids, butlers, and chiefs that we will be having one more guest at the table. Grafia nodded her head and bowed in acknowledgement. Grafia, as you command, Lady Venelana. Venelana soon looked over at her daughter. Venelana, Riaz, would you be a dear and lead your friends and Lord Wukong to the dining room? Riaz, very well, mother, as you wish. Sun Wukong threw his hands up in celebration as he had a big grin on his face. Sun Wukong, oh yeah, let's eat. Issei chuckled a little while Riaz, on the other hand, simply shook her head and sighed. Riaz, Lucifer, help me. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide. Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Welcome everyone. Issei was currently sitting on a nice and comfy chair at a pretty long dining room table. To his right was Riaz and her parents Venelana and Zeoticus. Meanwhile to his left was Sun Wukong and Riaz Peerage, who were patiently waiting for the time to eat the food prepared for them. Zeoticus, I humbly welcome you to my home. While you're all here, please think of it as your home away from home. He then looked over at Sun Wukong. Zeoticus, I must say though, I am surprised to see you here, Lord Wukong. I thought you would have been back at your mountain. Wukong chuckled a little. Sun Wukong's normally I would be, but when I heard tale that my rival was gonna be here. He pointed over at Issei. Sun Wukong, I just had to drop by and give him a little visit. After all, it had been a significant amount of time since we last saw each other. He glanced over at Issei, who was sitting with his arms crossed. Sun Wukong, ain't that right, Issei? Issei nodded his head. Zeoticus, well then. He bowed slightly to the Monkey King. Zeoticus, it is a great honor to have you here today. The crimson red-haired man soon turned his attention towards the others at the table and smiled. Zeoticus, now then, let us commence with our dinner. With that out of the way, Zeoticus sat down in his chair, and everyone started to eat the delicious food that was prepared for them. Even though Issei wasn't the type to do the whole quote-unquote fancy thing because he wasn't raised in a rich and noble environment. He'll hold his tongue for now, but he really didn't like the whole fact that there are multiple spoons and forks for separate things. Like, whoever came up with that should be kicked in the nuts because it's stupid and shouldn't even exist. Issei, if I could, then I would have traveled back in time and kicked the one who made these stupid things directly in the balls. He soon silently sighed to himself. Issei, though I get the feeling that won't ever happen. He gritted his teeth a little, though it wasn't by much because he didn't want the others to notice and assume that there was another gate appearing. But then again. Issei, I get the feeling the system won't do me any favors. Suddenly, as if right on cue, a screen appeared directly in front of Issei's face, much to his annoyance. Daily quest, train to become a formidable combatant. Push-up 0/100. Up 0/100. Squat 0/100. 0/10 km. Caution, if the daily quest remains incomplete, penalties will be given accordingly. Issei, oh, you have got to be kidding me. The brown-haired boy silently sighed to himself. Issei, even when I'm in summer break, this thing won't leave me alone. Issei didn't understand why the system kept on making him do the daily quest. Like he was close to becoming level 100. If he reached that level, would the system finally stop making him do the daily quest, or would it be an annoying piece of shit and still make him do it? At this point, Issei feels like he has done more push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and 10 km runs than even Saitama himself. That isn't possible since Issei has only had the system for around a couple of months to maybe a year at most if he was lucky. Meanwhile, Saitama has done push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and 10 km runs for around 3 years, which was definitely more than what Issei has actually done. It just felt like Issei has done much more than him since the system won't piss off about it. Plus, the penalty wasn't anything to be afraid of at this point due to how much Issei has leveled up since the beginning of his journey. Those giant centipedes were the stuff of nightmares when Issei first laid eyes upon them. However, seeing them where he currently was standing was the equivalent of a max-leveled player fighting a tutorial boss. Another screen soon appeared. Notice, player seems annoyed, most likely because he doesn't have a MILF in his har. Issei glared at the screen, his eyes glowing with a faint purple hue. Issei, finish that sentence, go on, finish that fucking sentence, I dare you. He soon grew a small smirk. Issei, cause if you do that, I'll fill your entire hardware with nothing but Boku no Pico videos. Another screen appeared. Notice, player has gone insane, they too will suffer. Issei, oh, I know that I will. He chuckled a little. Issei, but I'll have the satisfaction knowing that I made you suffer, system. Issei. 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 Another screen appeared before Issei. Notice, player's words have been considered and system shall back off. Issei soon grew a smug look as he glanced at the screen. Issei, yeah, that's what I though. Another screen quickly appeared before the young man, cutting him off before he could finish his sentence. Notice, player still needs a MILF. Issei's right eye twitched as the screen soon disappeared from his point of view. Sometimes he hates the system, he really does. There are times where it is useful and helps him get stronger than he was back then. However, for some reason it can't help but annoy the shit out of Issei to the point that he wants to pick a fight with it. Luckily, he hasn't gotten to that point yet because he knows that he would simply look insane to everyone around him. He was tearing to pick a fight with something that can't be seen. Issei, this fucking cyst. Zeoticus, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you something, Issei. Issei perked up as he looked at Zeoticus. Issei, what is it? Zeoticus, how's your mother feeling? I heard from Riaz that she was in the hospital. Issei, oh, she's doing much better now, but I've told her to take things easy since I don't want her to have another accident. Zeoticus couldn't help but smile a little. Zeoticus, I'm glad to hear that. He then gestured to Venelana, who was sitting next to him. Zeoticus, I hope that at some point you could introduce my wife and I to her. We would love to meet her. Issei, I guess I can do that. Venelana looked at the brown-haired boy and gave him a gentle smile. Venelana, that's wonderful. I can't wait to meet the woman who raised such a handsome young man. Issei couldn't help but sweat drop a little at Venelana's words. He hoped that she wouldn't keep calling him that because the last thing that he needed was the system to have more ammunition to use against him. Issei, I'm sure you and her will get along quite well with each other. Zeoticus, maybe while we talk to her, we can discuss with her the idea of upgrading your home. Hearing those words took Issei completely by surprise, almost to the point that he almost choked on the piece of food that he was chewing. Did he hear that correctly? Did Ria's dad just suggest that he and Venelana talk to Issei's mom about upgrading their house? Issei, upgrading my house. Zeoticus, of course, Riaz has been saying for a while now about how much she wishes to live with you. Ria's face went bright red. Ria's father. Zeoticus simply chuckled. Zeoticus, though your house isn't big, so I was thinking of discussing with your mother about upgrading it to a mansion or maybe a castle. Issei's eyes widen. Issei, a castle. Zeoticus, indeed, I'm also hoping she goes with the castle because I could send over 50 maids to make sure it's nice and tidy. If Issei were his old perverted self, he would be having a nosebleed at the thought of 50 maids being under his command. In fact, he probably would have accepted the deal right on the spot and not care what his mother thought. However, Issei was no longer his old perverted self and thought differently about the matter. Issei, yer days, Lord Zeoticus, you're gonna give me and my mom a heart attack with those words. Zeoticus simply chuckled. Zeoticus, if you'd ever like to meet them, just let me know, okay, Issei? Issei sighed a little. Issei, sure. He shook his head and turned back to the food in front of him. The brown-haired boy was about to go back to eating when he noticed something that caught his eye. It was Kaneko, similar to on the train. There was something off about her. She looked like she was spaced out, simply staring down at the plate in front of her. In fact, Issei thinks that she hasn't even touched her food since they sat down at the table, and that was starting to make him worried. What was going on with her? Why was she acting like this? First the battle against Tannen where she injured herself, and now this. She wasn't acting like her usual self. In fact, Issei was starting to feel a little bit of déjà vu for some reason. Just what is going on with her? However, while Issei was focused on the fact that something was off with Kaneko, unknown to him and everyone else in the room, a black and purple shadow began to silently and quickly slither out of the dining room undetected. The moment that it made its way out of the dining room, the shadow started to travel down the halls of the Gremory household. It moved fast, very fast, to the point that one would assume that it was merely the wind. Not even any butlers or maids of the Gremory household noticed the shadow due to them either not paying attention to it or were too busy doing their duty. It wouldn't have mattered anyway, because even though the shadow was moving fast, there didn't seem to be a single sound coming from it. There was also the fact that it would, at times, either slip into other shadows that were scattered about in case it needed to don't help much. But once again, no one was expecting for a literal black and purple shadow to travel down the hallways like a regular living being. Even if one noticed it, they would simply chuck it up to their imagination due to overwork or lack of sleep. Anyways, after a while of traveling, the shadow eventually arrived at the front door of the Gremory household and slipped out through the bottom of the door. Once it was outside, the shadow didn't waste a second and immediately began to shoot off in a random direction with great speed. The shadow was heading somewhere. It was attempting to reach a specific destination, and from how fast it was moving, it was clear that wherever it was going was important for such speed. Zooming past trees and rocks that got in its way, the shadow traveled away from the Gremory household for a good long while. It didn't know how much time passed since it left the mansion. The best guess was probably around 5 to 10 minutes at most. It didn't know, and it seemed that it didn't care either about the time around it. The shadow simply kept going. And 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 going. Eventually, the shadow soon decided that it had finally reached a good distance from the household and decided to stop moving, which resulted in it appearing in a pretty wide-open area that had a small river nearby. The shadow stayed where it was for a moment before it started to grow bigger, a massive claw rising up from the darkness and slamming onto the rocky ground, resulting in a small tremor that shook the area. As the shadow continued to grow more and more, it became clear about the matter of who decided to venture away from Issei without his knowledge, and it was none other than Drake. The former Welsh dragon of Dominant checked his surroundings, his gaze roaming around the area. Drake, this area, it seems quite secluded enough. He soon let out a large puff of smoke from his nose. Drake, I traveled quite a bit from my liege. Hopefully, he doesn't notice my sudden disappearance from his army. Drake soon began to narrow his eyes. Drake, but if what I sense was true, then that means that my liege's life could be in danger. A small yet powerful snarl began to rise up from Drake's throat. Drake, I didn't expect them to be here in Heel of all places, and during my liege's summer break. The massive shadow dragon swung his tail towards the ground, causing numerous trees to unfortunately be destroyed in the process. Drake, why are they here? They couldn't have all decided to come back to this world because they felt like it. He swung his tail again, which resulted in more trees getting destroyed. Drake, it doesn't make sense. They do not get attached to the flesh illusion like other species, yet I can feel their presence in the underworld. So why? Drake growled. Drake, what are they planning? Why? Drake, why are all of them gathered in one place? Why? Drake, did he order them to come back? Why? Drake, is this some sort of plan to destroy the three factions? Why? Drake, do they know about my return? Why? Drake shook his head. Drake, doesn't matter if they know or not. If they plan on harming my liege, then they shall become mine. Drake immediately halted himself before he finished the sentence as he sensed a presence. It was close by, extremely close by to where he was, and that wasn't all because Drake knew who was the source of the presence. It was a familiar one, a presence that Drake had not felt for quite a long time. The last time he felt this sort of presence was back in the Golden Age, the time where he had his own body was both feared and respected by all the supernatural beings in the world. The former Welsh dragon had a feeling that he would eventually run into this individual at some point later down the line, although he wasn't expecting them to decide to come to him instead. Deidraig, I must say I wasn't expecting you to come to me. Silence. 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 I had to see if the rumors were truly correct. Deidraig let out a small chuckle of amusement. Deidraig, well, tell me now that you are face to face with me, do you believe the rumors now? With that, Deidraig began to slowly turn his head towards the location of the voice and was greeted by the sight of none other than a familiar dragon with a wyvern-like appearance. Deidraig Lurek. Lurek, it's been quite some time since the last time we saw each other, hasn't it? Deidraig slowly nodded his head. Deidraig, it has indeed. Then again, we were never the kind to fully grasp the fundamental value of time. Lurek couldn't help but giggle slightly. Lurek, that is true, we are unlike the rest of our kind who are merely chained to the flesh illusion that they spawned with. She soon began to walk forwards a little, the ground beneath her feet shaking with each step that she took. Deidraig merely watched Lurek with glowing purple eyes as she strolled past him, making her way towards the small river. Lurek, I am glad to see that you are looking well. She glanced back at Deidraig. Lurek, though, can't say I'm a huge fan of the sudden change in color. I preferred your original one. Deidraig grunted a little as more steam exhaled from his nose. Deidraig, my appearance is none of your concern, unlike you and the others. I glad accept change. Lurek, you have a point. Lurek looked down at the river below her, gazing upon her own reflection as her eyes illuminated with a gorgeous light blue hue. Lurek, you always did have an attachment to the flesh illusion rather than the dream. Deidraig stared at the glow in Lurek's eyes and he had to admit, he missed seeing that glow. Deidraig, yeah, I did and still do. He then narrowed his eyes. Deidraig, so tell me, why are you here, Lurek? Lurek, now Deidraig, don't you remember our agreement? She turned her head towards him. Lurek, when we're alone, you may refer to me by the false name. Deidraig remained silent as he stared at Lurek, his purple eyes locking onto her blue ones, and the two simply stared at each other. Deidraig, Lurek, it was never a false name to me. After a minute or two of complete and utter silence, Deidraig soon let out a small sigh. Deidraig, well then, tell me why you are here then, Tiamat. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 10 Cat in Shadow Part 1. Third person POV. Issei, well, that was definitely one of the most interesting dinners that I have ever had to endure. He let out a small sigh. Issei, I honestly don't know what's worse, the things that Ria's parents were saying or... Issei's gaze began to move around the room that he was currently within. After dinner, Grafia and a few of the other maids had led Issei, Ria's, and her peerage to some quest bedrooms that had been prepared for them before their arrival to the mansion. Since Ria's parents lived in such a large building, Issei could already take a guess to what the bedrooms would look like and mentally prepared himself for whatever he was gonna see. Good thing that he did, because oh boy, he was left a little speechless when Grafia showed him the bedroom that he would be staying in. The room was huge, and he meant huge. There was enough space within the bedroom for it to be considered the layout for a small house, and then some from how spacious it was. Issei, the Fallen, tried that this bedroom is so bloody huge, it's making me starry to feel a little bit inadequate. The brown-haired boy let out a small sigh. Issei, I really shouldn't be surprised. Ria's does come from a rich family, so it only makes sense that everything is bloody huge. Issei had to admit he felt a little jealous of Ria's and her family's status. Being born into a rich and powerful family must be both a blessing and a curse for her, considering that she almost had to marry an arrogant asshole who clearly didn't understand the meaning of the word no. Issei was glad to have helped her, but once again he couldn't help but feel jealous of Ria's because for the longest time he and his mother had been through a lot. They have struggled with the lack of money. His mom was forced to work long shifts and come home extremely late to the point of collapse. Sure, Issei has managed to get some money by going through all the dungeons, but that was only money he could use for the shop system. He was pretty sure if he took all the gold he had to a bank, they would most likely not believe him and send him away. He honestly didn't know. He hasn't tried going to a bank yet. Wait, was there even a bank in Kyoto? There had to be one, otherwise where else would people be getting their money? Wait. Why was he even worried about that at the moment? Issei sighed. Issei, the summer just started, and yet I can tell that it's gonna be anything but Knock knock knock. Issei perked up as his eyes moved away from the ceiling and towards the bedroom door, a look of confusion slowly appearing on his face. He wondered who it could be. Maybe Ria's, her brother, her father, or maybe Sun Wukong wanted to have a quick chat with him about something. Issei, come in. After saying those words, Issei noticed the heads of both Asia and Zenovia peeking around the corner. The sigh of the former church members brought even more confusion to the brown-haired boy. Did they need something from him? Zenovia, hey. Asia, we aren't bothering you, are we, Issei? Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, no, you're not at all. Do you need something? The two girls nodded their heads. Issei, I see. Issei sat up in the massive king's or maybe queen-sized bed that he was laying on and looked at the two. Issei, okay, what do you both need? Unfortunately for Issei, he would soon come to regret saying those words because of what was gonna happen next. Literally a couple of seconds later, Issei was laying down on the massive queen-sized bed, staring back up at the ceiling as he had a deadpanned expression. Issei, you have got to be kidding me. Both Zenovia and Asia were laying in bed with Issei. The blue-haired girl was laying to his right while Asia was laying to his left, clinging onto his shoulder. He let out a small sigh. Issei, are you both serious? Asia, I'm sorry, I can't sleep in such a large room by myself. Issei glanced over at Zenovia. Issei, let me guess, it's the same thing for you. Zenovia nodded. Zenovia, life was simple in the church. Having this much luxury makes us feel uncomfortable. One of Issei's eyes twitched a little when Zenovia said those words. Issei, you uncomfortable, how do you think I feel right now? Zenovia, so Asia and I decided to come and spend the night with you. She then looked at Issei. Zenovia, you're okay with that, right, Issei? Issei didn't say anything at first. He just laid where he was and mentally let out a sigh of annoyance. He shouldn't be surprised at this point because he knew that it was gonna happen eventually, yet for some reason this keeps happening to him. To think that he originally wanted to be the harem king. Issei hasn't wanted that since he obtained the system, which seems to be trying to get him one for some reason. Issei didn't know why. He doesn't want to know either. He already has a lot of things that were on his plate, such as the strange dreams he keeps having, the word monarch sounding familiar to him, who made the system, and why his father disappeared one day. Issei has all these more important things to worry about, but he was sure that he was getting closer to the answers he sought. So for now, he won't stress over what was currently happening. Besides, now Issei knows how those harem MCs feel, and if he could go back in time, he would slap his past self silly. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, I'll let it slide for now, but don't make a habit of this. Zenovia, unfortunately, I won't be able to make any promises on that. Issei simply pinched the bridge of his nose and let out another sigh, feeling a small headache coming on. Issei, yer days. Zenovia, you keep saying that word, what does it mean? Issei, I'll tell you some other time. Zenovia pouted. Zenovia, I want to know now. Issei, later. He moved his gaze away from Zenovia and back to the ceiling above. Although Issei can already tell that he was gonna have another problem on his hands, Zenovia's questions about things that she clearly isn't cultured on. He honestly feels bad for her because JoJo was an excellent anime to watch. Maybe one day he'll introduce her to it, but for now, it was time to get some shut-eye. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Ria's and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi, and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean, D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide, Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words, "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. D-Drake, well then, tell me why you are here then, Tiamat. D-Drake stared down at the water dragon before him with narrowed eyes which glowed with a faint purple hue. Her name was Lurak, and she was an extremely powerful dragon that was basically in the same category as D-Drake is, or rather he was in when he was still alive. However, as she told the former Welsh dragon, she wished that he called her by the false name that they both agreed upon whenever they were alone, and that name was Tiamat. Known throughout the supernatural world, the name Tiamat is both respected and feared by many who hear the name. Similar to Tannin, Tiamat was said to be one of the powerful dragon kings and the strongest one at that. Many devils, fallen, and other foolish beings have attempted to either kill or force Tiamat into servitude due to her immense strength, wisdom, and power. However, none have managed to succeed in doing any of this and have resulted in countless deaths throughout the years. The only beings in existence who rival Tiamat in power were the two dragon gods, Off-Eyes and Great Red, and the heavenly dragons, Albion and D-Drake. In fact, there was a rumor that before they arrived at the battlefield of the Great War, D-Drake, in fact, stole some of Tiamat's treasures, which ended up being lost because of his death. The loss of her treasures made Tiamat vengeful, and she had been searching for D-Drake and his hosts, killing them whenever she got the chance, which is why there had been less sightings of the Red Dragon Emperor throughout the years. Unfortunately, the ones who made such rumors couldn't have been more wrong because Tiamat, or rather Lurak, held no hatred whatsoever towards D-Drake. Lurak, why? She tilted her head to D-Drake's question. Lurak, do I need a reason to see you? D-Drake couldn't help but snort a little, exhaling some smoke from his nose. D-Drake, I know you better than many. You're not one to simply drop by for a visit unless it's for a reason, so I'll again. He narrowed his eyes. D-Drake, why did you come here? Lurak remained silent at first as her gaze shifted from D-Drake towards the water. The former Welsh dragon followed her gaze and saw her reflection within it, her eyes almost shining with a gorgeous and tranquil light blue glow. Lurak, I have no motives against you, like I said before. She glanced back over to D-Drake. Lurak, I merely came to see you. D-Drake, I see. D-Drake wasn't sure if he believed her or not. A part of him wants to believe that she is telling the truth and that she has no hidden motives against him since they have history together. However, Deidraig also can't let a possibly dangerous enemy get any sort of information about his liege. It was already bad enough that he didn't inform his liege about any of this and chose to do this by himself. Deidraig was honestly drawn between the two. He wasn't sure what to pick. Does he believe her? Does he think that she's lying? Who knows? Deidraig, well then, may I ask you a simple question? Lurak gave a kind and gentle smile, one that tugged on Deidraig's non-existent heart. Lurak, course thou may ask away. Deidraig closed his eyes for a moment, but then he soon opened them back up and stared directly into Lurak's eyes. Deidraig, did he order you and the others here? The moment that those exact words had left Deidraig's mouth, he immediately took notice of not only the few seconds of silence, which wasn't something that Lurak does, but also the fact that he caught a glimpse of her tensing up after he asked the question. Those two alone were more than enough evidence for Deidraig, but it didn't mean that it was a good thing. In fact, it was quite the opposite, because if he had sent them back, then that meant it was for something. Deidraig, he did, didn't he? Silence. 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 Lurak soon let out a reluctant sigh. Lurak, thou art correct, he did send us to the underworld. Deidraig, did he say the reason? Lurak shook her head. Lurak, he did not say, he merely told us to remain waiting for when the time is right. Hearing this confused Deidraig, when the time was right, that wasn't much help for either the former Welsh dragon nor for Lurak and the others, because that could be for literally anything. If he had to take a guess on what it could be, then it would most likely be something that will ended up causing the deaths of a lot of innocent beings. Either way, it was still some useful information that he will need to tell his liege when he returns to him. Deidraig, I see, thank you for telling me. Lurak, not so fast, Deidraig, now it's your turn. She then raised one of her wing arms and pointed a claw at the shadow dragon. Lurak, how and why are you like this? Deidraig, that isn't your conch. Lurak cut Deidraig off by letting out a small yet very loud growl. Lurak, it is my concern, why do you look like that? Why you look like one of that traitor's weak soldiers. Deidraig gave Lurak a small glare, one that caught her by surprise. Deidraig, the power of the monarch isn't weak, so watch what you say about my liege Lurak. Lurak narrowed her eyes. Lurak, I told you to call me by my false name. Deidraig cut off the water wyvern from finishing her sentence by punching the ground beneath him very hard, causing a shockwave followed by a huge crater from his fist's impact. Deidraig, it isn't a false name. He then looked at Lurak, allowing her to see some sadness within his purple eyes. Deidraig, not to me. Lurak flinched at this. She had never seen Deidraig act like this before. He was usually very calm and collected. To see such an outburst from him, well, it definitely took her by surprise, to say the least. Lurak, Deidraig, what are you talking about? Deidraig, don't you remember? Deidraig pulled his claw out from the ground and approached Lurak, who remained where she was with a wary look on her face. She observed as Deidraig got right up to her, and due to the size difference between them both, she was forced to look up at the massive shadow dragon. As for Deidraig, he merely glanced down at Lurak as he raised one of his claws and gently stroked Lurak's right cheek, taking the water wyvern by surprise as a faint red hue began to crawl onto her face. Deidraig, we had such good times together in the human world. The faint red hue on Lurak's face began to slowly grow bigger, which Deidraig had immediately noticed. Lurak, Slyrak, this isn't like you. Deidraig, you're right, you know me for who I truly am, Slyrak, the father of fire. A kind and gentle smile soon began to crawl onto his face. Deidraig, but Tiamat knows me as Deidraig and nothing more. At that moment, Deidraig rested his forehead against Lurak's, which caused her eyes to widen as she felt something that she had not felt for a very long time. It was someone that she had long forgotten, something that made her feel more than who she was. She remembers it clearly now. The day that the Mother of Water and the Father of Fire decided to spend some time in the human world. Flashback. It was a beautiful day in the marvelous city of Tokyo. The sun was high in the sky, shining down its warmth to the populated city below. Clouds dotted the sky in various spots, but besides those few clouds, it was gonna be a clear day that showed off the vastness of open blue. The city of Tokyo itself was packed as always, but this wasn't really a surprise because it was known as one of the most populated places in the entire world. Many people all around came to Tokyo to marvel at its wonders, and if you were to ask someone any questions about it, they all would be the same. In one part of Tokyo, a good distance away from any crowds and stores, was a stone pathway that had a wooden railing on it, letting people gaze off to the beautiful view of the ocean. But that wasn't the only thing that was there. The trees were also very special because the normal green leaves were instead a shade of light pink. Yes, it was a very beautiful and tranquil sight to behold, and many people would be left in awe at the sight before them. Slyrak, why did you bring me here? A small sigh of annoyance was heard as the owner of said sigh was a tall, muscular man with red hair and amber eyes. His red hair was kept short, ruffled, and spiked, with 2 strands of hair near the opposite sides of his head falling over his face as well as distinct sideburns. As for his attire, he wore a black leather jacket with a fur collar and a white v-neck underneath. He wore dark blue denim jeans held up by a simple brown belt, with a silver chain attached from the belt to his back pocket, additionally with black shoes to top off the rest of his outfit. The man also appeared to be wearing other jewelry pieces with his clothes, such as a silver ring and a star-shaped necklace, and he also had a piercing in his left ear. Man, I brought you here because I wanted to show you the beauty of this place. Forgive me, Slyrak, but I doubt I'll find any kind of beauty in a place swarming with little mice. The man pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a small sigh. Man, okay, we're gonna need to key down some ground rules. He held up a finger. Man, first don't call them that because I want to keep coming back to this place. He then put up another finger. Man, secondly, don't call me by that name. While we are here, you will refer to me as D-Drag Pyros. A false name? Why would thou lower one to such standards, and why did you force me to take the form of this flesh illusion? D-Drag simply stared at the person before him, who was a slender young woman who was slightly shorter than him with a snow-white skin complexion and a curvaceous figure. She had long azure blue hair that ruched down to her shoulders and midnight blue eyes. As for her attire, her outfit consisted of a knee-high dark dress coat that was adorned with 4 symmetrically placed, light-colored buttons on the chest. The coat was garnished with fur trimmings around her sleeve cuffs and neck. She wore a matching, dark, Russian-style hat stylized with a light-colored butterfly clip, which in itself was attached to the fur trimming, garnishing her hat. The outfit was soon completed with a light brown belt fastened around her waist and wore complementing, dark brown thigh-high boots. D-Drag, because to the humans, us dragons are nothing but fairytale, and I don't think they wanna see two just walking around. The woman couldn't help but scoff a little as she crossed her arms. Woman, I still do see why thou must use a false name. D-Drag, because there is a chance that another supernatural being is here, and I don't want them to know my identity. Woman, thou worry too much, Slyrak. We are a part of the thunder, even the ones that these mice call gods are beneath us. D-Drag let out a small sigh as he shook his head before he reached into his pocket and took out a cigarette. He then placed it in his mouth before taking out a lighter, using it on the tip of the cigarette. D-Drag, just make a fake one while we're here in the human world. The woman didn't say anything at first, but after a minute or two of complete and utter silence, she soon let out a reluctant sigh. Woman, very well then, Sly. D-Drag cleared his throat. Woman, apologies, D-Drag. If thou must indulge in your fantasy with the mice, then thou shalt choose the mightiest false name. She then gestured to herself. Woman, thou may refer to me as Tiamat Quos. D-Drag couldn't help but chuckle a little at the woman's name. He had a feeling that she would pick something that had to do with water. It was not very original, but then again, neither was the name that he came up with. The word pyros literally meant fire. It wasn't his first choice when he was coming up with his fake name, but nonetheless it was a decent one that will make do for now. Tiamat, thou chuckled at one's name. Tiamat crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Tiamat, does one find something funny, D-Drag? D-Drag, don't worry, Tiamat, I'm not laughing at the name you picked. A small smile grew out to his face. D-Drag, in fact, I think the name is very cute and suits you. The blue-haired woman was taken aback by her fellow dragon's words. She was not expecting to hear such a thing, especially over a false name that she'll probably never use once they leave the world of the mice. After all, it was nothing more than what it was, a false name to hide her true identity while in the flesh illusion. That didn't mean it was a bad thing either. In fact, Tiamat had to admit that it felt kinda nice to hear such a compliment from her fellow dragon. Most dragonic beings such as Beisrak, Vodrak, and sometimes Indrak are too prideful with themselves to give such compliments to anyone except themselves. Which was a little funny considering that one of them could not tell any sort of lie, even if they wished to do so. Tiamat, I see. A small and faint red hue began to crawl onto Tiamat's face as she looked at D-Drag. Tiamat, thank you D-Drag, I appreciate your kind words. D-Drag merely smiled. D-Drag, I'm glad to hear that, you ready? Tiamat nodded her head. Tiamat, I am ready. D-Drag, well Tiamat. Grabbing onto the cigarette in his mouth, D-Drag took a deep breath before he removed it and exhaled some smoke from his mouth. D-Drag, let the fun begin. With that, both D-Drag and Tiamat began to walk off in a random direction. They didn't have a clear destination in mind, but D-Drag wanted to make sure that Tiamat's first time in the human world would be one that she would never forget. The duo walked down the stone pathway side by side together, enjoying the casual stroll and all the amazing sights around them, such as the calm and tranquil water to the cherry blossom leaves on the trees. As they were walking, they noticed an elderly couple who were also taking a stroll down the same path as them. The elderly woman was the first to notice the duo. Elderly woman, oh my. She looked at her husband. Elderly woman, dear, look at that. They're taking a romantic stroll like we are. This caught the elderly man's attention as his eyes met up with D-Drag and Tiamat, who were minding their own business as they walked. Elderly man, it seems that they are. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Elderly man, ah, how I miss the days when I was a handsome young lady like that. The man's wife couldn't help but giggle at his words and playfully slap him. Elderly woman, come now dear, you're still the same as the day I met you. She then looked back at D-Drag and Tiamat. Elderly woman, young love, such a beautiful thing to behold. The man smiled as he held onto his wife's hand. Elderly man, that it is dear, that it is. As the couple continued their walk, Tiamat couldn't help but glance back at them with a look of confusion on her face. Tiamat, strange. She looked at D-Drag. Tiamat, D-Drag, why did those mice say such things? Why do they think that we are mates? D-Drag merely looked at Tiamat in silence, not really sure how to explain how human relationships work to her because they were far different from how beings such as themselves find partners. Dragons don't really experience the same sort of love as humans do. If they wish to find themselves a partner, then they would usually seek out a female, preferably a strong one at that, and simply mate with them. After that, the male would just leave and let the female tend to the offspring until it was at an age where the female no longer needed to spend time on it. Definitely was a very strange way of having children, but it has been something that dragons have followed for many, many years since the dawn of their kind. D-Drag, it's hard to explain, Tiamat, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Tiamat merely raised an eyebrow, not sure whether or not she should believe him. But she might as well, since she agreed to let him show her the mice's world and its beauty. Tiamat, very well then, let us continue. The two resumed their walk down the pathway in silence, feeling the cool breeze wash over their faces. Tiamat gave one last glance at the elderly couple, who soon walked out of view as an idea came to her mind. It is an idea that she never considered doing because such a thing was unlike a dragonic being such as herself. But if she were to be spending however long D-Drag wishes for her to be in the mice world for, she should probably learn a thing or two from the little critters to properly blend in. As they walked, Tiamat got slightly closer to D-Drag as she reached out with one of her hands and grabbed onto his. D-Drag was taken aback by the sudden feeling of Tiamat holding his hand. He glanced over to her as she kept looking forward, although the faint red hue from before had returned and had grown into a small blush. The mere sight of that alone nearly caused D-Drag to drop his cigarette. D-Drag, she's blushing. He couldn't believe his eyes. He honestly couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. She was blushing. She was actually blushing. D-Drag never thought he would see such a jaw-dropping sight before him. He honestly wasn't sure what to make of this. Was it a good thing? Was it a bad thing? He had absolutely no idea whatsoever because this was not a prediction of his. Although he did have to admit, Tiamat looked pretty good with red on her face. It kind of brought out her midnight blue eyes a little bit. Deidraig, you know, she doesn't look half bad in red. A smile grew onto his face. Deidraig, she actually looks pretty cute. Tiamat glanced at Deidraig, wondering what his reaction to her holding his hand was, and when she saw the smile on his face, she couldn't help but give her own small smile as well. The two dragons didn't say anything else and continued walking down the footpath together, holding hands under the cherry blossom trees. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 11 Cat in Shadow Part 2. Third-person POV. Issei, Azazel, there better be a good reason you woke us up at the crack-ass of dawn. Issei wasn't in a good mood at the moment because of something that Azazel had done, which wasn't really saying much since the governor of the fallen angels had been on Issei's bad side long before he properly met him, when his mother mentioned meeting him, and that had definitely set of red flags to Issei. There were also the times that Azazel kept bringing up his mother and wanting to do something like go out to dinner with her, which shall never happen for as long as Issei still breathed oxygen. Seriously, it was like Azazel was actively trying to piss Issei off, which he shouldn't want to be doing. He knew who the boy's father was, he knew very well what Issei was capable of, and yet he simply doesn't give a flying fuck about any of that. Azazel was really trying to be Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, except the only matching quality between the two would be the fact that they piss people off with their antithesis. Anyways, time to move on to more important things, such as a certain brown-haired boy, who is currently standing out in front of the Gremory household with Riaz and her peerage. Both Kiba and Kaneko were wearing gym outfits. Meanwhile, Riaz and the rest of her peerage were wearing their cute academy school uniforms. As for Issei, well, he was just wearing what he normally wears when he goes out raiding dungeons, which consisted of a white t-shirt with a gray trench coat over it. He also wore some long black jeans with a pair of black combat boots that he secretly bought without his mother's knowledge. The reason why he and his friends were currently outside the Gremory household was because of Azazel, no surprise there. He decided that it would be hilarious to wake them all up very early in the morning and did so in very messed up ways, such as using an air horn, dumping a bucket of water onto them, or even using a cream pie, which caused Issei to chase the fallen across the household for half an hour. It was a pretty funny sight. Speaking of Azazel, he was standing in front of Issei, Riaz, and her peerage with his typical shit-eating grin slapped across his face, except he had a black eye and was missing one of his teeth. Azazel, actually there is indeed a good reason why I did that, though a bit of our time has been sadly lost after I was brutally assaulted by a certain someone. Issei merely deadpanned at Azazel before proceeding to flip him off. Azazel, anyways. He clapped his hands together and smirked. Azazel, I've got a 20-day human world regime that's gonna whip you lot into shape. Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this in confusion. They were gonna be training for 20 days? Issei might be wrong, but weren't they supposed to be on summer break? Like, the whole reason why they came down to the underworld was because Ria's family invited them down for the summer. Issei, so you're telling me that you woke us up at? He looked over at Kiba. Issei, Kiba, what time did he wake us up? Kiba, 1 o'clock. Issei, thank you, Kiba. Kiba, you're welcome. Issei then looked back at Azazel, who no longer had a black eye or a missing tooth. Issei, you woke us up at 1 o'clock in the morning because you wanted us to train over our summer break. Azazel, yes, I did. One of Issei's eyes twitched a little bit as they began to faintly glow with a dark purple hue. Azazel noticed the purple gathering up in Issei's eyes and merely raised both his arms up. Azazel, but you don't need to worry about any of this because you're not a part of the training regime I have planned. Hearing this gained not only Issei's attention, but also as Ria's and her peerage as they looked at Azazel with various confused looks. Akino, Issei isn't going to be joining us in training. Azazel shook his head. Azazel, he isn't. Asia, why though? Ria stepped forward a little and crossed her arms as she looked at the governor with a serious expression. Riaz, indeed, why is that the case, Azazel? Azazel let out a slight chuckle in response. Azazel, a couple of reasons actually. He raised up one finger. Azazel, one, he is already an op MC. Issei, will you stop calling me that? Azazel looked at Issei with a smug look. Azazel, no, I will not. He then looked back at Riaz and her peerage before he raised up another finger. Azazel, there's no way to physically measure his powers since he's skilled with and without his summon ability. He then raised a third finger. Azazel, this training is meant to help you devils try to be able to handle yourself when Issei isn't around to lend a hand because you rely on his way too much. Issei didn't want to admit it, but he actually agreed with Azazel's statement there. First of all, yeah, that was definitely a painful thing to admit, and he shall never allow the Fallen to know that he agreed with him. But back on to the main topic, it was true that Riaz and the others kinda rely on him when it came to previous battles. Issei was the one who won against that fire chicken dude and freed Riaz from her arranged marriage. Seriously, what was that dude's name again? Riz, Kaiser? No, wait, Kaiser sounds like a cool name, and the dude that the brown-haired boy fought was anything but cool. Anyways, the point of the matter is that Issei was the one who defeated him. Riaz and her peerage put up a decent fight against him, but ultimately they weren't able to pull it off and needed assistance from him. There was also the battle against Cockabeel at Kyo Academy. Riaz and her peerage couldn't really do much against the fallen angel. They managed to take down the fake Cerberuses alongside Issei, but he knew that those things were pretty weak, unlike the one that he fought a while back. Now, while it was still just a blur from what Issei gathered after the battle, he was the one who ultimately killed Cockabeel. Even at the Leader Summit, Riaz and her peerage didn't do much when it came to the magicians that attacked the school. Although, he will give Kaneko and Gasper a pass because they ended up getting captured, and the white-haired girl did her best to make sure to keep Gasper safe. As for the others in the peerage, Riaz didn't really do anything. He wasn't sure about Kiba, Zenovia, and Asia, and he was pretty sure that Aquino was frozen in time because of the magicians using Gasper's sacred gear. Overall, Azazel was right. Riaz and her peerage needed some serious training if they were gonna be fighting alongside him in the future. Then again, Issei had his own plans while being down in the underworld. Dungeons to raid and answers to questions that needed to be discovered. Issei, I hate to say this, Riaz, but... He looked at the crimson red-haired girl. Issei, Azazel kinda has a point there. You and the others kinda do need a little bit of training. Riaz couldn't help but let out a small sigh. Riaz, I guess you're right, Issei. She then turned her attention towards Azazel. Riaz, alright, when do we begin? Azazel merely smirked. Azazel, right now. New divide. By Lincoln Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyo with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyo, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi, and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean. D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole, D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide, Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. Azazel voiceover, question, are you the brains or the bronze of the team? Riaz was currently within the Gremory household library, sitting at a table with a stack of books to the right of her as she wore a pair of reading glasses. The reason she was there was because this was a part of her training that Azazel planned out for her. He said that doing this will assist her with becoming a better leader. Azazel voiceover, answer, a good king is both and neither because they know when to fight and when to lead. Realizing the difference comes from using your pieces to their fullest. After finishing the book she was reading, Riaz closed it and gently placed it down to her left before she reached over to the stack and grabbed the book at the top. She had a lot of work to do, so she better get started or else she'll never get stronger. As for the rest of Riaz's peerage, they too were undergoing their training as well, each one specificity designed to assist them in getting stronger. Akina was somewhere else in the Gremory domain, standing on top of a rocky mountain as the clouds moved below her. She had a look on her face that many would be surprised to see. That look was the look of anger, and it was directed to someone in front of her. Aquino, why are you here? Standing before Aquino was a middle-aged man who had a gruffy look. He was pretty built for someone his age with a muscular body which was unfortunately nowhere near the same level as Azazel's. He had black hair and a marching black-colored beard. Man, it's been a while, Aquino. Aquino merely stared at the man with a cold glare in her eyes. Aquino, I'd rather you didn't say my name. Man, you are a fallen angel. You have to come to terms with that, and once you claim dominance over your heritage, you'll finally be able to create true lightning. Aquino merely narrowed her eyes at the man. Aquino, you didn't answer my question. The man merely let out a small sigh. Man, I cannot disobey a direct order from the Governor General. He asked me to come train my daughter, so here I am. Aquino, do you know why I wear these clothes? Aquino's school uniform glowed brightly, and when it died down, her outfit was swapped out for the one she used against the battle with Tannen. Aquino, it's my way to show the world that I renounce everything you represent because. She stared at the man who was her father, much to Aquino's disgust, with a cold expression on her face. Aquino, you are no father of mine. The man didn't say anything. He merely looked at his daughter with a calm expression. She hated him, she despised even looking at him, and he knew that. He knew why she hated him, and to this day, she had refused to let go of that happened all those years ago. He hopes that one day that Aquino will let go of that anger and accept him as her father again. However, the man gets the feeling that he'll have to wait a very long time. Azazel voiceover, hone your balance breaker. Once you've whipped it out, keep it up for as long as you can. It was now time for Kiba, who was currently standing in a relatively decent-sized pond which was shallow enough for him to stand within. He also had his holy demonic sword out, and the task that Azazel gave him was trying to increase the time that he had with his balance breaker. Kiba's body remained absolutely still while he held the weapon, his eyes closed and taking in small and slow breaths to steady his breathing. However, that all changed when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Azazel voiceover, originally I had a teacher for you assigned, but that went out the window because Mr. Op. Issei voiceover, I will stab you, I swear to your dead god. Azazel voiceover, had someone better in mind to assist in furthering your swordsmanship. Kiba opened his eyes and turned his head in the direction of the footsteps and was greeted by the sight of none other than one of Issei's shadow soldiers, Igris. The shadow stared down Kiba, giving off an airy aura which made the blonde-haired boy a little bit nervous. He had witnessed Igris' abilities when they were trapped in that red gate, but to think that the shadow would be the one that was training him, Kiba honestly didn't know what to say. Kiba turned towards Igris and bowed slightly. Kiba, thank you for agreeing to train me, Sir Igris. Igris didn't say anything to Kiba. Instead, he merely pulled out his huge, great sword and pointed it towards the devil. Kiba knew what this meant and got into a combat stance, tightly holding onto his blade. Kiba, right, I'll give it my all. With that, Kiba launched himself towards the Shadow Knight with blazing speed. His training had officially begun, and hopefully he survived against Igris' strength. Now it was time to move on to the next member of Ria's peerage, Zenobia, whose training didn't involve improving her swordsmanship but rather something else. Zenobia, Holy Sword Durandal. A tree was split down the middle and Zenobia panted slightly. She had just summoned Durandal, the holy sword that she used against the battle with Cockabeel, and almost immediately she figured out why Azazel was making her do this. As Zenobia held the blade, she felt it shake, which caused her to hold onto the weapon's handle with both of her hands. Durandal was powerful, very powerful, to the point that the only thing that rivaled it was the legendary holy sword, Excalibur. However, it was that power that made Durandal extremely difficult to wield. Azazel, voice over, that sacred blade of yours is very fickle in whom it chooses as its wielder. Zenobia gritted her teeth slightly as she kept out a battle cry before launching herself to another nearby tree and proceeded to chop it down in one swift swoop. As the tree came crashing down, the blue-haired girl started panting a little heavily as sweat rolled down her forehead. Azazel, voice over, taming it is a sheer matter of will. Now it was on to Gasper, whose training regime was a little bit different than everyone else's because he had a powerful sacred gear, and with Issei's assistance, the little vampire boy was able to control it quite well against the magicians when being rescued. However, that didn't mean that Gasper was free from training. No, his training was different because what he needed to work on was his shy and skittish personality around other people who weren't his friends. So currently, Gasper was down at one of the small towns that existed within the Gremory domain, the streets filled with demonic civilians ranging from the elderly to children, all going about their regular day. Meanwhile, Gasper was watching them, hidden away in a nearby alleyway, and boy, he did not like a single second of it. Azazel, voice over, I'd call you a gentle giant if you weren't so small and jittery, get a grip. Gasper was doing his best not to immediately disappear and hide within his box, which he brought down when things got too out of hand for him to deal with. Luckily for him, some of the people didn't seem to notice the vampire boy's presence. Azazel, voice over, seriously, while you may think that you lack talent, it's actually your timid nature that's holding you back. But there's a simple fix for that: go out where people can see you. That is the first step. Things were going well, but that all changed when someone actually noticed Gasper, which caused the boy to immediately hide within the box. Gasper, I'd rather die than take the first step. Suddenly, Gasper noticed something within his box and tilted his head. Azazel, voice over, I have a feeling you're gonna get spooked, so I have something that should calm you down. Gasper picked the object up and saw that it was a photo, making him even more confused until he noticed that he was holding it backward. Azazel, voice, just don't ask questions and don't let the kid find out that I gave it to you. I'm already on thin ice with him and I don't want to give him a reason to turn me into a KFC bucket. The moment that Gasper turned the photo around and his gaze fell upon the image, his eyes immediately widened as a crimson-red blue popped directly onto Gasper's face, followed by the sight of blood shooting out of his nose. Gasper, SNPAI, it's a picture of SNPAI naked and he's huge. At that very moment, a chain reaction suddenly happened, which caused numerous people to feel something. Riaz, Sona, and the other girls felt very jealous for some reason. Kiba felt like he was glad to be a background character while running away from Igris, who was chasing him like a maniac. Azazel felt a shiver run down his spinal cord as he looked around, and Issei felt like he should be murdering someone for doing something stupid. And now it was time to see what Kaneko was doing for her training. Azazel had something planned for her, but she was pretty stubborn and refused any sort of help from the Fallen and just set off to train her own way. Although, Azazel did give her some advice before she left. Currently, Kaneko was in one of the many training rooms wearing a Kyo Academy training uniform. Her eyes were narrow, and she grunted slightly as she was busy punching and kicking an unfortunate punching bag while being deep in thought. Azazel voice, if you wish to release the power you have sealed away. Kaneko gave the punching bag a powerful roundhouse kick, sending it flying off the chain and crashing into some nearby gym equipment. Azazel voice over, stop playing cat and mouse with your identity, that's the only way you'll get stronger. Kaneko panted slightly as sweat began to roll down her face, small dark bags visible underneath her eye, which was a clear indication of the lack of proper sleep. She then looked at one of her hands before clenching it tightly into a fist, gritting her teeth a little in the process as she glanced over at the pile of punching bags that she had destroyed during her training. Kaneko balls. Now it was time for the final member of the Gremory peerage, and that was Asia. She was currently within a dark cave or something along those lines, with her only light source being from a decent-sized hole that was in the ceiling. She was kneeling on the ground, which did hew it a little because of the rocky surface, but she ignored it for now. Her hands held tightly together as if she were praying to God, even though she now knows that her so-called God was unfortunately killed during the Great War all those years ago. So, while she knew that he was no longer among the girls of the living, Asia still did this because it was something that she was very familiar with while she underwent her training at the church. Azazel voice over, you're skilled when it comes to hand-to-gun combat, but you're lacking when it came to your sacred gear. Asia took in a deep breath before exhaling, her eyes closing. Azazel voice over, here's a thing about Twilight healing. It completely depends on the user's ability. If you're good enough, then you can release the aura from your entire body and heal your friends even when they're far away. Asia began to concentrate very hard, a faint green glow emanating from her hands as a ring appeared on one of her fingers. The green glow soon began to increase and formed around the blonde-haired girl's entire body. Asia, I'm gonna do my best. Now, it was finally time to move on to Issei, who was doing his own thing since he didn't really need to train like Riaz and the others. Although he did do his daily quest because the system had been shoving notifications about it in his face since he was rudely awakened by Azazel. There was another reason he did it though. Issei felt the need to go and complete a dungeon because it had been a while since he'd done one, with the last one he recalls being the Demon King Castle dungeon. So after completing his daily quest, Issei used his reward to get a gift box and managed to receive a dungeon key from it, which brought great delight to him. Issei, well, now I have 20 days until Riaz and the others finish their training. Currently, Issei was standing out front of the Gremory household with one hand in his pocket, and the other was holding onto the key that he received from the gift box. Issei glanced down at said key, which didn't look any kind of special, and a screen popped up before him. Item Lizard Swamp Key. Level of difficulty. Type Key. Issei Swamp Lizard. Issei took a random guess from the name of the key and guessed that he was gonna end up in a swamp, one that had monstrous lizards within it. The brown-haired boy didn't know whether or not to laugh or shake his head in disappointment. Seriously, he was gonna be fighting lizards. What was next? A humanoid ant that has the ability to speak or something. Actually, Issei shouldn't be messing with fate because there is a chance that he could run into something like that later down the line. If he did, then that would probably be a good addition to his army of shadows, but that really depends on if it was strong or not. He didn't want to just revive it only for it to be weak. Speaking of shadows, Issei knew that he wasn't gonna be able to use Igris since he was gonna be busy training Kiba. Actually no, the correct term would be brutally tossing the devil around like he was some child chew toy. Yeah, Kiba was gonna be therapy after dealing with Igris for 20 straight days, and Issei guessed that he was gonna get blamed for it. Issei, poor Kiba, he's gonna be hurting for a while. Issei then let out a small sigh. Issei, I'm sure he'll forgive me at some point, but anyways. A serious expression began to grow onto the young man's face as he glanced down at the key in his hands, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue. Issei, time to hunt. End of chapter. S3 Chapter 12, Cat in Shadow Part 3. Third-person POV. Issei, well, this is definitely a change in scenery. Issei's face held a calm and stoic expression, his gaze moving around as he checked the new location that he now found himself in. It has been only a minute since he had just gone through the portal, which led him into the dungeon, and by mere first glance he could already tell that this one was much different than the previous ones he had gone through. With only one or two exceptions, them being the Demon Castle dungeon and that red gate, which took Issei to a snowy place, all the other dungeons that were generated by the system had taken the brown-haired boy to the exact same place, said place being a large cave system with various ores and other types of materials that were scattered throughout its depths. However, it seemed like this dungeon was now the third exception to that stereotype, and Issei didn't really have an opinion about it. He didn't really care how the dungeons that the system generated looked because that wasn't the reason why he went to them. Sure, he will admit that it was a little strange, but at this point, Issei has accepted the fact that the system worked in ways that he may never truly understand. The only way he will ever receive answers is if he completes this dungeon and reaches level 100. He was close, so close to reaching level 100. All he had to do was wait a little bit more and he would finally get answers. Speaking of the dungeon, Issei continued to move his gaze around as he took in his surroundings. Like he said before, he wasn't in a cave system. Instead, he found himself in what he guessed was a fantasy-like swamp area that resembled something from a D&D campaign. The sky was dark and cloudy with a faint green hue mixed into it, granting the dungeon an almost airy vibe. Issei could also see that the swamp had a thick layer of fog, shrouding any sort of visibility for things that were farther than a couple of feet. Along with the fog, the trees themselves also added more to the eeriness of the dungeon, being devoid of leaves and twisted and warped in very strange ways. Finally, Issei glanced at the nearby water that was nearby, which was green in color and more than likely filled with something dangerous. Overall, appearances aside, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary with the dungeon besides the fact that it seemed to be trying to resemble something from a horror movie. Issei, well, appearance aside, there doesn't seem to be much about this place. Suddenly, a screen popped up next to Issei, which got his attention as he looked at it. You cannot leave this dungeon unless you defeat the boss or use a teleportation stone. Issei could help but blink a little in surprise. He didn't expect to see that screen ever again. Issei, while this is certainly a surprise. He crossed his arms. Issei, I think the last time I saw the system give me this screen was. Issei then used one of his hands to cup his chin as he tried to recall the last time that the system showed him that screen. The system had shown a lot of screens since the moment that he obtained it. Most of the time, it mainly popped up to try and piss him off, which it had done plenty of times to the point that Issei punched it one time. However, if he recalls correctly, then the last time that he saw that particular screen was when he went into his first ever dungeon. Yeah, now he remembers it now. It was the dungeon where he fought off a giant snake and obtained his first dagger as a reward for killing it. Issei, damn, that was quite some time ago. Issei really liked that dagger. It helped him out quite a bit when he was first starting to use the system and its power. The dagger's 2 status effects definitely did most of the saving, even though half the time they didn't really stick. Did he still have it? It should still be in possession considering that he paired it with the Night Killer dagger when he was doing the job quest. Plus, there was absolutely no way that he would sell something valuable, such as that dagger. But why didn't he use it anymore? Yes, he knew that it was far weaker than the current ones he was using, but since he was wearing level 100, the status effects should affect his enemies better than it did when he was lower level. Maybe it was Issei's inner gamer preventing him from using a weapon that was considered quote-unquote weaker, which he finds kinda stupid, like he killed bloody Cerberus with that dagger. Sure, he nearly died in the process of killing Cerberus, but then again, he nearly died to things from the system like every Tuesday. Issei was pretty much used to it at this point and knows how to handle it. Using one of his hands, Issei cupped his own chin. Issei, maybe I should go back and use that dagger. He let go and crossed his arms again. Issei, sure, it's not gonna kill things as fast, but those status effects will definitely come in handy some more. While Issei was considering using the dagger he obtained from the snake, little did he know he wasn't alone. There was something else within him, and it was currently making its way towards the brown-haired boy through the murky swamp water. As it continued swimming towards Issei, something began to rise up from the water, and it appeared to be a webbed sail of some kind that was dark blue in color with the webbing in between being a deep shade of orange. Unfortunately, Issei was too preoccupied to notice what was currently happening around him. Issei, what was that dagger called again? The sail drew closer to Issei's location, slowly picking up speed. Issei, I know it started with AMR. The sail drew closer and closer, picking up more speed by the second. Issei continued to remain unaware of the approaching danger as a screen soon popped up before the young man. Warning: danger is approaching the player. Unfortunately, Issei didn't notice or pay attention to the system as his gaze shifted upwards to the dark sky above, and he held a thoughtful look. Issei, I think it was Ra, Zuku. The sail drew even closer to Issei as another screen popped up. Warning: danger is drawing closer to player. Issei shook his head. Issei, ma, that doesn't sound right. I know it'd Ra and it'd name though. Issei then shivered slightly. Issei, I'm not even talking about her, and yet that woman's name gives me the creeps. The sail swam faster and faster towards Issei, soaring through the water with speed equal to that of a speedboat. Yet, the brown-haired boy continued to remain unaware of the fast-approaching danger that was literally seconds away from him. Another screen soon popped up before Issei. Warning: player will die if he doesn't pull his head out of his A. Unfortunately, the system didn't get a chance to finish its sentence as the owner of the sail fin suddenly leaped out of the water with a mighty leap. Claws and jaws spread open wide, ready to land a devastating blow upon the young man who had his back turned to the creature. However, in a surprising turn of events, Issei remained facing away from the creature but raised his right hand, lifting one of his fingers at the creature. In the split second that moment had occurred, the creature immediately halted its attack upon Issei and backed away from the young man. Issei, you know, system. Issei shifted his gaze over to the last screen that popped up, trying to warn him of the creature. Issei, you really gotta learn to shut up. Issei didn't receive any sort of response from the system, probably indicating that his radical save had left it absolutely stunned. Then again, it didn't really matter to Issei if he got an answer from the system or not, because it wasn't like he could make conversation with it. If he could communicate with it, then he would more than likely demand answers to the questions that have been plaguing him for the last couple of weeks to months. That and probably something else, like Issei wanting to know why the system keeps trying to piss him off by saying random shit like it did when the brown-haired boy met Gasper for the first time. Ignoring the system's silence for now, Issei slowly turned his attention towards the creature that just tried to make an attempt on his face. A small smirk began to grow onto the town man's face as he began to move the finger he had raised in a nah-huh motion. Issei, naughty naughty. The creature in question that backed away from Issei stood back up and growled at him, allowing the young man a better chance to take in the monster's appearance and its features. The creature was tall, standing over what Issei guessed was 8 feet tall while it was on its hind legs. The creature appeared to be reptilian, almost resembling a smaller version of a dragon in some areas. It had dark blue scales with small patches of black or gray scales that covered all of its bodies, ranging from its head all the way down to its tail. Meanwhile, the creature's underbelly were a much lighter shade of color, almost beige or ahate in some areas. The creature's head was very sharp, with various horns on the top of its head or hanging on its lower jaw. The creature also appeared to be semi-aquatic in nature due to the sail-like fin that resided on its back and tail, along with the orange webbing in between the monster's sharp claws. Low-grade blue lizard men. Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly at the name of the creature. The color of the name didn't matter. No, what caught his attention was the fact that this monster was merely a low-grade one, which meant that there were gonna be higher-tier ones further on in the dungeon. Kinda like... Issei let out a small chuckle. Issei, just like the demon castle. The blue lizardman growled at Issei, who merely looked at the creature with a small smirk on his face. Issei, well then. He held out his hands and summoned both Baron's daggers, pointing one of them at the monster. Issei, shall we begin? The lizardman let out a loud roar before it began charging towards Issei, who stood his ground as his eyes began to glow with a faint purple hue. New Divide. By Linkin Park. Opening start. Issei walked through the streets of Kyoto with his hands in his pockets, a serious expression on his face as his eyes glowed with a faint purple hue. I remembered black skis. Issei made his way toward the center of Kyoto, the sky covered in darkness as thunder roared and lightning raged off in the distance. The lightning all around me. Issei closed his eyes as several images flashed through his mind, most notably Sona, Riaz and her peerage, his mother, Yoruichi and Yamato. I remembered each flash. Shadows began to creep out and make their way toward the brown-haired boy. As time began to blur, the shadows swirled and danced around Issei, who remained where he stood, unbothered by what was happening. Like a startling sign, numerous hands began to rise up from the shadows, grabbing onto the ground and slowly pulling themselves up. That fate had finally found me. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he opened his eyes, looking around and seeing all of his shadow soldiers awaiting his command. And your voice was all I heard. Issei's eyes started to glow more purple as he summoned his barren daggers, turning his gaze toward the sky. That I get what I deserve. The title Solo Leveling appeared in the sky in a flash of purple light. So give me reason. Issei and Sun Wukong stood against one another, their weapons drawn as the Monkey King smirked. To prove me wrong. Off-Eyes watched Issei from a distance, a small smile of amusement on her face before she turned and was greeted by Goro, who held a serious expression. To wash this memory clean, D-Drake let out a thunderous roar that shook the very landscape itself. Let the floods cross. Issei was minding his business with Sun Wukong, but Ra soon appeared out of nowhere with a flirty grin which startled the brown-haired boy. The distance in your eyes. Odin observed Issei with his son Thor standing next to him, only to immediately change and start giving Yoruichi lots of hugs, much to her embarrassment. Give me reason. Loki appeared from a magic circle with a grin as his eyes glowed. To fill this hole. D-Drake battled against Jörmungandr, grabbing onto the serpent's neck and slamming it to the ground. Connect the space between. Other deities appeared. Hades had a serious expression, Set was busy dealing with Anubis and Horus, Shiva was dancing with his son, and Zeus was busy flirting while Hera glared. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies. Issei faced off against a humanoid ant that let out a mighty roar directly in Issei's face, but he didn't even flinch. Across this new divide, Issei glanced toward the readers, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple hue as he uttered the words "Arise," and then everything went black. Opening. D-Drake, I didn't expect to find myself back here for all places. Back in the underworld, both D-Drake and Lurak, or as D-Drake prefers to call her, Tiamat. They both had traveled quite a significant distance away from the territory of the Gremory household and now were in a secretive location, a spot so hidden that not even the great devil kings themselves know of its existence. The location in question that the two were at was none other than a cave that sat in the farthest reaches of the underworld, and hidden away so well that no praying eyes could possibly seek out its whereabouts. The entrance of the cave was massive, easily dwarfing the former Welsh dragon emperor in terms of size, and despite the interior of the cave being nothing sort of special, D-Drake can't help but feel a sense of nostalgia from being in its presence. He knew this cave and the secrets that lay within very well. It was his cave, after all, his home. The place that D-Drake came back to a lot when he used to have a physical body. It looked just like he left it all those years ago, the day that he and his arch-rival Albion fought, each to the point that the three factions, the God of the Bible and the original Lucifer himself, were forced to work together. Even though they managed to kill both D-Drake and Albion in the end, the Shadow Dragon knew that they would never recover from the significant amount of losses that all three sides suffered from. Two had lost their great and powerful leaders, while the Fallen merely suffered from the loss of their troops. Azazel took most of the damage from the battle and even knocked out two of D-Drake's teeth, which was a feat that the dragon himself thought was not possible. But then again, he shouldn't really be surprised by the Governor General's incredible strength. The power that man wields was not something granted to him by the God of the Bible. No, D-Drake knew exactly who gave Azazel his power, and he couldn't help but wonder if they were planning on getting involved more at some point in the future. D-Drake, to think that after so many years after I died, no one has managed to find this place. Lurak couldn't help but growl a small smile as she glanced up to her companion. Lurak, even if they did, they would have to go through me first if they wanted to claim it. D-Drake let out a chuckle of amusement. D-Drake, I expect nothing less from you, Tiamat. Lurak grew a smug look. Lurak, of course oneself is powerful, and it would be foolish for a wormling to try and tangle with the thunder. D-Drake nodded in agreement, understanding what she was talking about, although he did not wish to speak of the thunder and those who were a part of it. He was glad that none of them other than Tiamat have decided to seek him out, because if he had come across anyone else that wasn't her, then it would have turned out differently. D-Drake, I rather not have to deal with them. it would only cause more trouble for my liege. As Ddraig continued to stare at the open entrance of what was once his home, his nose soon began to pick up scent. Despite being undead, he still retained some aspects of what he once was during his time amongst the living. One of these things was his incredible sense of smell. Anyways, as Ddraig sniffed the scent from the air, he couldn't help but grow a confused look from how strange the scent was. He didn't know how to describe it. The scent was very peculiar in a way. The best way for Ddraig to explain it would be that scent feels familiar and not familiar at the same time. Yes, that made absolutely no sense whatsoever, but it was the best way for Ddraig to describe what this scent was. Then again, he could always ask Tiamat since she doesn't seem to be reacting to the scent, meaning that she must already know what the source of it was. Ddraig, Tiamat. Lorak glanced over at Ddraig. Lorak, yes Ddraig, what is it? Ddraig, I'm picking up a strange scent from my cave. He narrowed his eyes a little. Ddraig, it feels familiar in some way, but I'm not sure why though. He then looked down at Lorak. Ddraig, do you know what it is? The moment that Ddraig finished that sentence, he immediately took notice of the surprised look that grew upon her face. He had known her since the moment that the thunder was created, and besides the look he received from her after stating that he liked her quote-unquote false name, this was the first time he had ever seen the Mother of Water surprised. Dragons were prideful creatures, and it was quite rare to see one get surprised by something, especially if that said dragon was a powerful one like Lorak. Each member of the Thunder was powerful in their own way, making the strength of the great dragon kings look like mere hatchlings. Ddraig had flames that could reduce the gods themselves to ash, while Lorak had complete control over all forms of water and could use it however she desired. Now, while this has nothing to do with the scent that Ddraig was picking up on, he will admit that it did feel strange to see his old friend so surprised. Why, though? She should have known that he would have obviously picked up on the scent. Did she think that he wouldn't mention it right away? If that's the case, then why? What's so special about the mysterious scent? Ddraig, you know about it, don't you? Lorak immediately looked away. Lorak, I do not know what you're talking about. Oneself doesn't smell anything. Ddraig, Tiamat, I can tell that you're lying to me. The Mother of Water fell silent, her gaze staying away from the former Welsh dragon's form, refusing to make eye contact with him. Lorak, I didn't think he would notice. I thought I had more time. She then let out a small sigh. Lorak, I guess I have no choice now. With that, she turned her head back over to Ddraig. Lorak, you are correct, Slyra Ddraig. Oneself does indeed know which you speak of and has for a very long time. Ddraig, I see. Do you mind telling me what it is? Lorak shook her head. Lorak, no, telling you won't be necessary. Hearing those words caused Ddraig to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Ddraig, what do you mean not necessary, Tiamat? Lorak, because it's better if you meet the source. As Lorak stared into Ddraig's glowing purple eyes, she soon noticed something in the corner of her vision and proceeded to look that way. Lorak, and you won't need to wait either, they're here. Confused by the meaning of Lorak's words, Ddraig began to follow her gaze and turned his head in the same direction that she was looking, being greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar visitor. The unfamiliar individual in question was an adolescent wyvern that seemed to have a mature appearance for something its age. The wyvern appeared to be female and much like Lorak. Her body was covered in similar dark blue scales while her underbelly was a much lighter tone of color. The wyvern also had matching fur along her winged arms and ran all the way down to the tip of her tail. Meanwhile, her head held what he guessed was hair or something along those lines, which was either silver or white in color. If that description was enough, then Ddraig would have written through Wyvern's appearance off to being just a standard water dragon like all the others who try and match Lorak's form. However, something caught Ddraig's eye, and that was the strangely familiar green highlights all throughout the Wyvern's body. Ddraig's that color. Lorak, Oroth, oneself was not expecting to see thou here. Oroth. So that's their name. Ddraig had to admit that he kinda liked the sound of that. Oroth lowered her head a little to Lorak. Oroth, I apologize for the sudden visit, it's just that I sensed some. The wyvern soon took notice of Ddraig's presence, causing her to not finish her sentence as she locked eyes with the former Welsh dragon. The two dragonic beings stared down one another in silence, getting a feel for the other's presence, and both had to admit that there was something familiar about the other, but they couldn't put their claw on what it could be. Orath, you seem familiar. Drake, so do you, that green color on you. Lurek let out a small sigh. Lurek oneself never thought that this moment would occur. Both Drake and Orath removed their gaze from one another and turned it over to Lurek. Drake, what moment? Orath, yes mother, what are you talking about? Drake raised an eyebrow. Did Orath just call Lurek mother? He knew that her title was Mother of Water, but she didn't consider any of the other similar dragons her children. Plus, that green on Orath was so similar too. Lurek sighed. Lurek Orath, this dragon is Drake Wygok, or how he was previously known, the father of fire, Slyrek. She then looked Orath in the eyes with a look that held a small bit of sadness but also relief as well. Lurek, he's your father. Both Drake and Orath's eyes widen. Meanwhile at the Gremory Manor. Back at the Gremory household, all seemed to be doing pretty well as Sun Wukong was currently sitting out the front on a beach chair while eating a peach, which he totally didn't steal from the Jade Emperor again. While he was eating the peach, he slowly turned his head in a random direction and looked that way with a small, smug look on his face. Sun Wukong, well, looks like old Drake just got the surprise of the century. I don't think anything can top that plot twist. Wukong was about to take another bite from the peach that was in his hands. However, he was soon interrupted by the sound of a small chuckle which caused him to perk up. So you're here too, Monkey King. I guess this day wasn't so bad after all. Wukong took another bite from his peach and slowly shifted his gaze over towards where the voice originated from. Sun Wukong, what do I owe the pleasure of your unexpected visit, Sir Yorg? End of chapter.